Oh boy. What a way to start this off. Let's start this though the right way. Let's get into this. Woo! Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world. Welcome to the live stream. It's our full day workshop today. We're gonna have a good time with this. And a little bit of technical issues getting things started. Got it ironed out. Thankfully, I knew what to look for this time, and we're off and running. Let me say hello to you out there. It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is May 22nd, 2026. We're going to write a lot of code today. A lot. Let me say hello to you out there. We're broadcasting live on Twitch and YouTube and LinkedIn. You can find me on all the places, and you'll be able to see your chat messages over here. I have my question queue all set up with Twitch and YouTube. If you're on LinkedIn, I won't be able to grab your questions and drop them in the queue, but all throughout the day today, if you ask a question and you end it with a question mark, that's the key thing. End your question with a question mark. It'll load up and we'll get it into the question queue, and I'll have it stacked up so I can refer back to it. So let me say hello to some folks here. How you doing there? Billy Cool is here. Bamcore XD. Hello. Dukasoft. K Gunders. Hello. Sorry about the delay. Yes, I'll explain that in a minute. I did try turning it off and back on again. Oh, yes. And that was my problem. Remy Monson. Yeah, at least I wasn't in the middle of the Atlantic and having to buy a satellite phone. Ooh. And then Bam's asking, where's everybody from? Take a look at our map. There should be a link that's going to be circulating. map.csharpfritz.com. Anybody that says hello, like Chris Funk right here, they, along with a location, it's going to drop a pin on the map and show you relatively closely where they're watching from or where they've mentioned they're watching from. You can be as accurate or as inaccurate as you'd like. Real easy to work with over there. How you doing, Napalm? Hello. Yes, I was playing with some of my sound settings because I've got a couple of videos to play and didn't reset it. So hey, C Sharp Titan. Yes, thank you. In Melbourne, Australia, there's our message there from Stream Elements. There are giveaways throughout the day, and well, you can sign up for throughout the day. At the end of the day, we have some prizes that we're going to be raffling off for folks. Yes, this is my Phillies City Series hat. They wear these hats on Fridays. Mine's a little worn because I wear it a lot. And yeah, I figured it was good to wear that one here today. So continuing to catch up there. So, my goodness, we can bring up the map. We can see where folks are chiming in from, and I'll get some music playing in the background here. I'm going to go with the Stream Beats Synthwave playlist. It's just a groovy set of music that we're going to listen to in the background. Totally cool, totally free. This is called Voyager's Journey to get us started. Big thanks to Harris Heller and his team of creators for this music we're listening to today. So there you go. Look at it. We're quickly filling up 26 pins on the map, and look at them loading up there. I have a feeling some of these aren't entirely accurate, and we can go through and fix them. So Niagara Falls, how you doing? Beautiful Death. Ergenrod's in Orlando. So Orlando down there, and if you zoom in, there you go. It breaks that up a little bit. Ringtown, PA, how you doing? Wintermute 2.0. Man, I finished reading Neuromancer again about a month and a half ago, and I want to go back and read it again. I so enjoy that. Michael's in Baltimore, Maryland. We've got a couple of folks here. I should probably put make sure that we get a pin for me in Philadelphia. There we go. West Fargo, North Dakota. How you doing, K Gunders? Austria is where we can find Sandmander. But if we back out a little bit, there we go. Some of our friends in Europe. Yeah, go Phillies, absolutely. Jimmy Leonard in Apex. Is it Consuela Beans in Omaha? Oh my goodness, we got a couple folks from the center of the country there. LGL Holden in Michigan. Good to see you in Michigan. Are you in the Upper Peninsula? Right? Can we do the thing? Dave Gonzalez in Las Vegas. Ionescu, of course, in Finland, one of our regulars. Thank you so much, Ionescu, for being here. Angelo in Italy. M. Pulaski with the resub.
Pulaski just resubscribed for 72 months.
Thank you so much. Yes, we're going to have fun with that. Lots today. Lots and lots. My goodness, we're taking off and we're going to send this number right over here. I'll make sure that I share the link here in chat if you'd like to see the map. That folks are sharing their locations, getting these little hat indicators dropped on, because I collect hats. So I use hats for my pins on the map there. Dintelident, how you doing? In Gothenburg, Sweden. Right? Yeah, I think that's you. Right there. There we go. Unhip Coder, thank you for tuning in. Code Jericho in Akron, Ohio. Thank you.
For 58 months.
58 months with us. Loading this up here. This is great. We're gonna break our weekly high here. We already did break through our weekly high with 43 pins. How you doing, V Reed in Champaign, Illinois? Oh, Illinois. So that's University of Illinois in Champaign, right? In that part of the country, Big Ten country. Thank you so much for joining us. Anik Fabry in Belgium. We've got a couple of Belgian friends joining us. Hello, hello. You work for the university. Why? Fantastic. I'm Penn State alumni. Proud to hear more Big Ten folks joining us, and happy to help out and do a little bit of training today. And oh yes, we got the we are happening there. Penn State, indeed. Oh yes. So look, I think we can agree we don't want to hear any OH and IO. Much respect to our friends in Columbus, but the Buckeyes. Hey, Grego Waffles, good to see you. Jolly Green Dean in Williamsburg, just getting things settled and everybody in here. Vestor, Edmonton, Alberta, are up in Canada, and we had Debalokoya in Montreal. Oh, this is great. Thank you so much. Chunk joining us in Missouri. So look, we got the Mid-Atlantic filling out here. Dundas, Ontario, Canada. So, right, the map is a thing that I started doing. The chat room, help me out here. Some of our regulars. It's Albruna. How you doing there? Yes, I started doing this maybe a little bit under a year ago, maybe 9-10 months ago, and it's just fun to be able to share and see where everybody is, relatively speaking, on the map, and have a good time with that. Now, there is, if you do go out here, I did add a little bit of games here. So if you click on the little game controller down at the bottom, you can see who's the most isolated, who's the furthest away from everybody else. And right now, that would be Robson Previato in Sao Paulo. I thought we had C# Titan in Melbourne. Do we have anybody else in Australia watching? No, it didn't pick up. Vraikodin, hello. Patty Boy with the 10 gift subs, getting us started here. Whoa, thank you so much. Much appreciate to Restarted, Tensei C, Reg 9K, iPad Sansi, Metensis, Anita Max Win, Nevin 8775, Exceldro, Buffy 1969, and Docsworth. Congratulations, you got gift subscriptions. There we go. C# Titan in Melbourne, Australia. Furthest away from everybody else. Densest region is the United States. That's a wrong count there. Something to fix. The furthest from me is C# Titan, who also has the Antipodal Award, so closest to directly opposite me on the globe. 6 of 7 continents represented. We just got one for South Africa. How you doing, Is it Thames Coder in Johannesburg? UK is going to need another hat stand. So you can check it out. You can browse around, and these are locations. They're not intended to be overly accurate. It's just a bit of fun, so we can see that, hey, you know what? We've got a great community that's tuned in from all over the world. Thank you so much for the gift subs, for keeping that hype train going there. We're on the level 3 hype train for another 3.5 minutes on Twitch. While that's going a little bit, we got some nice music going in the background. That's just kind of groovy to fill in the gaps. I want to introduce our topic. I want to talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing today. There's a link you're going to see come into chat every now and again. I will share it again for you. Right here. And it actually, there it is from Stream Elements. This is the Get Started with Web Development Workshop. We're going to cover a bunch of different topics today. This is the benefit of you out there tuned in and watching is you get to ask questions live. As we're going along, if you follow along, fantastic. Ask questions, happy to stop and answer them. There's other folks in chat that can help out, and we're going to make sure that we get to as many of your questions as we can, because this is fully interactive. This is completely real. I can do this. That's how you can tell it's live. Is, I don't know, that it maybe is it Timex Peachtree? Give me a little bit of a greeting with your location, and it'll plot that. You know, hello from, good evening from, and it will plot those locations on the map for you. So, now, I was having a little bit of a problem getting started today. I've been having a little bit of a challenge with my NVIDIA drivers on this machine. I did for some reason, when I went to start the stream, it came back and said unable to stream with your NVIDIA encoder. Like, oh no. So took a look. Something was corrupted with the drivers. Had to do a complete uninstall, complete reinstall, and looks like we're working. And folks that have been watching my stream over the last 2 weeks have seen when my drivers aren't encoding properly, things get a little glitchy. Audio clips out a little bit here. Map in the UK is a weird zoom level looking at the southwest UK over Exeter. Yeah. So there's a little bit of an ARG, an augmented reality game that's going on. And when you look at my map here, there's a little something going on there. And if you trace that and follow along, there's a little bit of a series of puzzles and games that you can find that lead into a interactive novel that I've been writing over the past 9 months, 10 months. So take a look. You might find something that's a little bit fun to explore over there. And folks in chat are happy to talk about it because it's been growing, and it's been a little bit of fun. Tuki, how you doing there in Lisbon? I think we got Tuki in there. There you go. I'm doing much better now that things are running. There we go. Timex Peachtree, did we get you plotted over there? Come on now. Let me just double check it. Because... Yes, that is you. There you go. Yep. The hype train is done. There we go. What's a bug? No bugs. Let me see here. Hey, how you doing, Annette? Hello. And Barnveld for Stefan. All right. This is great. Thank you so much, everybody. And let me make sure we pan down here. Got a couple folks in Africa tuned in. Much appreciate that. Another viewer in India. How you doing there? Is it Lokesh? Lokesh Patil? How you doing? Welcome. So we're gonna start off a little bit slow in our content here. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit of web fundamentals and talk about the basics of HTML, which for folks that are getting started in web development is something that it's kind of table stakes. Folks assume you know HTML when you get into and you start working with any kind of web development. And quite frankly, for non-technical folks, it's not that hard to pick up. Once you see how the patterns work with setting up tags around content, it kind of makes sense. It gets tricky when you start to layer in CSS and then JavaScript. To do CSS provides styling for us. JavaScript allows us to click and make things interactive. We're not going to get into JavaScript today. We're going to touch a little bit on CSS and get into just some basics with CSS. Spelled it wrong the first time, Jolly Green Bean. We've got a bunch of folks in the Mid-Atlantic region here. Horses do love JavaScript, but we're not getting into that today. So that's a little bit of a gimmick here on stream. Let me go to, there's a question there from Anita. Let me make sure I grab that because that's a fantastic question to get us started with. Is web development even worth it these days? So this is really a question that leads into some of the AI discussion that's happening out there. As we see large language models being used more and more to augment development processes, folks getting into and doing vibe coding, where they're not really paying too much attention to the actual code that's being generated. They're more looking for results. This is a question along the same lines of is driving with a manual transmission worth it these days? Like, yes and no. No, because most folks have an automatic transmission, so you don't really need it. However, when you do drive with a manual transmission with a stick shift, you learn how the car changes gears. You learn how the car accelerates and decelerates, and that can help you drive more efficiently when you're driving with an automatic transmission. So doing web development is worth it because you want to know a little bit of what's going on beneath the surface when you do start to get into full generated applications that are being done and managed by AI. And even then, pricing models for AI services right now are fluctuating significantly. And when that happens, you might not have resources available to you from the large language models. So you might have to change and use a smaller model that can't provide as comprehensive interaction. So you might have to do a little bit more hand coding and get a little bit more code completion assistance from an AI. So is it worth it to learn some of these technologies? Yes. Is it something that you're going to do every day? It depends on your access to AI capabilities. So there isn't a yes or no answer, but I think as we evolve as a technical culture, this is something, these types of questions, these types of interactions, and understanding how much we need to code by hand, how much we can code generate and hand off to the machine to manage is an interesting conundrum that we're all running into, and nobody right now has the answer. We're all learning at the same time on this. So it's a really good question, and for right now, it's worth it. We'll see what happens over the next 6 months to a year as the large language models evolve, shift, and availability changes. So, Billy, is handcrafting even worth it when you have 3D printers? Even when you do 3D print things, the stuff that comes off the 3D printer, you still want to, right? You want to sand it down, you want to polish, you want to paint. So there's still some things you want to do. So that might be a decent metaphor there. Yeah. Good luck getting a GPU these days for a reasonable price. So I saw GeForce 5070, an NVIDIA GeForce 5070 for about $600 American. So I'd say that isn't too far out there. If you have something less than a 3000 series GPU, a 5070 at 600 is reasonable. But if you have a 3000 series, I don't think it's that big of an upgrade. Tuki has a question here. Let's go to this one. About my experience with Squad. Do I use Squad for every project, or do I have a single squad for a main repository in the organization? I have separate squads for each project. Does each repository have its own squad? Yeah, there we go. I have separate squads for each repository. You're wondering how I handle common roles? No, I duplicate them. And I copy skills between them is what I do. Because the skills are really where the power is with Squad. But that's a little bit off topic for today, so I'm not going to go too much further into that. Saigama suggests that the days of 100% manual development are coming to an end. Yeah, I think you're right. Robson, I'm in that similar boat. People will accomplish more faster. Yes. So. Okay, Gunders suggests it depends on how sensitive to a good enough for personal use versus a great app that is productive for everybody. Yes. Peter is requesting that I post the main chapters and timestamps in the comments section. I'll probably put the module timestamps in the description of the YouTube video when we're done. You paid $1,000 for a 6900 XT to around COVID timeframe. Oof. For 45p. No. Let me see here. Your 4070 was about 900 pounds. Okay. All right. Angelo asking about what is a squad. Sure. So, and it's not something that we're going to get into today. I'm actually talking to some folks about setting up and doing a AI development workshop in July. So I think we can announce that. I don't have an exact date, but there's going to be an AI development workshop in July. And we'll talk lots more about not only building with AI, but building and making AI resources available. Squad is a tool that you can use with GitHub Copilot that allows you to easily set up and configure multiple agents, multiple personalities that have different capabilities that can take tasks that you assign to them. So you might have 4 different folks that have different responsibilities working on your team, just like you do in your real development teams. And you delegate tasks, and those are picked up and done by those agents that have those expertise. So that's what Squad makes available to you, and it makes it very easy to set up. Very, very easy to set up and use. And I'll share the URL there so that if you want to explore this more, I'm not going to talk about it today. It's a little bit off topic for this content, but you can learn more about it there. Let me see. I'll put the map back up, and let me see. Jolly Green Dean with a question here. How do I plan out my code so it's in a format so AIs can understand and implement well? So something, and the reason that I'm taking this is because this leads into something you're going to see in how we write our code throughout today's workshop. I believe in something called the single responsibility principle. When I write a file that is going to be used by my website, it has one responsibility. It's the layout for my website. It's the style and formatting that brings in the color. I'm creating a file that's going to do form management. I'll create a separate file that's going to manage my interactions with resizing images. Those are single responsibility. By isolating what you do in separate files, number one, makes it easier for us as humans to go and discover where each one of those things are that makes up our website. It's real easy then to go and you know that only those things that are related to formatting and coloring of our website are in that one file. Okay? Now, when we hand that off to an AI to analyze, review, and give us feedback on, it's going to thank you for the resub.
Nalian just resubscribed for 34 months.
It's going to scan and bring in and understand those files bite size wise, and it has this context window that allows it to manage how much content it loads at a time. So that, once again, a little bit off topic, but I wanted to make sure I touched on it because we're organizing this a little bit better. We're organizing this using some of those techniques. I'm sorry. Is today's project... Come on now. I put that one up. There we go. Will today's project be using minimal APIs and dependency injection? Yes. Yes, we will be. In fact, we're even going to touch a little bit on Service Bus before we get out of here so we can show a little bit of background processing. So plenty of mid-level to advanced things we're going to touch on. You remember 23 years ago when you were learning HTML, you used a website called Dynamic Drive. Had code for things like trails following the mouse and animated text. Oh, yes. Open code on your machine? Fantastic. Using NVIDIA RTX mobile GPUs on a laptop. We always wishing smaller. Also using open code. That's fine. Aztec Consulting, hello.
Subscribed for 68 months. Not nearly enough support. Thanks for all.
Thank you.
Good, sir.
I really appreciate it. Let's dive into this. Let's talk about and get into some of the code, some of the content we're going to explore today. So I do mention that I'm using Visual Studio Code for this. Some folks are mentioning that they're using open code. That's fine. You have your reasons for using open code, and that's fine. It's doing almost the exact same things as Visual Studio Code. Consuela Beans. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the subscription. Yeah, sorry about that. You can rewind on Twitch. You can rewind just a little bit, and you'll be able to find my reply there. All right. Let's dive in and get started with just a couple things here. Set up things that we're going to be needing. We're going to be building a collection app. This is a nice demo that I like to use because we all have a collection of something, right? Famously, I have a collection of baseball hats. You'll see when you watch other videos of mine, I'm always wearing a baseball hat, and I've got lots of different baseball hats that I'm wearing. And in my case, I would build an app that manages my baseball hat collection. You might have stamps or coins or comic books, or maybe you even have a collection of flowers planted in the garden, or that the orchids you have in the family room, what have you. Right? We all collect a little something, and it's fun, and it's something that we take pride in as a hobby. Well, we're going to be creating a collection app that's going to allow you to take photos of the things you own, upload those photos. You can see all those items displayed on a web page, and then even be able to delete and manage those items in your collection. All right? Things we're going to install. I'm recommending Visual Studio Code. Some folks said they have open code. That's fine. I'm going to recommend you install the .NET SDK because we're going to be using .NET for working with Blazor a little bit later. And we're going to be using the .NET 10 SDK. You can get it from this page here, .NETmicrosoft.com/download. and there will be a recommended one for you right here based on your operating system that you're browsing with. Now, if you're on Linux, you're on Mac, and you want to use something at the command line to go get that, there is a series of commands. Where is it? Go back one. There we go. You can grab the binaries, you can grab for other operating systems, and there's also install scripts here. Let me do that again. Down here where it says all .NET 10 downloads. If you click into that and you choose .NET install scripts right here, there are a series of scripts available for PowerShell and Bash that will allow you to install .NET directly. Place it wherever you'd like. It is available in APT, it's available on Snap, it's available on Brew. There are other bits of documentation that you can use if you have one of those operating systems, if you're using one of those package managers that you want to use to install and run things at the command line. Squad Dash is pretty cool. Yeah, one of your coworkers has this hat. I think it is. It's supposed to be like navy blue, like a dark navy blue, and mine's faded because I've worn it outside so much. So, let me see. Let me go back over here. I also want to make sure that you have Git installed. We're going to go through and do a quick tour of how to use Git for source control. You're already on GitHub by browsing to this website. We're going to do a little bit more with that and make sure that you have at least the basics of Git ready for you to go work with. Open code's not like VS Code. Okay, then I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of another editor. I thought there's another name for a Visual Studio Code fork that was made more open source. I'm going to turn on teaching mode here. All right. And there's a question here from C# Titan. Let me touch on this. Question about roadmaps, that things that web developers need to know. Are they useful? Yes and no. Like, if you're looking for a way to grow your career, sure, that's fine. I honestly look at roadmaps as a way that somebody's trying to sell you material. Somebody's trying to sell you classes. Somebody's trying to sell you a book. And get you buying and looking for the next thing. There is no degree that you can get in web development. Like, and if there was, that degree is going to be obsolete 6 months after you get it, because web development moves so quickly. We're learning the basics here today. We're going to learn and get you a good foundation to build on. Roadmaps definitely have a interesting way to show, here's the giant collection of things that you could know. I think many folks look at those and they feel a little bit daunting looking at this giant roadmap of stuff. You don't need to know all of that. Explore, figure out where you're going, and if you have a curious mindset, you'll be able to quickly go and jump into the next thing. So be ready for that. Cursor is forked from Codium. That's the one I'm thinking of. Thank you, Timex. Timex Peachtree. Thanks so much. And Cursor is forked as well, but it was made commercial. So there are a couple of Visual Studio Code extensions. Get the C# extension. It's free and it's going to help you with code completion. There's other C# extensions out there. Go get the C# extension. We'll start here. Let me make sure. Let me see if I go to the README. And we look at extensions over here. So I have a lot of extensions installed. So C# Dev Kit is a commercial version of the C# one that provides base language support so that you can get a little bit of code completion and interaction around your around the code that we're going to be writing today. So but when you do install Dev Kit, the commercial one, you also get C#. So, and we'll dive into more of that in a minute. Any tips on choosing updating extensions safely? I don't have any tips. This is something that, and it's not NPM supply chain. It's supply chains happening in every extension and package out there. I think right now we're in a little bit of an unsafe place, but I don't think that the various package managers and editors and ecosystems are going to let this kind of unstable feeling that we have last for too long. Postman will be just fine. Yeah, you'll be just fine with that. There is a starter project that we can take a look at. It doesn't say which folder to go look at. Yeah, if you go to module 3. So I'm at the root of this. If you go to checkpoints, module 3. And you take a look, there's my collection and then my collection solution. If you go into the my collection folder and you run .NET watch, it will kind of validate that your application's working. Thank you for the follow. And you should see build succeeded, and it should start in a new browser. There we go. And you get a little hello world page that starts up here. We're going to go through and build this and talk about this in a little bit and how we get here, but I want to make sure that we validate that you do have .NET running properly. You are able to get to this point. So if you're not at this point, go back to the .NET install and make sure that you do get the SDK, not the runtime, the SDK, the software development kit, installed. It's going to allow you to run the .NET command here at the command line, and there's a whole bunch of commands in here that you can execute. So .NET-H will show you all of, where'd it go? Yeah, all of the commands. Sometimes we'll call them verbs that you can execute. Things like build, clean, help, of course, new. We're going to be using new right away here. Run, and then the other one that we're going to use a bit is watch, which is a little bit like hot reload. So it starts a file watcher, and wherever your project is, it's going to run that, and if there's a change, it'll automatically patch and restart things as needed. So we'll be seeing that in a little bit here when we get on the other side. Excuse me, the other side of some HTML basics. Okay, so we did .NET Watch, and I'm going to assume most of the folks here have used Visual Studio Code before. There's typically a set of extensions, areas that you can interact with down the side here. I've got a couple of additional ones here that I can just turn off because you probably don't have them by default here. Yeah. You probably have a set of extensions down the side. These toolbar buttons that look a little bit like what's on your system. The first one is the Explorer, and this is the files that are on disk, and you should see the name of the file folder. In this case, I opened it at the root of the Get Started workshop. You should see that. There's a timeline here, outline. You might not have timeline. I think that comes in with one of the Git extensions I have. The next one here is search. So you can search across all the files if you'd like. Do a search and replace. So, and then source control, so you can see the changes in source control. The list of extensions is this button here. And then the next one is to run and debug. And that's where you can actually start and debug into and step through the interactions of your application. Should the git ignore have ls cache files included in it? I think so. What does the .NET SDK do? So the .NET SDK installs that command line. Now, the terminal that I opened there, that down at the bottom, I held down Control and I hit backtick. That should be in the top left corner of your keyboard, and it brings up the lower panel that has a terminal. It has some other interactions here, but this is a way for me to run my command line in the same tool as where I'll be editing my code. So the Dude Bowls, yes, it is on YouTube. You are going to be able to find this later. It is. Yep, there you go. The backtick is to the left of the 1 key on the top row. Hey, Joe Schmo, how you doing in Dallas? So, we're going to see more features of Visual Studio Code as we get into this. Some other keyboard shortcuts you might be interested in using. And we're going to move on. Yes, you can have tabs in your terminal in Visual Studio Code. So you can open this up and you can have multiple terminals running inside of Visual Studio Code right here. So if you're somebody that likes to use a lot of terminals, you can do that. You can even split the terminal and have multiple terminals on screen at the same time. So, yeah, a lot of flexibility in how you work with the command line in Visual Studio Code. You're right, Remy, not on international keyboards. On a standard US keyboard, that's where you'll find the tilde. The backtick, I'm sorry. Okay. Let's actually get in and start writing our first little bit of code. We're going to write HTML, right? HTML is the language of the internet. And I'm assuming I'm not going too fast here, and that folks are able to ask questions, and I'm seeing questions come up there. And I'm of course pausing to go through them. Please, if I'm going too slow, if I'm going too fast, let me know. And of course, this is recorded. There's the recording link in chat. You're welcome to pause, rewind at any time. I will not be offended, trust me. I'm thrilled that you're here and joining us today. We can talk about that C# Titan when we get to Git later. I'm just going to clean up my question queue a little bit. There we go. All right. So HTML is the language that the World Wide Web is based on. You're watching this video in a web browser. You're either watching it on Twitch, or you're watching it on YouTube, or maybe you're watching it live on LinkedIn, or you're watching the recording on LinkedIn. You're in a web browser. And a web browser formats and places all the content you see around me here based on some code that's delivered. And that code is a series of what we call tags. And those tags define where the various parts of this web page are placed. This web page on GitHub has information for these hyperlinks, these headers, these buttons over here, and this area of text down here that can scroll. There's information defined in the HTML that explains how to format and place these. Oh, Billy. So, of course, when you get into more interactive, larger websites that have more buttons and things and interactions on the web page, you're going to see more sophisticated and more complex HTML. We're not going to go quite that deep on it today, but we're going to get into and show you how to do a little bit of creating a form, formatting some data, painting it on screen. So HTML is an acronym for the hypertext markup language. And hypertext means content that can link to other content, right? That's kind of the whole thing with the web, right? Is I can click on a link and it takes me somewhere else, right? We get it. Markup means that we have tags around the content, and those tags describe what it is. We're going to use those tags to format and place them appropriately on screen. And it's a lot easier than it sounds. Trust me on this. All right. And it has rules and syntax that browsers understand, right? And you're using a browser like me. I'm using Firefox here. You might be using Microsoft Edge or Safari or Google Chrome, what have you, right? You might Brave. There's all kinds of browsers out there, but they all have a standard language that they understand. And HTML, it publishes and delivers content that adheres to that standard. And as with all standards, you know when to follow it, you know when to bend it, when appropriate, you'll learn when to break it. But that's breaking. It's a topic that you'll get into when you become a little bit more proficient in building web pages. But bending it, we might get into a little bit of that today. So when you open an HTML file, so our web pages have a .html extension. The browser is going to read the file, recognize each tag, build that structure in memory, and then paint that on screen, right? It'll display those appropriately where they're supposed to be located. So this HTML, right? H1, my collection. This page shows items in my collection, and that's surrounded by this P item inside of angle brackets. These are our first tags. So that's a begin tag for H1. Let me zoom in just a smidge. Right? H1 says this is the first heading. This is the main page heading. And anything between these angle brackets and these angle brackets over here, right? So this /H1 says this is the end of the heading 1 content. So each tag has a begin and has a end. And the end has that slash and then the same text as what the first one is. So we have a P tag here. This is a paragraph. And /P says this is the end of the paragraph. And the browser has rules that the browser follows to specify here's how I format and place a paragraph by default on the page when I display it. Same thing with H1. It has a default set of rules. I'm going to make this 16 pixels tall. I'm going to make it bold. And I'm going to use a sans serif font. That's the default way that my browser displays an H1. All right. So we'll get into and work with these as we're going through this, and we'll actually write them to disk here in a little bit. So HTML describes meaning and structure of our document, and the browser turns that structure into a visible page. And then we're going to use these HTML pages now as the starting point for our application that we're going to evolve today. So now let's write our first HTML document. All right. It has a few important parts. So there's this first line doc type. This tells the browser that we're using the modern HTML rules. Okay, HTML 5 point something. There's a specific version number that this is associated with. Effectively, look at this as this is saying use the modern HTML that we've been using in the 2020s. We're not going to get into XHTML and some of those. Yeah. And you're going to see these tags. Thank you for pointing this out. Billy's poking some fun, but you're going to see these tags are nested so that you don't have them crisscrossing each other. You have an H1 that ends before we can start the paragraph tag and end the paragraph tag. So, but they can be nested. So we have an HTML tag that tells the browser, this is the beginning of our HTML page, and our closing HTML tag is down here. This is the end of our page. But inside those tags, not only do we have text, but we have other tags that describe other structure. So we have our head tag here that says, here's some metadata about the page that you need to know to help present and format this properly. Stuff like, we're going to use the UTF-8 character set. Now, that's a character set that is internationally recognized, supports just about everybody's typed language that you're going to see displayed in the browser. So, in addition to having the tag name meta, there's this attribute char set that describes, here's the character set, and just about everybody uses UTF-8 here. Kind of forces it to be this standard format. Billy. So up here we had language equals EN. We're notifying the browser, hey, this page is in English. And you can change that and have it be ES for Spanish and DE for German and so on and so forth, using some of those standard language abbreviations. So this next tag says meta, right? So here's some meta information about this page, and the name is the viewport. And the viewport, well, quite frankly, it's the square here around me on your browser, right? Your browser has an address bar. Maybe it's up at the top, maybe it's down at the bottom, and it has two sides. The shape of what's between the top of your browser and the bottom, this area that the content all appears in, that's called the viewport, right? That's where the web page is displayed. It's going to fit in there. And what we're going to do here is we're going to tell the browser, you know what? The width that I want the viewport to be is the width of your device. So make it as wide as the device, and I want it to initially be scaled at 1.0. So make it the correct average 100% scaling that fits in the browser. Thank you, Sean. So there's some description of what some of those things are down here. The last bit that I want to make sure I call out is the title. Every web page has a title, and that's what you see up here in the address bars and in the tabs, right? So there's home, right? And if we do a control U on this, it will show. I stopped the web application. It won't show it. If you do control U, you'll be able to see where this is set. So that's right. That's right, Sativa. The viewport line is what makes it responsive to screen changes. Yep. Now, there was an assumption that it used to run with, but this kind of forces the browser to be responsive to screen changes. All right. Next, so the head is kind of, hey, this is meta information about the page, not stuff to display on the page, but meta. Yeah, old school 90s. That's what I grew up using this. Next, the next area is the body tag, and notice these don't intersect each other, right? Tags close before we start new tags, and we don't intersect them. They're either fully nested inside of them, or they're available just outside of it. So next is our body tag, and the body is the content that we actually display in the browser to our visitors. So right now this is empty. We're not going to show anything on the page yet. So if we copy this content and we go and we start a folder here in our project, and I'm going to just call this, I'll show you how to download and get the content later if you want. I hope you want. Let's call this work. And I'm going to create a new HTML page here, new file, and I'm just going to call this index HTML. That's not HTML. Come here. Hey, PowerShell Freak, thanks so much.
PowerShell_Freak just resubscribed for 73 months.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. So I just pasted this in, and Visual Studio Code starts to give me a little bit of support around this, right? I'm in my work folder, I'm in index.html, and where my cursor currently is, I'm at the HTML level. If I move my cursor up here, it shows, hey, you're inside the head element. And if I put it inside the title, you're inside the head and inside the title. And if I save that, and if we go to disk, right? Oh, come here. Go to that folder, and if I open that page, you could double click on this page. You'll see my tab says my collection, right? Just like the title is written here. And it's a plain white background, and I can do a Control U in my browser. You could do this for any web page, and you could see there's the code that was sent to the browser that's being painted, displayed, rendered in the browser for you. All right, yeah. So how you doing, No Diff? Hello. So we've written our first web page. There's nothing on it, but it says my collection up at the top. Now, let's add some visible content. So inside, we already started with this idea of a header saying my collection, welcome to my collection app, and I'll add a little paragraph below that. So I'm just going to copy that content, go back over to Visual Studio Code, and inside my body element here, right? These tags sometimes are called elements. Inside my body tag, I'm going to just paste that content in. All right. Now, it doesn't matter if you use tabs or spaces to organize these. The layout of your web page is up to you. You can lay out and put as many spaces in here. You can put carriage returns in there, line spaces between these. That's up to you. The format of this HTML is something that is important for your human eyes to be able to read, because when we deliver it to the browser, it takes all this and turns it into that formatted content.
Okay, so I've had a brilliant idea.
Really? What?
What if, and hear me out here.
Okay.
What if you actually tested the code first?
I am. That's my chatbot, Charlie, and he's going to be a little ornery every now and again throughout the day. So,
my sensors indicate your stress levels are rising. Might I suggest a debugging approach that doesn't involve random code deletion?
Thank you. I'm going to turn off the bot text here. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much.
Code with C and gifted Billyco 0L a subscription. Code with Sean gifted a tier 1 sub to Billyco 0L. They have given 61 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you so much. Yes, right. Go to your room, Charlie. So you can format this code however you want. Spaces do not matter here. How you doing there, Lou? Now, I've added that content in. I'm going to save the page, right? If you edit this, I have it set up to autosave as I make changes. But you'll see an indicator next to it, a little dot, if you don't have autosave turned on. But I'll go back over here to my browser, and I can just do Control R or an F5, right? It's the same as hitting the refresh button there. And now I get to see my collection. Welcome to my collection app. And this is the default formatting, right? Nothing's been enhanced, nothing's been added here to make this appear differently, better, right? If I Control U again, and I see exactly the same content that was written in Visual Studio Code, this is what the browser sees and turns into this. Now, you can also get in and look at this by looking at developer tools. Now, this is available in Chrome, it's available in Safari, it's available in Edge, Firefox. If I click on the little, in this case, it's a hamburger button up here in the top corner, and I can go down to, I believe it's, more tools, and there's web developer tools. Click into that, and it opens this little sidebar. Okay. And there's a couple of different features in here that you can get into, and it will help you kind of examine what's going on to format this page. We were looking at the source of the page. Well, there's also this one, this panel, the inspector, and it shows the exact same code, and you can see as I mouse over each section, it shows you and it highlights where those are presented on screen. Okay? That's going to be very helpful later when we go and build and we have something that's generating the placement of this content to place on screen. So, and of course, we can click into some of these. And down here, we're going to learn about our styles. I believe that's next. And how we can start to format some things. That's right. So now, I forgot we have lists and links and images. So we showed that. Now, let's start to add some formatting for where we're going to place a list of items in our collection. Be able to upload photos and be able to see collection details all in one place. So let's update and place this content in here as well and see how that turns up. So I'll just create a little bit of space here, paste that in. So now we talked about an H1. This is an H2. So this is a level 2 header. And then we have this UL with LIs inside of it. UL says this is an unordered list, right? UL, unordered list. It's a good abbreviation. English first speakers will recognize that. LI is a list item. So we have an unordered list with list items. So this is going to become a bulleted list. Add items to a collection, upload a photo, review collection details. Then we've got another paragraph. And now we've got our first hyperlink. A hyperlink is sometimes referred to as an anchor. So we have an anchor and then this href, right? This is the reference where we're going to take you. And there's the web address. So learn more at the Mozilla developer web documentation, and there's a link to that. And then we're going to place our first image. Our first image is a placeholder image that's this comes from the placeholder website. It's 400 by 250, and it's going to have a little bit of text placed in it. This is the source, the location of where we're going to find that image. And then we've got some alt text that we're going to present. So these two attributes specify data about how to present this image. Just like this href attribute specifies, here's where this text goes when we click on it. So this image is going to present the image that's at this location, and it's going to provide this alternate text. Good point, K Gunders. I'll come to that in a second. Thank you for pointing that out. So here's where do I want to go? For not just accessibility reasons, but so that you can be descriptive to search engines and machines that are looking at your website. The alt tag is very important to describe this is what this image is, because, like I mentioned, there are folks that can't see your web page. They've got eyesight issues. So if they can't see this image, you're telling them what it is. You're also providing placeholder text then if for some reason this image doesn't load. So very important to be able to show and demonstrate that. There was a comment. Let me grab that. There's a comment here from K Gunders about the image tag isn't closed. That's right. In older standards, the original standards, the image tag didn't have a closing tag. However, you're right, and it is a good practice to have a closing image tag. Now, you can either close it by adding another tag right next to it, or you can have this self-closing tag syntax by putting a slash before the end. So, I'm going to end the image tag there. So, if I save and we reload this now, so now I get exactly what we typed over here, right? What this app will do. There's my bullet list. That's the unordered list. And these are each one of the list items. And it stops rendering as an unordered list when we exited the ULs, right? So there's the ULs, right? So there's a marker, a bullet marker. There's my text. I finish the UL entry, and then it formats as a paragraph. Learn more at, and there's the link to the Mozilla Web Docs. If I control click into that, of course, it opens on another tab. If I just click into it, of course, it goes there in this tab. So that's something that you can control as the web developer. You can research and look up how to do that. And there's the image that I asked it to embed. And when I mouse over it here, you see it perfectly highlights that. And it is 400 by 250. And the text in the middle just says collection photo. Now, that sample photo placeholder alt text that we saw there, right? No, I wanted to zoom this one. There we go. Right? When I mouse over my image, it's not showing it. No, I'm thinking of title. That alt text would appear if for some reason that image source didn't work. So maybe I've got some bad syntax in here, right? I don't know. And when this reloads, it couldn't get the image, so it displays the alt text sample photo placeholder. Now, I'll fix that. The other tag, you'll see the other attribute, that's what these are called inside of a tag. The other attribute you'll see folks use with an image is the title. And if I put the exact same text inside here, title is like a tooltip. So now when I mouse over that, I get that little title appearing. This is a tooltip, right? Refresh. And when I mouse over it, now I get my little tooltip that appears because I moused over the image. So there's all kinds of ways that you can enhance and make it easier for folks to understand the story, the content you're trying to show as you're building your web pages. Let me see here. How you doing, VM Red? Hello. My audio is just fine. You can turn up the audio level on YouTube. There's a volume button down there at the bottom. The online browsing platform. The IEEE. Yes. So that's absolutely yeah. How you doing there, Haliatus Vocifer? Hello, welcome. So we've got the start of our first web page, and you can see the tags and attributes that I explained there. So now let's start to add a little bit more of what we call a semantic layout, right? As your page grows, there's lots more structure, and we don't want to just put everything inside of paragraphs. We want to describe the various sections and parts of our page to be a little bit clearer, to tell our browser how to render that content. Thank you, Space Shot, for talking about the history of the HTML tag, the image HTML tag there. So let's add a little bit more information to make it a stronger layout for the page. And we're going to introduce the header tag here to indicate that this content is header information. It belongs near the top, and it kind of describes what else is going on the page. And then our main content, we're going to place inside of a main tag, and then we'll have sections inside of there for the various parts of the page. And then we'll have a footer down at the end. And inside that footer, we'll place a paragraph that just describes a little bit about how and why we built this. So I'll copy that content and we'll paste it into our page. So I'll just create some space here and paste that in. So I've just copied, pasted from the documentation. All of the information for each one of these modules you can find in the checkpoints folder. So you can skip forward and see exactly how this is written if you'd like to. If you don't want to watch me write this live and talk through and explain it. So now when we refresh and look at this, it doesn't add significantly more formatting. But what it does do is it does a better job of describing what's going on with the layout of the page. HTML is primarily focused on the layout and content. It's describing the shape of your content, not even layout. So I've got my header here, and you see when I mouse over the header element, right? It's clearly saying, here's the header information. Here's the main information on the page. And if I scroll down further, there's the footer, just off the bottom of my screen, right? Mouse over the footer, there it is, highlighted at the bottom. And right inside the main area, there's 3 sections. There's that first section, the featured item in the middle, and then collection items appearing at the bottom. So becomes a little bit easier to describe and understand that these are sections of our main page that describes how all of this content is organized. Let me see here. Remy remembers the good old days when an alt tag would show as a pop-up. Yeah. Doesn't always do that, and there's ways you can make that still work, but yeah. So we've organized our content on the page and described it better with these tags. And the tags do have prescribed names that you do need to use. You can't just make up tags and place them there. So there's a little bit of description that I already kind of referenced here. So now let's do a little bit more of a full page. We're going to start to introduce style. We didn't. That's right, Space Shot. We didn't know what we were doing during the browser wars. Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa were not in the browser wars. That was the Internet Explorer and Netscape. So we're going to start to introduce a little bit of formatting and coloring as we're going along here. And we're going to do that with style. Everybody likes a little bit of style. So I'm not even going to scroll through the whole page here on it. I'm just going to click the copy button in the top here and bring this over to Visual Studio Code. I'm going to highlight everything and paste in. And let's take a look at what we've got here. So you'll see I have my document outline turned on in Visual Studio Code over here. And I can kind of zoom around and see this high-level outline that I can scroll through very easily. So HTML, head, meta tag, title. We've seen all those. Our first entry of style here, and you see we're going to start to define some formatting rules for these tags, right? So if we split this, no, it's not in there. View, I want to split this. Split down, yes please. So I have style for body, header, main, footer. If I scroll down here on the lower half of this, so my body tag is what this references. So this is saying in CSS, right? We're learning a second language now. CSS is cascading style sheets. We're going to find the body tag, right? Because it's just that, those characters, body. It's going to find that tag, and it's going to by default make the font Arial. And if Arial isn't installed on the operating system, on the computer the browser's running on, use a sans serif font, right? A font that doesn't have all the little serifs, the feet on the end of the letters. Remove the margin, set margin around the body to 0. We're going to set the background color to this off-white color, and if we mouse over it, you'll see Visual Studio Code gives us a little helper that shows us, and we can even choose and change that color if we'd like a little bit here, and we can move somewhere in there, and it'll update and paint that swatch appropriately for us. But I'll roll that back. And then the color, what's the text color we're going to use? And it's this just off black color. And then header, main, and footer. So now we have a way that we can also reference and say, hey, reference all 3 of these tags. And we separate them with commas. And then curly braces. And inside the curly braces are the rules we follow. So we already learned about font, margin, and some color rules. These hash mark, right? This is a reference to a color. So now we can specify the maximum width of these. So 800 pixels. If you have a phone, your phone is roughly, it can be about 800 pixels wide on a 2026 phone. 800 pixels is roughly the width of your phone when you have it turned portrait style like that. We're going to put a margin around it. Now there's 2 arguments to this one, not up here where we have 0. There's 2 arguments, 0 and auto, and I'll mouse over and let it explain that. So this is saying the margin on the top and bottom is going to be 0. However, on the sides, we want it to be automatic width. Make it appropriate so that we have things kind of centered. And then we're going to put some padding. So margin is the area outside those elements. Padding is the content, is the space inside. So there's a box, an invisible box around all of this content that we've laid out. Margin is the space that we're going to leave outside that box. Padding is the space inside. And a rem is, how do you describe rem? Did I write that? I forget if I wrote it over here what a rem is. Yeah, that's, I forget where. Come on now. Please tell me I wrote what a rem is. I didn't. Rats. Yeah, we'll get into that display in a second. A rem is roughly the height of one character. So it's saying make it just one standard character height in padding around the entire element. No, we're not using tables for layout. No. Next, so there's some H1, H2. We're going to force those to be this blue font. Our sections, and there's multiple sections here, right? Each section is going to have this same white background, the same padding, margin, and then a border radius on it. So we're going to put a curved border on the sides of it. Our images are going to be at a maximum, the max width of the page. The height is going to be automatic so that it's scaled appropriately for the width of that. And another border radius so we get a little bit around it at corners on it. I'm doing well, Mythin. Let me catch up here. Morris, how do I get the colored tab spaces? Oh, that's an extension. That's a Visual Studio extension I have, Visual Studio Code extension I have installed. That is, it's like pretty something. Indent Rainbow is what that is. So, and that helps make it clear how many tabs in things are. Patty Boy with a question. Can header, footer, section tags take ID and name attributes? They can, and we're going to start to see some of this as well. In these next couple elements here, where we're going to start to put this dot syntax. So down here, if we scroll down a little bit, there's a form and a form section. See that right there? This is inside of form section is inside of an attribute called class. A class is a way to reference different elements on the page that all should be formatted similarly. They're in the same class of content, okay? So you can place multiple copies of this class attribute with the same value around the page. So we can format that in our style by putting a dot in front of that name. So form section with a dot in front of it says, wherever you find a class called form section, we're going to apply this formatting, but we're not just going to apply it to the form section. We're going to apply it to any paragraph tag that's inside that form section. So the paragraph tag, this one that's inside that form section, we're going to set it with 0 margin top, and we're going to change the color of the text. And that's how that's going to be formatted. Here's an item form. So item form is right here. We're going to display that using grid layout. And we're going to put a gap between things that are about 85% the width of a letter between those elements. And you can see we're going to do that for labels. And now our first form element, right? Folks have forms on pages that you want to key things into, you want to interact with. And those places that you can interact with, key into, or a checkbox or a radio button, they're typically displayed using an input element. These are kind of the default form controls on a page. So this is a text box. It's got a type of text. You can also find input elements that are type checkbox or radio or date time or number, and they'll format appropriately. You can even do email and phone number, and different browsers will format and provide keyboard support appropriately for those various types. Thank you, Space Shot. Hey, Reg. Yeah, we'll get into ID here in a minute. So the ID is saying this text box has a unique identifier called item-name. That's the only one on the page. The ID must be unique on the page. Otherwise, weird things can break and happen. There's a name that's required for input elements inside of a form, right? If we're going to be submitting this, if we're going to save the content of this text box, it must appear inside of a form element. There's some other requirements coming with that too. So this name is unique inside that form so that when we take this content and send it somewhere so that it gets processed, we know that the item name is whatever content was keyed into the text box. And then we'll put a placeholder, right? You like to have that little placeholder in a text box so it kind of prompts you with what to key in there. If you're watching on Twitch, there's a text box at the bottom of the chat window here, and it says send a message in that box. If you look over and you're watching on YouTube, in the chat on YouTube, it just says chat at the bottom in that text box, right? That's this placeholder is what specifies that text that appears. So here I've also got a div, right? A div is a way to separate content. It's a divider. And I've got a label for the year added. And this time we're going to have a number type. So the browser is going to help to enforce that this is a number, and if you have to put up a keyboard because it's a touch screen device, it'll give you a numeric keyboard for that as well. We're going to put in a label to help you upload a photo, and if you're uploading a photo, well, that's a file. We're going to learn how to upload files here. That's coming. And then, of course, you want to have some notes about that item in your collection. Now, notes aren't just a little text box, but they're like they're a big text box that's multi-line. So we're going to define a text area. And a text area has the same ID and name capabilities, but instead of it being an input, it's just a text area, and you specify an end text area so we know what that is. Of course, every form needs to have some sort of a save button on it. Thank you for the follow, Elena. Appreciate you joining us. So if we want to put a button to save, well, we use a button tag here, and we're going to specify that this is our submit button by giving it a type of submit, and then we'll put the text to display, add there. So if I save this and go back over to the page, right? Now we're starting to get interesting. Bringing that style in really starts to show some more content here and make it a little bit easier on our eyes as we're working with this, right? So if I click on my little element discovery icon up here, I can start to mouse over and see each one of these elements and how they were built inside the browser. And you can do this on any web page. You can open your developer tools and click on and navigate around, and you can see exactly how those pages are made. So if you go to Google, or you go to I go to ESPN a lot to get sports news, you can mouse around and see exactly how that page was formatted. And if we go down there, collection items, and then here's that add new item form that we defined, right? So if we click on one of these, and let's click on the year here, right? There's that input for the year, and I'm going to bring up the bottom part here. That style that we had is all defined right here. Width, box sizing, that's something that's kind of inherited. Padding, border, border radius, right? It's got the little rounded corners that we saw defined. The font is inherited, that's fine. And then the background color that was specified. And it says inline 51. If I click that, it will show you exactly where those rules were written in your page. Really cool, easy way for you to kind of bounce around and learn how this is formatted. When I first started learning how to build web pages, I literally spent weeks just looking at how are other websites built. What can I learn from other folks that have built stuff that looks really, really cool? So this is a numeric text box, so it gives me, right, it's a type number. So in my browser here on my computer, I get the little arrow buttons that I can click. And if I highlight that and I try and type a word in there, right, kind of works, but my browser is going to be grumpy when I try and do something with that. Right, especially if I click these arrows, it's kind of grumpy and doesn't like that. If I delete that out of there and start using the arrows, you see there's a min and max that it's going to constrain me to. So there's a question from Sean there. So I have that add button at the bottom. Well, how many submit buttons can you have on a form or on a page? You can have as many as you'd like. Each one, though, has to have a name that goes with it, so you know which one is being clicked. In this case, where I only have one, I don't need to give it a name so it knows which one. But you can place as many as you'd like that do different things. So thanks for the question. Good point to call out there. Yeah, you can do multiples, but it can get a little confusing. So the browse button here, if I click that, it's going to open my file system browser. And you can see on my desktop, I've got a bunch of games and entries and all kinds of stuff. So to allow me to browse around and pick a file to upload. And then notes. And then my add button, and then there's my footer. And you'll see the sections. It's probably hard to see through the video that's being broadcast on YouTube or on Twitch, but there are little white rounded corners on each one of these sections because of that border radius. And the background color here is white. It's not that hex bit that was defined. I can change this and specify it using plain English names for colors. So I can make it yellow, right? I could make it blue, right? What have you, right? Light gray. There we go. And you get a little type ahead help from the browser there, right? So this isn't a bad way to go through and kind of test what colors go together. Literally render the page, open it up here, and play with some of these values. Just kind of click in and mouse around and see what makes sense, right? So let's make that background color yellow again, right? And I can take that border radius, right? I can either key something in there, or I can actually drag it back and forth here, and I can make it fully round, right? So it's up to you. You can play with it and make it whatever you want. And I saw somebody earlier said it'd be cool if this had variables in it for us to play with. I thought about it. I felt like I want to get beyond this module sooner than later, and want to make sure that I get some of the simple ideas and concepts out there. Last time you did web dev, you had to use a phone coupler. Oh. Get off the internet, you need to use the phone. Yes, you can drag the value there and you can see. So I don't know. I don't like the drag as much. So, so continuing. So we did a little bit of formatting there, and there's description of CSS, some of the different rules here that I've talked through, and you can explore that a little bit. And you can also add styles inline. So instead of having to put them up in that style block, you can actually place a style attribute and put those rules directly in the page. Handy, but when you do this, you end up copying and pasting that text around in various places versus having that style block up at the top that kind of anchors and has this reusable content that will be applied in other places. Now, you can put comments inside that style section with the /* and */ syntax. Okay, so anything inside of that is a comment. Additionally, you can also move those styles out into .css files. By doing this, it puts it into a file where it can be reused across many web pages. So, we're going to create styles.css. So let me copy this. I'm going to go back over here to Visual Studio Code. And inside my work folder here, I'm just going to create a new file, style CSS, and I'll paste in that content. And then we're going to link it into the HTML head with this link element. So I'll go up here and I'll just add it. Oops. Add that right here. So link, we're going to reference and use content from another file. Its relationship is a style sheet, and it's called style CSS. So if I save all these files, I should get, when we look up here, there's the style CSS that it's bringing in and including. All right. So you'll then see folks use classes for reusable patterns. So they'll do things like adding and defining, here's a card, right? So that you have those little cards of data that appear and organized nicely around the around your page. So you might have different articles on the page, and you're going to call that a card with some formatting on it. And H2, and we'll highlight. So, working with forms and input elements, we talked about those a little bit and showed that. Yep, you can walk through this. Yes. Okay. So, we know what the big idea was. We set and we worked with the H1. We're eventually going to add list items, and the browser is going to show them. We're going to do that dynamically using Blazor. We're going to change the source of our images to format them and place them, place additional images around the site. And we're going to create some Blazor components that grow our website for us. And then we're going to write some C# code that allows us to handle button clicks, the form content that's uploaded, photos, and place and interact with them appropriately. That's our basics of HTML. We're going to see more of how these pieces fit together throughout the day. Thank you so much for the follow. There's a question from C# Titan. Is it good to use Visual Studio Code for web development, or is it better to use Visual Studio? I'm using Visual Studio Code because it's a smaller download, easier for folks to get their hands on that might be new to development. So just letting them get started. Where full Visual Studio is that full integrated development experience when you need to get in and do performance testing and debugging, unit testing, and further inspection of things. What we're doing is really simple design, layout, formatting, and the text editor that we have in Visual Studio Code is enough for that experience. So thanks for the question. Yeah, there's other tools out there that are great for this. Some folks might be working in Notepad or Vim or Emacs, and those are great too. They're text editors that are going to help you out. You can get formatting happening in them, but for this, Visual Studio Code is the world's most popular code editor, and it's real easy for us to get in and get started. We're going to get in and talk about Blazor fundamentals in just a second. Let me head back to my main screen over here, and we'll talk to chat briefly before we get into our next module. Remy discovered that Copilot is much better than you at design. Well, so when you use Copilot or Codex or Claude, they're referencing and looking at all kinds of design and influence that folks have written out on the web, and it's taking that content and kind of cobbling together a response for you based on those concepts. So it's not that tool is better at it. It's that tool has seen all these other examples and is giving you a suggestion based on those other examples. So, and yeah, Space Shot's right. Visual Studio Code is a matter of preference. So, you expand your network. This is off topic for today. I'm not going to get into this. I appreciate the question, but that's not what we're doing today. I'm not going full AMA today. Many of my other streams, full Ask Me Anything, but I'm sorry, not right now. Remy prefers full Visual Studio, but loves Visual Studio Code for the SSH extension, which is a nice for a remote web server. Sure, right? Just having a terminal there lets you run SSH as well, and it's really easy. You cloned the GitHub repo, but there was no dub root folder, so I see no code to follow. What step did I miss? We'll get there. There should be code to follow in Module 3. The checkpoints. Yeah, there's code down here we're going to get into. Yeah. So, Module 2 doesn't have a dub root folder. It's just HTML and Markdown. The README Markdown. And the HTML doesn't, I didn't put the style sheet next to it. So you didn't miss anything. We're going to be going into Module 3 here in a second, and everything should work well from there. Now, if you do need to download, if you do want to download the content, I showed you where the repository is. I'll grab that URL and share it again. It'll pop up every now and again in chat. This is the Get Started Web Workshop. You can download all the code here. Click on this green code button. If you have Git installed and you know how to use it, you can Git clone and all the things right there. For other folks that aren't familiar with that, and you will be familiar with it by the time I'm done with you later today, you can just download the zip file by clicking here, and it'll bring down a compressed file that has all the content in it that you can work with. All right. Before I get into Module 2, right? So, I'm sorry, Module 3, Blazor Fundamentals. And I'm going to click and we're going to jump in over here. I'm going to take a lunch hour after this module. Not even a lunch hour. I'm going to take a short lunch break. And even then, lunch break is kind of overstating it. But I encourage you out there, call DoorDash, call Uber Eats, what have you, and run down to the kitchen and take a take a couple minutes and get something to eat, absolutely. I'm going to keep going here because when I get done this, I'm going on holiday. We're right before a holiday weekend here in the States, and Mrs. C Sharp, Fritz, and I, we're taking off on holiday tomorrow morning. So I finish up here. We're going to have a nice dinner and get some things packed up, and then we take off on holiday tomorrow morning, Mrs. C Sharp, Fritz, and I. And we're going to be going on a little bit of a road trip and going on a couple tours and camping a little bit. It's going to be a fun week next week. The week after next week is Microsoft Build. I'll be off at Microsoft Build for the week. And there is a presentation that I am delivering at Build. I might come back on Friday that week. Like, I fly home Thursday. I might be on Friday and do a stream on Friday. We'll see if we can sneak one in. So, thank you, the Dude Bowls. I was invited literally last minute to do a presentation at Build, and I'm really looking forward to it because it's something I get to talk about something that's very close to me. So, well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah, the road trip, the holiday next week is going to be a lot of fun. We're really looking forward to it. So, let me do this. I want to make sure that I call out and reference our sponsors, the folks that are making things available, send out all kinds of notifications and invites for today's event. Yeah, let me make sure that I reference those kind folks that are right over here. They've sent out and done all kinds of invites and newsletter entries, social media posts, and big thanks to the folks at Meshius, Particular Software, DevArt, Pact Publishing, Progress Software, Clear Measure, Iron Software, and Growth Acceleration Partners. Huge thanks to all those folks for their support, getting the word out about this workshop today. We're going to be talking about Blazor in just a minute. All of these folks have expertise in working with the Blazor framework, working with .NET, and they can help you with solutions, whether it's Packet with training materials, DevArt helping you maintain your Blazor applications, the folks at Growth Acceleration Partners getting older applications into the modern Blazor toolset. Iron Software makes components and tools that work with Blazor. Progress makes components for Blazor and all kinds of other user interface materials. Clear Measure is a fantastic consulting group that'll help manage your Blazor applications. Meshius also makes some great components that help you build reporting and user interfaces and that Excel spreadsheet like user interface. Meshius does a phenomenal job with that in their toolkit. So huge thanks to them. You're using MudBlazor? That's okay. These folks have commercial offerings. If you need that support and you are going to get top flight commercial support, these folks, Meshius, Progress, Iron Software, they all make components that are going to help you with user interface, styling, layout, various features that have that commercial support system, right? If you're comfortable using an open source framework, go for it. They're great. They do very cool things. But there are folks that do want to make sure that they have full support from a paid license, and that stuff that's getting released regularly, getting somebody on the help phone, and you get that with all of these companies that make components. I also want to call out that these folks are also providing some prizes. Look at that. We've got a couple of big Amazon gift cards that are being gifted here. We've got some licenses to .Connect from the folks at DevArt. Particular Software is giving away a couple of Dome Train courses about how to get started using Service Bus and Service Bus with particular software on Dome Train. You're going to get the 5 Pillars book from Clear Measure. They're going to be giving that away. Iron Software is giving away a voucher for some merch from their store. You can also use it to buy some of their components, I believe. Really great stuff. That's all available. Fill out the form. There's a link to it that's been going by there in chat. Click through to that form, and you can have a chance to win some of these prizes that we will be raffling off a little bit later today. There's the URL. Let me grab that and share it in one more time there for you. So fill out the form to let them know that you've been watching the stream, and you could win a gift card, courses, licenses, some swag, some books, all from our friends that have been helping promote today's event. All right. I thought I had, 1 second. Transition override. We're going to do, let's do move. Yeah. There we go. And I can do this one. Yeah. And whoop, there we go. That's what I wanted. Yeah. All right. Let me catch up with chat one more time right over here. So, you don't see a sponsorship from the real important Blazor contributor, Cobol Networking. Oh, man. Really? You're going to give me a Cobol joke? All right. I think we can dive in and get into some Blazor fundamentals. Now, all of these modules are intended to give you a jumping off point. We're going to go through and do enough in these modules to get you some idea of how to use these technologies and not necessarily make you an expert. We're going to get you in, get you a taste of how these things work, and then you can take that step off and go learn more about them if there's something that interests you. So, you remember a retail point of service that used COBOL.net? Oh yeah, they tried to make that a thing. So let's get into it. Let's start talking about Blazor and build our first Blazor application that's going to manage our little collection website. All right. The coffee is flowing. I'm almost through my first coffee, and then I've got some other drinks available to me here. No adult drinks here. What kind of a place do you keep stocked here, Fritz? I tell you. Yeah. Moving on. Let's head back over to the code. It did flag you. Yes. That's okay. We got it. So let's talk a little bit about Blazor. Blazor is a user interface framework, and I don't think I actually linked what Blazor is here. I didn't. Blazor is a user interface framework that's been available for about 5 years now, that ships as part of .NET. It uses a markup format called Razor, right? Razor runs in the browser, and it's called Blazor, mixing those together. And that's where the name Blazor comes from. In this case, we're going to use, I believe we're using, right, we're using SSR. Yeah. So we're going to use server-side rendered content. There's no interactivity here. We're using the simplest form of Blazor that's available. There's several different interactive forms. You can have it run interactively on the server, interactively on the browser, or you can have it just run as server-side rendered. When it runs server-side rendered, it actually runs really fast. A number of my websites are actually Blazor server-side rendered, and folks don't know it. They think it's running as React or some other UI framework. Blazor is pretty good It has C# capabilities that make it easy to wire up and interact with the entire .NET ecosystem. So let's start building a new project called My Collection, and we'll start to inspect and navigate and work around that. So I'm going to go back into Visual Studio Code here. I'm going to take that work folder, and I'm just going to delete the 2 files that are in it for right now. How you doing there? Is it Sliptipski? Thank you so much. Blazor SSR, Blazor server-side rendered, is the best kept secret. It's really, really good. So I'm going to open my console here just a little bit, clear that out, and I'm going to create my first application with Blazor by using this command. So .NET new Blazor. So we're going to create a new application using the Blazor template. -n says we're going to name it My Collection. And when I execute that, it's slipped Psyche. Okay. Seeing the capitalization there appropriately, that makes sense. I totally get it. So there we go. Now I have, and I'll open up down here. So now inside my work folder, you see I have My Collection. So, and inside that, now I have a components folder, a bin, an obj folder, properties, dub root, some app settings, a CS proj folder, and a program. So if we head down into here, right there, I'm inside that My Collection folder. Well, we can actually run this, and we'll come back and look at what was created and actually pull that apart a little bit. My dog's in the bathroom next to me. So let's .NET run this. And what this is going to do is it's going to compile the code that's down there. Now, compile is just a computer folks term that means we're going to take the code that's written and turn it into something the machine understands, right? It's a little application that the compiler is, that just looks at the code that was written and turns it into machine recognized language. And the run command not only compiles it, but it actually starts it up. So it's kind of a 2-for-1. Don't just compile this, but also run it. And it's coming back with some log messages here that say, hey, I'm running and I'm listening on this address, localhost 5281. And I'll hold down Control and click on that. And it should have opened somewhere. There it is. And now it's at localhost 5281. And I've got this initial base website that it created for me that, for those of you that are familiar with web frameworks and style, this is using the Bootstrap layout. Ads are kicking in right now on Twitch. There we go. If you're watching on YouTube, no ads. And if you're watching the recording, no ads. So there's a label here in the corner, and we have this little nav bar, and you can see I even get this hover over effect that happens. There's an about page up here that links out to more information about the framework that we're using. ASP.NET is the .NET web framework that Blazor sits on top of. We've got a counter page here. I can click that and it increments a counter. And I've also got a weather page here that generates some fake weather reports. Like, okay, that's fine. It's just a random fake weather report that is there for the point of showing that this works. If we go back over to the page, to Visual Studio Code, we can see a little bit more of these things that it created. And the first thing that I've got to show you, and I'm going to try and skip through this a little bit because it's a little bit more complex than I want to get into. But I want you to see the program CS file. This is a file that's written in the C# language, and we've got a C# module coming up next, that has instructions about how to start up and configure the web server. How do you configure and run the website? And there's information in here about exactly how to run these and set up so that it's running with Razor components. and it has static assets like images and fonts and style sheets that it's going to serve. So this information we don't need to know for right now. You can dive in and learn more about what these things do and what other things you can put in here to help configure the website. But if I go up here to components, you see here this references the app. Well, app.razor, this looks like that index.html page that I wrote, right? Razor is a formatting language that sits on top of HTML. So we've got HTML-like things that it's placed here. Our doc type, HTML head, meta tags, something called a base tag, links. We saw how to link a style sheet. Well, this one has a bunch of style sheets in here. And then there's a body. And there's some other things in here that are in this green kind of stylized text here. What are those? These are Blazor components that provide other functionality and inject it there when this page is requested. So there's reconnect modal that is sitting out here. There's reconnect modal. So this is referencing and saying, hey, the content of reconnect modal should be injected right here. So if we click into reconnect modal, there looks like regular HTML, and it is, and it's formatted and it's out there so we can reuse it. So this is the concept now of being able to reuse layout components, right? We're gonna want a reconnect component that appears on many different pages. So by placing it out here, it can be accessed and reused in multiple places. All we have to do is reference that tag that has the name of that component when we want to place it. We'll see more of that in a second. Routes here is a reference to routes.razor, and this controls what's called the router of the application. The router is what takes those addresses, like the one you see above me. If you're on YouTube, right, it says youtube.com/ if you're on the front of my my page on YouTube, it's youtube.com/C#Fritz. If you're watching me on Twitch, it says twitch.tv/C#Fritz up there at the top of the browser. Well, that location, that /C#Fritz, that's not actually a place that is in a file somewhere. That's a reference that's being routed. It's being captured. There's a computer routine that looks at that and says, oh, you mean this page, and it goes and turns that into formatted content to present my channel on YouTube or Twitch. It's a little bit different story when you're watching on LinkedIn. I'm not going to get too far into that one right now. The router, we don't need to tinker with this, but the router is saying if you find a page that somebody requested, then go ahead and present that page, route the user to that page. We're going to use the main layout on this, and we're going to move the focus. We're going to move the person's cursor to the H1, right? We saw what an H1 is. It's that main heading. This is a little accessibility thing that makes sure that that H1 element is right at the top of the browser so that when folks navigate, it appears right at the top, and it sets up other browsers so they know here's the starting point, right? Other accessibility browsers for folks that might not be able to see the content, right? So I mentioned main layout. Main layout is sitting right here, main layout.razor. It's inside the layout folder. And don't worry about this inherits bit right now. For those that are familiar, this is basically saying this is a layout page. This contains other pages. And you see it's doing the top of the page that was presented over here. So my collection, and then there's this gray area and the about. So there's this nav menu that it's referencing, and then there's the about. And then below the about, there's a body. Now, nav menu, you see it's in that same green stylized text. Nav menu is over here. See how we're reusing things? The nav menu has that my collection element up at the top, right there. And below that, there's a checkbox that might be displayed. But there we see there's the home page, there's the counter, there's the weather that come down the side here. So these are what are called nav links. Nav link is a little bit like an anchor that we saw, but has a little bit extra functionality that I'm not going to dive too far into right now. All right, so that's a nav menu. We saw main layout, but really we need to start at the home page, right? So the home page has this page title, and then it says, "Hello World, welcome to your new app." So, "Hello World, welcome to your new app," right? There it is, H1, and then some content. That's right. A nav link is like an A tag. It's a little bit different. It's got some extra functionality, but it's kind of like an A tag. You can use it the same way as an A tag. There we go. So, where it has an href, and you see it's pointing to counter and weather. Well, page title is a way for us to say on this page, right? Notice we don't have any other HTML. This content is going to be painted right there where this thing says body. So our layout has this at body syntax that says, here's where you're going to place the content from any Razor page that folks navigate to. And home is a .razor file that is, as we can see at the top, it is a page. Now, I'm getting a type ahead hint here that this is a template, and it's slash. Slash is the way that we tell the web browser this is the default page that people navigate to. So if we look here, I don't have anything after my web server name, localhost 5281, and it's this page. If we look at the counter page, there we go, at page / counter. When I click on counter, I'm at / counter, and I get page title counter. There it is right there. There's my H1 for counter, and then I have a paragraph that says current count. There it is, current count. Now, in my Razor file here, it says at current count. Now we're going to start writing a little bit of code here. At current count is in this code block where we've got a little bit of C# code. And we see that it's an integer that has a value of 0. So current count is defined as 0. So it's 0. And then I have a button. We saw how to have buttons. This has a class of BTN, and it's also got space BTN / primary. So this is actually assigning 2 classes to the button. We assign multiple classes by separating them with a space. And it also has this on-click thing here. This attribute is prefixed with an @ sign. @ sign on click says, I've got some C# code that we're going to execute when this button is clicked. And it's called increment count. And see, Visual Studio Code is helping me. I double click to highlight increment count, and it's also showing me where that is down here. So this button that says click me, inside of it, there it is, click me. When I click it, it's going to call increment count. And increment count takes that current count variable, right, that's set right here, and it's going to increment it. Plus plus says add 1 to this. So when I click it, it goes to 1, and so on and so forth. So that's not bad. Okay, I get it. And you can follow along and you can dive into the weather page and see how that's built as well. Now, I showed you how nav menu is this file over here, and it's got these nav links in it. If I and nav menu was referenced in main layout right there. The same thing goes for that counter page. Even though it has an at page up at the top here, I can still reference and put that counter in other places. So if I write counter here, right? Save that and restart my application, it's going to put that counter. And you know what? I'm going to use .NET Watch this time. Right? I mentioned .NET Watch does a little hot reload for us. There it says hot reload initiated. So as I make changes to the page, it's automatically going to update it on screen. So let's, there you go. Right? So now this is a really nice way for us to be able to edit and place content and see exactly how it reflects on my page. This is a demo for our live stream workshop. And if I give that a second so that it saves, it automatically updates and places the content over there. If I remove the counter, right, it removes it immediately. I don't even have to save. It just, because I have autosave wired up and running here, it automatically does it. And I can place multiple counters here. Come on now. Really? You're gonna make me right? I could place multiple of those, and it will place multiple of those. So we're growing and learning very quickly here how to put some structure around things we want to reuse on our page, right? We probably don't want to reuse a bunch of counters on our front page, but we're going to have content that we're going to place later that we are going to reuse. So, and you immediately see how it refreshes. Hammy's Hangout asks, when it comes to developing a Razor application, what's my recommended IDE? Visual Studio Code or Visual Studio Professional? Depends. When I'm doing user interface design and growing, and I'm doing a little bit of this heavy interactive work here, I like Visual Studio Code. However, when I want to debug and do performance measurements and do some further holistic interactions, planning and growing, not just an application, but an application system, I like Visual Studio for that. So you have choices, and if you have a license for Visual Studio, you also have a license for Visual Studio Code. There is a free license for Visual Studio available in the Community Edition, so that will help you out as well. It's like running Node.js npm, making changes auto applies. They call it hot reload. So, and you automatically get that patching. However, unlike npm, this is not interpreting something new. It's rebuilding and patching. So, yes, Visual Studio is not as good for JavaScript. Okay. Catching up here. Good. So that's a little bit of some of this that we can do. And right, we saw styles earlier. I can do some of those style things here. Yeah, style color blue. Sure, put that in there. And it makes the font blue, right? I can do text decoration underline. Thank you, Copilot, for suggesting that. And it puts an underline, right? So this is why I say, if I'm designing and building a site and I want to quickly see how my changes reflect, I can put this into that hot reload mode, and you see it detecting the changes and patching my browser automatically. This only runs in development mode locally when you're developing and working here in the browser. 2 classes. That's right, Sativa. I'm not using WebAssembly in this one, but the question here from Angelo: have I ever faced end user issues running too much WebAssembly code in the browser? Here's the deal: when you do use WebAssembly mode with Blazor, it's shipping to the browser less code than what you downloaded to watch this video. So no, you don't. And I've run into this question several times. When you use WebAssembly with Blazor, it does not push down a significant amount of content. Yeah, folks that are patient enough to wait for Twitch or LinkedIn or YouTube to load and present these videos, you're going to run into similar types of optimization over here. All right. Moving on. Let me see. Catching up on just a couple other comments over here. Let me hit these here. Not a problem, Hammies. Yeah, fantastic. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. And honestly, the tools you use, it's up to you. Uh-oh. Don't anger my chatbot here. The tools, the editors you use, I'm recommending the tools that I use and some of the popular tools that are out there. If you're welcome to choose and try other tools, and you might find that tools from folks at JetBrains or other open source tools, maybe they fit you better. That's great. I want you to be successful and to learn and try out web development and see if that's something that's going to help your career. So, catching up here. Visual Studio has better deployment options than code. Yes, it has a deployment facility built into it to help you publish. Definitely. Sativa comments that the web is criminally lightweight of what you can optimize down to. Yes, sure. Slip Psyche asks, is the workshop appropriate for a near completely coding beginner? Yes. Yes, it is. And I'm absolutely talking and addressing down to that level. And if you follow along, you will see things here that'll help you get pointed and grow and build this collection website together. You use IntelliJ, Eclipse, Visual Studio Code, and Professional. Fantastic. That's a lot of different tools. Terrific. WebAssembly is also almost like sending a classic WinForms app to the client. So folks are talking about WebAssembly here. For those that don't know, WebAssembly is a way for you to ship binary, machine-optimized content to the browser to be operated on. We're seeing HTML here, and that's interpreted in the browser to format and present content. When you have more sophisticated, more complex code that you want to run, you can compile it to what's called WebAssembly. And WebAssembly can be a little bit larger in size, and because it's binary, some folks get a little concerned about being able to execute that live in the browser. However, there's rules around how WebAssembly can run that keep it sandboxed, so it can't reach out of the browser and interact with your computer in ways that you don't want to. But the WebAssembly files are typically very large. Large being more than a megabyte in size. And when we think about how big that photo is that you took of your kids, or you took while you were on vacation, or while you were at the museum, that photo you took is maybe a dozen megabytes in size. When we're shipping things across the web, we want to keep things small and neat and tidy. So 1 megabyte is borderline too big for some folks. But when you look at the amount of content that's used to drive, like I was saying a little bit earlier, to drive video-based websites like YouTube, Twitch, TikTok. There's a lot of code that's being delivered that you're actually pretty okay with, and you're none the wiser in. I would suggest to you, if you share a website that runs WebAssembly to somebody who's non-technical, see what they think. See what they think about the responsiveness of it. You might be surprised. But it is like sending a full application in old school .NET. We had Windows Forms. We still have Windows Forms, and it runs really nice now. But sending a Windows Forms application, a full installed application, to the client, yes. It is. It's kind of like that in sophisticated apps like Figma, where you have a canvas and you're drawing and you're doing very sophisticated design actions and interactions. WebAssembly, a full binary application, works out really nicely with that. Game development is really good with WebAssembly. Yep. C# is great for game development. You can use tools like Godot or Unity to help with that. Consuela Bean says they use WebAssembly because it allows them to switch to a different front end if we choose. Cool. Hey, that's great. How you doing there, Junior Felix? Hello. It runs really nice now. It's the same as I'd recommend you use this as your web platform over others. Web platforms are constantly changing. Constantly changing. Be flexible. Be ready to adapt and change and move. Runs really nice now is... Blazor is the .NET recommended web platform. There's others out there that you can use, but right now Blazor with .NET 10 in 2026 is what we recommend. So, let me head back over to the code. Let's catch back up. I've gone through a bunch of things here. Run the app, understand render modes. So I'm actually not using SSR. We're going to be using interactive server. So this allows you to have interactions happening on the server that are easy to manage and makes it feel live. And then WebAssembly, where it downloads the entire runtime and runs it in the browser. And it does run really nice. It's a different way to think about it, though, because anytime you need to interact with the server, you need to realize it's not on the same machine. You're separated. Learning all the technologies is a good thing if you're looking to get a job in the development world. Yep. So, all the technologies have trade-offs. They all do. It's what do you want to choose to trade off? So, let's make our first component here, and we're going to create this as a page. That's going to be the /collection page. So I'm going to go into the components pages folder right over here. Look at this. We can do it all at the same time here. So components, I'm going to close these up. So here inside of the pages folder, I'm going to right click and say new file. And this will be collection.razor. And let's copy in the content it's suggesting here for us. So this is a page, and it's at /collection. That's the address that it'll answer on. And we're going to run in interactive server mode. So that render mode is saying run this interactively. We're going to put some content on this page to make it interactive and do some cool things for us. We're going to put the title at the top of the browser as My Collection. An H1 that says My Collection, and Welcome to Your Collection app. So I just described what each part means, and we're going to start showing some data on the page. So let's put a status message here underneath where that is. And we'll just insert a little bit of C# code at the bottom. So we add C# code next to our HTML and Razor by using this @code block with a curly brace. And we're going to have a status message here. So this is a string called status message that says ready to add your first item. And we use that C# status message like we saw earlier. @ status message. And Visual Studio Code helps us. When I type @ then look at that. Copilot's already suggesting it. But if I start typing, it gives me options here. And I can tab and complete that. So I get that auto-complete text there. We call that IntelliSense. So what am I using instead of WebAssembly? This is this is using the server. Our code's going to execute on the server, and it's going to pass that code, the rendered content, back and forth using WebSockets. It'll prefer WebSockets, and then it'll step down to other technologies as need be. So, and I finished my coffee. Darn it. All right, fine. There we go. Ooh. All right, so if I save that and I bring up not the counter page, so there was hello world. I'll go to /collection, and there's my page, my collection status, and it's replacing that variable with ready to add your first item. Ready to add. Thank you, Sean. So we're slowly growing this, right? We're adding content here. So let's continue. Add data binding. So data binding keeps a user interface element and the code value in sync, right? So this element contains that value. So it's data binding and placing that text there. So let's put a text box and some of that content. So let's add this input, and I'll just place that right there, and I'll add, see that it's getting grumpy because it doesn't have that new item name there. Now, oops, I cut off the angle bracket there. There we go. And I've got an extra curly brace. Get rid of that. Boop. So now I have a text box, right? Input. By default, if you don't provide the type, it's a text box. And it's going to @bind. So whatever is in this is what it's going to place down here. Is what it's going to place inside that text box. And it has a placeholder that says enter an item name, and there's a preview there. So if we just refresh this, I did a Control R while I was in this terminal down here. It's going to restart and reconnect me here with this little, right, that's the modal dialog. There it is. So it says first item, and the preview says first item. So if I change that out, and I type, if I type, this is my Phillies hat, there, it's my Phillies hat, right? And it does this data binding where whatever's in the text box gets copied into the variable name and then is displayed anywhere else we reference it, right? So if I change this to, right? Because I have hats, my Overwatch hat, when I tab out, it becomes, and it receives and processes that value. So that's a little bit of what data binding is. We can now also handle button clicks so that we can begin to do things with those values that we have in the text box. So here we go. I'm going to have that text box. Let's add a button that says we're going to add an item. Okay. I'll get rid of the preview. I'm going to move the status message. I'm just going to move that down there. All right. And beneath the status message, let's add an unordered list. And we're going to start to put together a collection of items here. So let's copy this code in. And I'm going to clear out the new item name here. All right. There's a lot going on here. So let's talk about this. There we go. All right. So we have an input that has a button, and that button appears right next to it because by default, things appear horizontally next to each other until the browser is too small to show them right next to each other. So I've got my button next to it, and it has this @onClick, and I showed you in the counter, @onClick says, hey, there's some .NET code here to execute called addItem, and this is called a method called addItem, and it returns void. It returns nothing. So addItem is a method. It's got the parentheses next to it, and what we're going to do is we're going to check to see if new item name actually has a value. If it's null or white space, don't do anything. Otherwise, we're going to add it to this collection of items. We're going to update our status message, and we're going to reset the item name. Here, I've got this unordered list, and for each item in that item's collection, we're going to output a list item with that text. So, if I say Overwatch hat, it added Overwatch hat, right? Let me get rid of that status. That looks a little bit better. So now, let's say, well, I've got my Phillies hat, right? And I can add what have you, right? I'm looking. Oh, I wore the Flash hat the other day. There you go. And it slowly grows and builds out there. So these are putting those items into this list, this collection, right? Because it's a collection of strings, and we'll talk about list in a little bit here. It adds it to that list, it sets that status message, and then updates the page. Dukasoft with a question here about bind versus bind dash value. So up here, when you say @bind, that doesn't just connect the value of the new item name to that variable down here on line 22. Okay, it also connects an event. It also connects an on-change event, so that when I do leave that text box, thank you so much for the follow, it triggers a change and then actually copies that value around. And when you separate and use bind dash value, it doesn't connect the event. It only connects that value, and it expects that you're doing the event connection and you're handling that event processing somewhere else. So it's a question of bind gives you a whole bunch of things that it all connects up at once to give you that good default processing, and bind value just connects the value. So that's a good question. Thank you for asking. Yeah. All right. So I've got a little collection that I'm building out here, but this is all just kind of sitting here in memory and processing and showing that. And yep, .NET Watch Hot Reload, I showed that, and we're going to get into some C# concepts next. But before we go there, we're at the end of another module. See this? Look, it's almost like I've got this planned out. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. Really appreciate you joining. And am I going too fast? Am I getting? Are there things that I should be covering that I'm not covering? Let me know. Of course, the map is running. You can see the map at map.csharpfritz.com. We've got 65 friends, viewers that are on the map. Let me go and we can show that again. Right over there. 65 folks on the map. That's an all-time record number of folks on our map. How you doing there, Palais GG and Keys FTW? Welcome. If you say hello, if you give us a greeting and tell us where you're from, as accurate or as inaccurate as you like Walter did just there, saying that he's watching from Knoxville, Tennessee, and we'll drop a pin for you right there. And you can see folks all kinds of places. Rossum is here. How you doing in Colorado Springs? Sean's in Tulsa, Oklahoma. There we go. Dropping a pin for Tulsa and Colorado Springs over there. There we go. D.D. Walsh. How you doing, my friend? Thank you. Dude. Stop the press for a second. We gotta... please, friends out there, huge thanks to our friend... She's over on this side is where the chat is. Big thanks to our friend D.D. Walsh, who has done a bunch of work to help organize and pull together sponsors and some of the content for today's event. Thank you so much to her for helping get the word out, getting some folks organized, placing some pins on the map there. Absolutely. You can see DD's right there. Right there on the edge of potato country in Idaho. How you doing there? Gabriel's here in Brazil. We'll zoom down on Gabriel there. Of course, you can get to the map. You can take a look. We've got 73 folks on the map. You can be as accurate or as inaccurate as you'd like. Give us a little bit of a greeting and tell us where you'd like to place a pin. And see, I bet that's Chuck. Yeah, Chuck placing a hat pin just in the middle of the ocean. Thanks so much. So huge thanks to Dee Dee and her help. You can pivot around there. Walter, thank you so much.
Walter just resubscribed for 75 months.
75 months. Keys is in Atlantis. I don't think you're actually in Atlantis, but Max is here in Germany. How you doing, Max? There you go. It just right. I think I just picked there near Berlin as a location to place when folks say just a country name. Let's go find one of the largest cities and place it there. You think Sugar City would have lots of donuts? They don't have a Dunkin' there in Sugar City? Oh, you'd think Sugar City would be near New Orleans too. So, bunch of folks tuned in, watching from Europe. Thank you so much. A couple of folks in Africa tuned in. We got a couple folks in India. Thanks so much. Krispy Kreme is better than Dunkin'. I have to be gluten-free. I'm one of those people, so I don't have donuts anymore. That's not going to get you banned. If you go to the map, there's also a little game controller button down here. If you click that, we've got a couple of little location-based games here. C# Titan is the most isolated away from everyone else. He's in Melbourne, about 8,000 miles away from the closest next person. We've got the most folks, densest region in the UK. I've got to fix that counter. C# Titan is the furthest from me in Melbourne. 6 of 7 continents are covered. In our latest territory, we got some folks in Deutschland, out there in Germany. Thank you so much. You lived in Heidelberg. Oh, that is a beautiful city, yes. So this is our little map, and there's actually a gateway into the journey for the alternate reality game and interactive novel that I've been building that you can find on this map. It actually starts right there near Cardiff, Wales, and if you follow this line, it opens up a terminal and things happen. Check it out. If you're interested in puzzles and a little bit of an interactive novel, there's stuff going on here that you can tinker with, you can discover. Let me know if you enjoy what you find over there. I want to make sure that I comment and have a big thank you to our sponsors. I mentioned them on our last break. Huge thanks to these 8 organizations. Like I said, they helped get the word out, and they've provided some raffles for later on today. Growth Acceleration partners with a 250 Amazon gift card. Same with the folks from Progress and Meshius. You have your choice from Packet of a gift card or a collection of Packet web developer books. So you've got some licenses, some books, and some merch that you can get when we have our raffle a little bit later today. Huge thanks to our partner organizations that helped bring things together for today's event. So, I should run an ad. I should run a commercial so that I can stretch my legs. We've got a couple of really good messages I want to make sure that we get to and we share. Let's start with our friends at Meshius, who asked me to record some words for them about their products and stuff that you can learn about them. So here we go, some words about Meshius. Building modern web applications takes more than just writing code. Today's enterprise apps need responsive interfaces, real-time data interaction, scalable performance, and polished user experiences across every device. For developers working with ASP.NET Core, MVC, and Blazor, this can quickly become time-consuming to build and maintain. That's why teams use Component One from Meshius USA. Component One provides a powerful suite of enterprise-ready UI controls built specifically for modern .NET development, helping developers reduce their development time while delivering fast, professional web applications. And at the heart of Component One is FlexGrid, a high-performance data grid designed for demanding business applications. FlexGrid handles large data sets efficiently with built-in virtualization and optimized rendering, giving users smooth scrolling and responsive interaction even with complex data. Developers can quickly implement features such as editing and validation, filtering and grouping, Excel-style interactions, and custom cell templates. FlexGrid is especially valuable for line of business applications where users spend most of their time working with data. And because it integrates directly with ASP.NET Core and Blazor projects, developers can interact and connect with APIs, databases, and real-time services without having to build custom grid functionality from scratch. This means that you get to have a faster development experience and a better end user experience. Our data is only useful when users can understand it quickly. That's why with FlexChart, developers can create interactive dashboards using more than 80 different chart types that are designed for enterprise applications. Whether it's financial reporting, operational monitoring, or analytics portals, FlexChart makes it easy to build responsive visualizations with features like interactive tooltips, zooming and panning, real-time data updates, and flexible styling options are all within your grasp. Because FlexChart works so seamlessly with Blazor and ASP.NET Core, your developers can stay entirely within the .NET ecosystem while building modern dashboard experiences. This means you're going to spend less time on integration work and more time focused on application functionality. Enterprise applications often rely on reporting and document delivery alongside dashboards and data grids. With FlexReport and FlexViewer, developers can add complete reporting functionality directly into ASP.NET Core and Blazor applications. FlexReport makes it easy to generate business reports with features like data binding, grouping and summaries, and exporting to popular formats, like PDF, right? And with FlexViewer, users can view reports and PDFs directly in the application with built-in navigation, search, zooming, and printing. Together, they help development teams deliver professional reporting experiences without needing separate reporting platforms or custom document viewers. Component One is designed specifically for modern Microsoft development platforms. Whether you're building with ASP.NET Core MVC, Blazor Server, Blazor WebAssembly, or the latest versions of .NET. Component One delivers production-ready controls optimized for enterprise performance. Your developers will benefit from responsive layouts, reusable APIs, accessibility support, and flexible theming, all backed by decades of UI development experience from the folks at Meshius. That means teams can spend less time building foundational interface components and more time delivering business value. From high-performance data grids to advanced dashboards and interactive diagramming tools, Component One gives developers the tools they need to build modern enterprise web applications faster. With enterprise-grade support, powerful ASP.NET Core, and Blazor controls, along with a mature UI platform trusted by development teams worldwide, Meshius helps developers create better applications with less effort. So, what are you waiting for? Let's start your free trial today, right here. It's right over there. developer.meshius.com/component1. There's a link in the video just below. Go check that out. Oh, man. Big thanks to the folks at Meshius. Their components really are nice. Their reporting tools are so good. Hey, Frank's here. Hey, welcome in, Frank. Thanks so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. It's great to have you here joining us. If you're not familiar, on Twitch we have this idea of raiding, and it's a way to connect one stream channel to the next. Thank you so much. That's our friend Frank Boucher. Appreciate the raid. How you doing there, friend? Migrating from Nest.js to .NET seems much stronger. Well, thank you, .NET. We work hard on that. How you doing? Rosumber, hello, good day to you. Welcome. I've been adjusting and tinkering with my microphone height here. We are in and we are working on the web development workshop for beginners. Our map is running here, and you can see Charlie's mentioning it here. Charlie's my chatbot. It originally was an acronym, but Charlie took on a life of his own. There we have a map out there that folks have been sharing the location. Yes, that map is out there. I'm not focusing on that one right now, but if you mention your location, we'll drop a pin on the map for you. We've got 76 viewers on the map so far today, all over the world. Huge thanks to all of you out there that are participating in today's stream, in today's workshop, and those that are watching live on the map. Thank you so much. And you can share as little or as much as you'd like. And there you go. The other map is out at streamermap.live. You can see that. So I have the quotes turned off for right now, McNuts. So, hey, Frank, what were you working on over there on your channel? Let us know. And big shout out to our friend Frank Boucher. Yeah, there we go. Fantastic. So, originally CB for CloudBot. Yeah, they are. Names are hard, right? So, how you doing there? Neil is here from Durban. Hello. So, working on a 2D6 dungeon in Blazor. Oh, okay. So we're just showing folks getting started with Blazor and building their first form, and we're gonna use it to manage items in our collection. How you doing, Neurosmith? And there we go, Casablanca. And we're going to show how to do some file upload and some other things, simple interactions to get folks started. And going a little bit deeper in building a game is great stuff. That is really great stuff. Elena, how you doing there? The exclamation map is actually, so there's a version of this that I'm making available to everybody, and placed a pin on that map. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. 79 folks on this map over here for this one. Christian Cordova, welcome in Chile. See, now I've almost got to like merge the two. Moving on. We're about to get into our next module in this workshop. All the source code for the workshop that I'm teaching here, it's live for people that are for those of you that are watching live. You can ask questions, you can interact. There's a link to the next module that we're getting into. Module 4 is going to be talking about some very basics of C#, and we're going to talk through and do some very simple operations so we can define and create some items in whatever hobby collection you might have that we're going to store and be able to show off on a website. So, no diff getting pinned in Edmonton. Yeah, Edmonton, Alberta. Absolutely. That's great to see. Thank you. I've got a little bit of liquid to keep my whistle wet here as we're going along. All right. Let's dive in a little bit and start talking about the next pieces we're going to build, how we're going to learn a little bit of C# and extend that initial form that we built on our Blazor application. So let's head back over to the code and dive in. So, and a reminder again, if you have a question and you type it into chat on YouTube or Twitch, put a question mark at the end, and it will pop up in my question queue that I can be sure to go back to and answer your question here live on the workshop. So, Module 4, Basics of C#. So we created the My Collection Blazor app with the simple just collection page. We're going to build on that and add and organize and add some more C#, just like a real application. This is a real application, but like something a little bit more sophisticated. We're going to create a separate program called a class library. Class library is a place that we can place reusable code that we can use between multiple programs. So we're going to create a little class library called mycollection.models. And we're going to use that to hold the collection item object that we're going to be working with, and any other helper classes or objects that we may need later. Ludoplex with a question here. Let me stop and answer this. C# only web apps with Blazor. So I'm not quite sure the question here, but I'll try and cover the topic. When you're building with Blazor, you use the C# programming language. You can use Visual Basic and F# as well to build components that can be used in Blazor. You can use C#, F#, and Visual Basic, the three primary .NET languages, to build web applications using other frameworks that sit on top of ASP.NET Core. That's the name of our web stack that we have around .NET. However, the primary language that folks use for .NET is C#. Overwhelmingly, the primary language folks use is C#. So I hope I answered your question. Let me know. Happy to follow up and clarify as need be. That's right. Viewtiful Def says, let's get some data. I agree. So let's use the command line, and we're going to create a class library project by executing .NET new class lib. All right. So yeah, here we go. So here's the actual command we're going to do. We've already got the Module 3 app, and it already looks like this, is where we left off. So let's create a class library, and I'm going to stop the application that we had running. Let's make the console a little bit bigger here. So here I am in the My Collection folder. I'll just jump up one just my collection here. So I'm going to execute this .NET new class lib. That's not it. There we go. .NET new. Oops, it's behind me. Clear that. Try this again. .NET. Can we get rid of that thing up top there? Can we get rid of that? Right? The Spotify deal. You done there? Fine. Goodbye. .NET new class lib -n my collection model. So we're creating a new class library named my collection .models, and this is going to allocate another folder that has that living there. Is that where you get your books? No. So let me put these two. I don't think I talk about solutions in this. Yeah, let's put these in the same solution so that folks that want to open this group of projects together can do that. So I'm going to do .NET new solution, SLN, and this creates a solution file here. I don't like the name of that. Try that again. So .NET new solution, I'm going to name this my collection. And now it's named my collection. I'm going to add files to the solution file by doing .NET SLN add my collection. And I'm going to do the exact same thing, .models. Now, if we were to open this inside of, open the solution inside of Visual Studio, it will have all of these projects right next to each other. Good. Next, now that I have the solution file, and we have that class library, we're going to create a project reference. So let's do that by dropping into the My Collection folder. And I'm just tabbing to complete those names, right? And I'm going to execute this .NET add reference. So you see me typing here, .NET add reference. And I'm going to go up one, backslash, and I'm just going to type my and hit the tab key, and it completes my collection. I'll hit tab again, and it completes my collection .models right there. I'll press enter, and it's created this reference. Now, a reference is a way that says this web project, my collection, can use the contents of the program in my collection.models. So it's a reference. It's saying you're allowed to use and get content out of that other program. And that other program, that class library, it's a library. It can be reused. You may have seen DLLs on your computer that are being used in the Windows folder, right? And if you're on Mac or Linux, you've got DLLs there too. But this is a way for us to share that reusable content. There's a question there in chat from Ludoplex. Let me go to that before I go any further. Is the stack Microsoft SQL Server, ASP, HTML, C#, kind of like Microsoft's version of LAMP? Microsoft's LAMP is an open source stack that refers to Linux, Apache, MongoDB. No. Mongo? Linux, Apache. I forget what the M is. And is it? Yeah, MySQL and PHP. That's the one. Wrong database. That's it. And right, that's a clear collection of operating system, web server, database, and web framework. In the I don't even want to say in the Microsoft stack, because .NET isn't Microsoft. It happens to be made by Microsoft, but it's managed by an independent foundation. The preferred database that folks use is Microsoft SQL. You don't have see in the .NET ecosystem. There's a web framework, ASP.NET, and there's a native UI framework for Windows called WinForms, and another one called WPF that's graphically accelerated for Windows. And then we have our user interface framework and tools for mobile devices called MAUI. So there's different tools across the stack, and you code C# for all of them. So PHP doesn't really have this breadth of a stack where you could write different programming languages that work with PHP. PHP is PHP, right? But JavaScript has different web servers you could use, but you have to program with JavaScript. In ASP.NET Core, it's a framework that allows you to bring different programming languages, allows you to run different web servers, and it orchestrates and runs everything. Microsoft SQL Server Database is the preferred database that you'll see .NET folks use. ASP.NET Core is the web framework, but you'll see folks use different user interface frameworks on top of that. Blazor is one of them. MVC is another, and MVC is very much like Ruby on Rails, right? That controller model view controller architecture. You'll also see folks use something called Razor Pages. You'll see folks use things called minimal APIs, and we're going to build one or two of them today. And they build these with C#, Visual Basic, F#. So lots of flexibility. So there isn't a clear stack that we have in the .NET world. So, yeah, I think I hope I answered that question. Let me know if there's any follow-up we need there. Yes, Timex, that's right. Linux has .so files that are the same as DLLs. But if you've installed and you've run the .NET SDK on Linux, you've got DLLs over there too. We call them DLLs anyway. So, all right, moving on. So we've added a class library to this, and yeah, we'll prepare for the later modules, and we're going to add this package. So just as you can add package references to your, right, you can use pair to add package references to PHP, right? You can add I'm forgetting the Python. You can use pip to add packages to Python, npm to add packages to your JavaScript applications. We have packages called NuGet packages that you can add to your .NET projects. Yeah, we'll add this. So .NET, we added a reference. We can also add packages by saying .NET add package. And in this case, we're going to add Microsoft Entity Framework SQLite. And that will let us work with the SQLite database later. I'll let that install now. All right. We're going to create a collection item in our class library. So I'm going to copy this. And over here inside of my collection.models, I'm going to delete class 1. Yes, go away. We're going to add a file here. Whatever. It doesn't matter what I call it. No, it does need to be a CS. Try this again. New file. I can type. I type for a living. All right, and I'll just paste in the content. So in our C# files, we organize in our C# applications, we organize our application content into namespaces. Namespaces are just hierarchical groupings of program content. And this one is my collection.models to make it easier to find it. It's in the My Collection Models project, and it's right at the top. I'm going to create a public class. So this is an object, a class that is named collection item, and it's publicly accessible. Anybody that can reference the library is allowed to interact with this. And I've got 4 properties that I'm going to define. They all have public scope. So if you can access the collection item, you can access all of these. They're properties because after the name, and so we have a type, string, date, time, and Boolean. After their names here, we have this curly brace, and then we have these accessors, get and set. So we've defined these properties. The name, description, and date added by default are going to be empty string. Just, there's nothing there. It's just an empty string. Or the date added is today. And we have an is favorite here that is, it doesn't have a default set. However, because it's Boolean, a Boolean by default is false. What's this, Billy Cool? Can you access it in chat? Can you? No, you can't access it in chat. I just gave this the name foo.cs. Visual Studio Code is going to allow me to do a control period on the name of this, and I can rename the file appropriately to collection item CS. So I get that little refactoring that I'm able to do right here in Visual Studio Code. So now I have a collection item, and we talked about the various types. Now, on that collection page, instead of having just here's the name of our object, and we can also add a description, and we can make our collection a collection of collection items, right? That's a little bit more compelling than just here's a name of the things that I have. So I'm going to copy these, and what happens if we do a little bit of this? Yeah. Back over in collection razor, so I'm going to take these 2 lines and replace them. Now, I need to add this using statement at the top. So a using statement says, here's a location, right? I mentioned namespaces, right? So my collection.models. The using statement says in this file, you're allowed to interact with things inside that namespace without having to give it the full name of it. Because this collection item is actually my collection.models.collection item. That's how we navigate and find that in the hierarchy of objects that we have available. So my collection models, and then we're able to refer to collection item. Now, I've got a red squiggly underline there for status message because I already have another one up here. So I'm just going to yank that second one because you can only define variables once in a file. So I've got that defined, and there's a little description. Now we're going to update the add item. So instead of it working with just that new item name, we're actually going to create a collection item and save that. So check it out. Yeah, let's do format document. That's better. So it's inserted this little bit of ghost text here that is telling me the var for this item is actually a collection item, right? So we can define variables inline in our methods by using either the keyword var, or we can be explicit and provide the entire name of that type. So collection item, it kind of looks weird to put it on both sides. So shorthand, we use var, and at compile time, it turns it into collection item, just like it was on the other side. You know, this is a shorthand for our human eyes, not for the computer. This doesn't make it faster or slower to use the keyword var. If I went the other way and I had collection item defined here, I can actually get rid of collection item on that side and just turn this into parentheses, and I get that ghost text from Visual Studio Code saying this is a collection item you've created. I still think that looks weird, but hey. And then we have parentheses here. I'm sorry, curly braces, and we're defining here's assignments for those properties that we defined. So let's scroll up here. We had those properties. Come on now. There we go. Those properties we defined for name, description, date added, and if it's one of your favorites. So we're assigning a value to name, the name of the collection item with the new item name that's on page, a description, and if there is space, then added from the collection. If there isn't anything, added from the collection page, or add in that description. So here's another structure that we should learn about. This is called a ternary. So we're going to do a test. Is the item description null or white space? If it is null, if it is empty, then we're going to put the stub text added from the collection page. Otherwise, assign the description that text. And the date added is today. We'll add that item we just defined to our collection of items here. Change the status message. We're going to say, and this is called interpolation, what we're doing here. You may have seen something like this in JavaScript. If I put a $sign before the quote, I can use curly braces in here, and everything inside the curly braces is C# code. That's kind of tricky. It's very cool, but it's kind of tricky that you can do that. Because otherwise, right, you could do something, and I'll comment that with a /. You could do something like added and kind of glue these together with a plus sign and say item.name. And then I use a semicolon in C# to indicate the end of a line, just like we use in JavaScript and C++, Java as well. Semicolon to indicate the end of a line. So, and that kind of feels weird to folks at first, particularly if you're coming from Python. But this syntax, it works. There's nothing wrong with that syntax. It's a little bit clearer and in the intent when you can put it together and use this interpolation method. And there you go, we're clearing out the name and the description. Now, I don't think we put a description field up here. So we need to add a description field. We also need to add... Yeah. We don't have a description field up top yet. That's okay. So we added the method, scroll down. We can update items after they already exist, right? So we can add a toggle favorite here that takes in a collection item and marks it. If it was a favorite, we're going to flip it. That exclamation point says not it was a favorite. And we'll update the status appropriately. So I'll add that method so we can do that update later when it's appropriate. So, right? Yeah, Shift Alt F. Oh, there we go. How you doing there, Thindoll? Yeah, I am talking a lot, and yes. No, I'm talking a lot to chat. So now I'm going to update the for each up here, right? Because it's just at item. Well, the item is a collection item. So I actually want to reach in and paint information about one of those properties, just the name. So I say item.name, and it will put that name on there. I am talking to chat. That's right, Thindoll. Good to see you. Now, we already saw how we can have these as components. So we probably want to do more than just put the name there, and we probably want to reuse it and make it a little bit easier to isolate and have a standard appearance of our collection item everywhere that we present it inside of our little application here, our little website. So let's create a collection item card component. So up here in components, right? I'm going to click the new file button and not make that mistake again. Collection item card dot razor. And I'll copy this code, place it in there. So now, using statement for the my collection models, and I'm going to generate this HTML, right? HTML above the @ code. And you see everywhere there's an @ sign, we're injecting some .NET code. So we have a card body that has an item name, and our item is right here. It's a collection item, so we'll have our description, we'll have our added on date, and we'll be able to mark if it's a favorite and show that, right? Now, down here, there's this little thing above that property. We saw properties earlier. This is called an attribute, right? Class here, this is an attribute on, come here, is an attribute on the span tag. This is an attribute on this property. And we're telling it that this is a parameter. So just like we have a class on our span, we're adding a parameter called item on our collection item card. And we're making sure that it's available in the editor. So now let's use this on the page. So we're going to replace some of the content and build out the form a little bit here. So let me go back to collection. So up at the top, I'm not going to put that paragraph. I'm going to replace right here. Yeah. I'm going to replace this section right here so that we have our little form item name, the name, there's our description. You can see the description. And then the button to add the item. After that, let's add the status message. There we go. And if there are no items, then we'll put a little marker that says no items yet. And here comes this, look at this if block. This is one of those things that you start to appreciate in Razor. So I could say @if and do some C# test code. So @if there's taking a look at the items collection. If the count is 0, we get to change over to HTML and say no items yet. Else, right? So curly braces wrap these blocks of decision making. We'll have a div, and then we'll put a for each item in the items collection. We're going to output a little div with a collection item card that we just built right here. And this has a parameter called item. So we've made our own tag now where we have item, and it's that item that we just picked out of the collection in that for loop. And then we'll place a button that toggles favorite. And it'll just say remove favorite or mark as favorite appropriately on the button. That's it. Right? Yeah. So let's give it a try now. I need to, yep, I'm in the My Collection inside work. So I'm going to run .NET Watch. I'll wait for that to start. And I see a couple questions. I'll come to them in a second. Here we go. So there's my home page. And I'll go to /collection. And there's the My Collection page. No items yet. Ready to add my first item. Fantastic. So I'm wearing a Phillies hat. So I'll just call this Phillies hat, right? My Philadelphia Phillies. So this is Philadelphia Phillies baseball team hat. And add item, and there it is. I have my little card, and it has a button that says mark as favorite. And if I click it, it gets a little indicator that says favorite, and my button now says remove favorite, and it flips. And that's because of this button right here, right? So at on click, right? We learned about at on click, and it says toggle favorite item. Now it uses this little weird syntax here with the double parentheses and we call it a fat arrow, right? Equals greater than toggle favorite. This is saying that we have a method here that takes an input parameter, right? Toggle favorite down here receives an input parameter. It's going to work on a collection item. And that item that needs to be passed in that we're going to work on needs to be sent using this syntax. So, and of course I can add more items here from my hat collection. So let's add my Overwatch hat. The world could use a few more heroes. And it added the Overwatch hat, and there it is now as a second item. And if I zoom out a bit, right, you can see my cards are there and they're kind of stacked. It is a lambda. That's right, Timex. That's right, Timex Peachtree. Yes, yes, yes. So we're slowly learning how to add new items to our collection, to our page, and interact with them. So we rolled that out a little bit, and we're going to talk about Git and GitHub next. So let me catch up on a couple of chat messages here. Zula Hula asks, you're not vibe coding? Nope. We are coding by hand, and we're learning a little bit, teaching about how to get started with web development, and we are throwing folks into the deep end of the ocean here with a little bit of C#, a little bit of Blazor, a little bit of everything as we get started and do more with web development. So yes. Zula Hula also asked, and let me head over to my main screen here. Did Razor get more adopted in the market? ASP.NET web development adoption has picked up. More folks do it. There are more folks using it. I don't have exact numbers that I can share, but there are more folks doing it. Blazor is certainly getting picked up. There's lots more folks doing that, and vibe coding, LLM techniques that you can use help you with that, and the performance you get out of ASP.NET and Razor is very, very good. So there are more folks that are doing that. Yes. So Razor pages or MVC. Razor pages are a little bit easier to deal with if you don't have multiple views for the same interaction. Like if you're building something that's very page focused, Razor pages work great. MVC is great for forcing the architecture on folks, forcing that separation of model, view, and controller. We're not going to get into MVC as part of this. What you're going to find is MVC is a little bit too much ceremony if you're just wanting to build pages. Like, you have to separate and build 3 files to manage and do those things. You can certainly do that. It works great. I'm a longtime MVC developer, but I'm building a page and I don't really need everything separated out for me. I'm okay with a little bit more model view model approach in my architecture that I get with Blazor. So, good vibes coding. Yeah, we'll have that. Absolutely. Beautiful Death. Love the name, Beautiful Death. That's great. And the lighting's not great. You can see my Lego black roses I've got on the table next to me over here. Suddenly there's a couple folks that went, Blade and Laser. Those were 2 of the players on the Globo Gym Cobra's dodgeball team, weren't they? Do I have that right? Am I remembering the Dodgeball movie properly? Blade and Laser? They were on that. And Blazor, yes! And White Goodman with that, just the teeth. So Membad, how you doing there? Told your friend she was drawing her eyebrows too high. She looked surprised. Oh, Sean. She looked surprised. Nice. I see what you did there. We have about 10 modules we're going through today. The later ones we're going to get through a little bit faster, and they're going to be a little bit more fun for you to see and go through here. Our next module is going to be about Git and GitHub. Before I get to them, of course, I want to thank some of our sponsors that have been helping out promote today's event. These 8 companies did a fantastic job getting the word out, promoting about today's event, and they have some items in a raffle for you that you can check out right here. There's a message that's been going by in chat that will help you get filled out. It'll give you the form. Let me share that. I'll copy it in. Fill out that form, and the folks at these companies will be making a drawing later today, and you'll have a chance to win some of these giveaways. So, very cool stuff. Big thanks to those company. The form is way down at the bottom. It is. Jean Valjean, that's coder 24601 to you. Good to see you there. Jar Sauce Binks, hello. Got them sweet CCNA classes? No. Made it here for Git. That's right. No, the sequin jacket's over there, and I don't wear it as much anymore. I just don't. Zula Hula asks, is Blazor compiling to JavaScript or switch to WebAssembly? Blazor never compiled to JavaScript. And we talked about this briefly a little bit earlier on. Blazor has 2 interactive modes. There's interactive WebAssembly, where Blazor compiles to WebAssembly. It gets registered and launched by a JavaScript launcher in the browser. It also will run, as we're doing here, in interactive server mode, where it all runs on the server, and there's a little bit of not a WebAssembly. There's a WebSocket that is opened in the browser that connects and passes information back and forth between the browser and the server. So you have some flexibility in how you want that interaction to occur. There is also server-side rendering Blazor, so that it will render and run on the server the same way that PHP or Python or even Node.js runs directly on the browser. So TypeScript compiles to JavaScript. That's right, DVS Dean. Yes. TypeScript, just like CoffeeScript, compiles to JavaScript. Blazor compiles to either WebAssembly or binary code that runs on the browser. So, yeah, happy to answer those questions. All right. Yeah, we're going to touch briefly on Git because this is one of those things that I'm kind of surprised that there are developers out there that don't practice good source control habits. Like, source control is for us as developers, as tech folks. I'm not more than just developers. You can do this too if you're in operations. When you were in university, when you were in high school, secondary school, and you were doing your labs for science class, right? You had a notebook, and in my science classes, we had a notebook that had a piece of carbon paper. So every time you wrote your notes on one page, the carbon paper copied through, and you had a copy that was made every time you wrote notes. And you kept the page that you wrote on with ink, and the carbon paper you would tear out and turn that in. So you ended up with 2 copies, right? That backup copy that's instantly made for you from your science notebook, that's what source control does for you. It creates that backup copy, pushes it off-site, hopefully, for you. And that's what we get with GitHub. But it creates that backup copy of your work so that if you need to go back, right? Ooh, I made a mistake. I need to revert that. You have that checkpoint that you can roll back to and hopefully recover from. Or you have a complete log of, here's all the things I did to build what I built, and you can verify things. And you see some of that auditing coming into play, especially in some of the tech news that's happening right now, where there are folks that are sneaking into some libraries and extensions. They're sneaking in some malicious code. Well, we can go back and look at source control. We can look at Git, and we can figure out exactly where it came from and pop that out, right? Remove that. So we have this audit capability available. Terrible source control. Oh, we're going to give you some insight so we can do a little bit better with that. You're not supposed to commit and push everything to master. No, you're not. Hammy's Hangout. No. Timex Petrie has used TFVC. Oh my goodness. You're going way back to Team Foundation version control, Subversion, and Git. Oh yeah. In that order, we used Visual Source Safe back in the day. So Visual Source Safe, and then we were going to use CVS, but we went right to Subversion and then Git. So yeah, Visual Source Safe. Let's pour one out for Visual Source Safe. Locked files. Oh, that was a thing. You haven't seen carbon paper for 20 years or so, and you had those for university chemistry classes. Yup. Your code is out of control, says Thindall. Not structured, full of bugs, doesn't do what you want it to. Will Git help you with that? No. No. You were PM for Visual Source Safe for a hot minute? Ah, DD. Right? Ooh. See, you don't know this, but literally, DD Walsh built a lot of the technologies that you rely on. Okay? Like older versions and new things have evolved out of a lot of things that DD built. Okay? Huge impact on this industry. Okay? Big thanks to DD for all of her contributions. There was a consultancy company that charged $200 an hour for you, and you used SourceSafe. Okay. Oh, and you used just the P drive. Oh my goodness. Yes, what a ride. Right? Just a network share, just a folder on the computer over there that's under Chris's desk. Chris just has an extra computer in under their desk, and that's where we're backing up everything to. On a server that boss's computer. Yes. Oh. And the drive's making weird noise. Oh my goodness. Right? Or you come in after the weekend and the cleaning crew that came through to run the vacuum and things over the weekend, they unplugged the computer because the power was in the way. The P drive stood for pray. Did you hear that? I want to cry. Do you hear this? Oh my goodness. Version 1.zip. Oh. The cleaning crew knocked over the computer. The cleaning crew, not only did they come in to the .com that I was working at in 2001, not only did they come in and unplug my computer, they took my sunglasses that I left at the office. They stole my sunglasses. Prodversion.zip. And then really the prodversion.zip. Or prodversion _ try this one now .zip. Prod version. Really, the prod version dash final. Yes. You've identified the problem. Bad news. It's everything. Charlie. Sometimes the messages that I get here from Charlie remind me of the messages I get from Dee Dee in Teams chat. Because they're the same type of, I'm going to bust your chops. Deployed, copy, paste to server. Yes. Just grab the icon and drag it from this machine to that machine. Right? These were all things, right? And we're joking here as we're going into a module where we're going to talk about source control, because it's so much. You learn that you want and you like source control because you've done some of these things and you've felt pain because of them. And that's why we're having fun with this, because we know that these are the bad ways to do things. And there's easier, better ways to do these that are going to make your steps a little bit trickier to start. However, when you have a problem in the future, you have the solution. You are not the same person as Charlie. Now you're placing ideas in their heads, and they're gonna think things. SneakerNet, yes, that's what we called it as well. Hammy's Hangout. Do you all remember when we could run ASP.NET Live compiled on the server when the app started? Yeah. And you could do a quick and dirty deployment by just remote to the server, change the file on disk, and poof, it just worked. Consuela is rewriting VB6 apps and the source control was non-existent. Oh, Consuela. Oh my goodness. Painful and makes you appreciate Azure DevOps repos. Build and deploy. Yes. And VB6, we know somebody who helped with VB6. So, just a fantastic product that worked so well. That's why folks were so mad that it was deprecated, because it worked so well. Like, what do you mean you're taking it away from me? Yes. It was great. You have a book about VB4 behind you in your library? Yeah. VB4. Oh. Yeah. The floppy disks with VB4 and VB5. So you tried opening it, but the glue is cracking like crazy. There's a clip of me in Microsoft Studios, and I grabbed there's a box of Visual Studio, and it's the giant box that has the books in it, because Microsoft shipped manuals with the software, and it's literally huge and heavy, and there's four of us sitting around the table, and I grab it, and it just makes a loud thunk when I throw it down on the table. VB4 is kind of the worst version. Delphi kicked VB's butts in that version. Oh man, how? Right, like Delphi was kicking Visual Basic's butt, and then they went and hired the guy that wrote Delphi. Like, that's a kick in the teeth. So VB for DOS was something, and Visual InterDev. Visual InterDev was Julia Lucen. She was quality assurance on Visual InterDev. Do writers use Git? Zula Hula. Yes. It is very powerful on versioning. You've never heard of it being used outside code versioning. Not only will you find writers using Git, you'll find governments using Git. Version controlling documents that they're setting up for laws. That's used also. Because then it's really easy to see the differences between them. Even Git uses Git. That's right. So, you can remember when source control was a heavy diagonal line drawn on the edge of a punched card deck. Oh, no. Walter, we're showing our age, my friend. There are companies who write their handbooks in Markdown and save to Git. Yes. Yes. And that's even especially easier to do and work with now in the age of AI. Coming back to the AI questions we had at the beginning. All right. Let's get into this. Let's talk a little bit about Git and dive into the code a little bit. Before, we've got 80 pins on the map. Thank you so much to our friends that have shared as accurate or as inaccurate about your location you'd like. Huge thanks to folks kind of showing up and showing, hey, here's where I'm watching from. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. So, the map command works on, there's another map that we're building. You just have to tell us in text, in chat, and it will extract the location. Yes, The Rock provides quotes. Severin, you can visit my lawn. You're clearly old enough. There you go, Tampa, Florida. So, there we go. Thank you so much, V Reed 1017. Source control was a stuffed animal. Oh man, how's that work? Lots of folks in the States today joining us. Thank you so much. Yeah, and I already panned around a little bit. And yeah, Thindall dropping a pin in Sweden. Thanks so much. I have to get my stuff together for Oslo coming up here in September, I think it is. A token you passed around gave you permission to... Oh gosh, yes. You can take a look, map.csharpfritz.com, and you can click in. There you go. All right. Let's talk about working with source control, version control, right? So you want to save, you're going to need to save important milestones. You want, as you're building and evolving your software, you want to keep track of which files changed. So if you break something, if you introduce a bug, you can go back and review earlier versions, see that change, identify a fix, remove that feature. If you put a bad feature in there, be able to remove that. GitHub is a fantastic service that's free for you to be able to go and share and put your content on. If you want to keep projects private and share it with other folks, there is a small fee that you can pay to get that service, and they will store. There is no limit to how much stuff you store if you make your code publicly available. Yeah. So right now the solution contains two projects, My Collection and My Collections .models. We can use Git to track both of them and keep them together in one repository. Now I'm not going to execute all of these commands because I've already got some of these running and available here. So I gave you instructions in module 1 about how to install. If you run git-version, and I'll open this up. Let's stop the application, clear it. You'll see I get a version reported, 250.1 .windows.1, right? Because I'm on Windows. And you can configure your username and your user email, and you need that in order for Git to show you, when I run the Git log here, in order for it to show you here's the person that made this edit. So very important to run git config global and key in your name and then your email address so that we know how to get in touch with you when stuff doesn't work right. Bitbucket was another server out there, another service out there. Bitkeeper is a service as well. There's a list of settings available you can get to with git config global list. You're going to need to initialize a repository. Your repository is a location on disk. It's a folder and all the child folders under it that you're going to be working in. So go to whatever you want to work in, and you're going to run git init. Now, I happen to be working in the same folder as the workshop. So I'm actually already in a git repository. So git init doesn't do anything for me. But what you'll see is that creates a .git folder. And I think it's hidden here on us, yeah. No, go up. It's a hidden folder. I can't LSLTA. Yeah. Now let's open File Explorer. So there's a hidden .git folder there. So, and there's all kinds of stuff in here that relates to managing the repository. Now, you don't want to mess with that content. Don't touch it. Interact with that by using the various Git command line tools, or if you're in Visual Studio Code, the source control widget over here will help you manage changes and show you the history right here in this graph area down at the bottom. So here's a list of the current changes, and here's a graph of how those changes have been completed. That's right. Licensing is why Linus created Git. That's right. Spite-driven development. Oh, yes. So we can see the status of the content in our repository. So let's close that. There we go. If I run git status, and it'll show me, hey, this is a change that you made that's not staged to be committed, and there's files over here in this work folder that aren't tracked. So you can stage everything by running git add. And if I run git status again, it shows me, here's all the files that I'm queuing up to commit, to save. Have a good one, Zula Hula. Now, that's nice. I can then commit using this command, git commit -m, and then I can see the history with git log. Now, I'm not going to commit here because I'm in my project folder here and I don't want to mess it up for you. But if I run that git log one line, now I get a single line of, here's exactly the, what we call the SHA, the hash, right? Each one of these is a hash to indicate here's the changes that were made. So I get the first couple characters of that hash and the initial description of here's the commit message. So this -m commit message would appear in here. Okay. Now, we can also create and manage our GitHub repositories. So that's great. You've got content that you've built and that's living here on your machine, but you want it backed up somewhere else, right? When you build software, you want it backed up in 3 places. Locally, you have a copy. You can put a copy in your local Git repository, and then you want a third place that's off-site. Because if something happens and there's a fire here, there's a natural disaster, and this building gets destroyed, that computer isn't going to work no more. So we want to be able to get to that content from somewhere else. And GitHub is a perfect place to put that. So you can go, let me leave. You can go to github.com/new. And if you're not signed in, sign in or create your account. And you can create a repository where you want to save and work on your content. Now, I have several different owners because I'm signed in with multiple accounts and multiple organizations. Name your repository. And I already have one for that. Give it a short description. Set the visibility. I want this to be private. I can start with a template. I've already got content, so I'm not starting with a template. Do I want to have a README in here? There was a question earlier about git ignore. For .NET content, we use the Visual Studio git ignore file. If this is open source, what kind of a license do you want to have? And there's all kinds of licenses here you can choose from. Quite frankly, I recommend the MIT license for folks that are publishing and making things open source. I'm not going to dive too far into it. There are websites that will help you choose a license. When in doubt, consult a lawyer. But if you're thinking about making something open source, I highly recommend MIT. You can read into it and learn a little bit about those different licenses, and you'll see why I recommend MIT. The GPL is viral and can inadvertently end up open sourcing things you don't want to. So be aware. All right. And then other applications, you can tell Copilot to build things. And when you click create repository, you'll end up with a location that has content, right? This will be empty to start, and it'll give you instructions to upload your first content. So you're going to work remotely and you're going to add the origin. So this location right here, you're going to want to copy that and say git remote add origin. Now, this is using HTTPS. There's two transport protocols you can use, HTTPS and SSH. If you use HTTPS, it's going to prompt you to sign in and use this. If you use SSH, you're going to need to establish an SSH key. There's instructions about how to do that. And you have to share your SSH key out to GitHub. I'm not going to show that because I'm going to dox myself. And it'll remember, and you won't have to log in every time that you key in and work with it. You can see the remote branches by executing git remote-v. So you can see I'm connected to origin. I will get content from C# Fritz Get Started Web Workshop, and I will push content to that same location. So when I'm doing those two interactions, getting data or pushing data, it's both going to the same service. I recommend folks use a primary branch called main. It used to be, by default, the primary branch was called master. And there's Master of Puppets from Metallica going through my head right now. But the Kuth, it's a shorter name that folks find less offensive. I like it because it's only 4 letters instead of 6, and makes people happy. Main, and just name it the main branch. Real easy to use, and folks understand that that's the primary branch in your repository. So then we deal with branches, and you push to that branch by saying git push origin, right? Origin is GitHub main. And now you've got one command that will take a backup and push all the content that you've saved out to GitHub and put it in the main branch. If you use the -u flag, it tells your local git install to remember that your local main branch correlates to the origin main branch by default. So then you can shorten it to just git push, and it will send those updates out to GitHub. And you'll start to see content loading out onto GitHub. So your basic workflow that you're going to go through is go ahead and do work, edit, write content. And when you reach a place that you are happy with, stage the changes, commit them locally, and then push out to GitHub. So if we make a little change, right? So our model looks like this. We can add a comment, C# comment, start with // short notes about the item, put that above description, and we'll see it tell us, hey, there's a change here to update. So, right? I think I still have them. I'm not going to make changes. No. And then you can stage the change, create your commit, -m, here's the message, and then push it using git push. Now, if you're in Visual Studio Code, there is a source control button here, so I can choose what to stage, and you see everything is staged. I'm going to unstage everything. There we go. But I can choose by clicking the plus, or I can click the little hooked arrow button here to discard, or I can open. So I have these options to choose what I want to stage, and then I can key in my message for, here's my commit message. So if I were to queue up a couple files, I could key in a message here, but Visual Studio Code is being built and helped out by the folks that are working on GitHub. So I have a generate commit message button that I like to click because I don't want to think about what's in these files. Just push it. And it generates an appropriate commit message. I can click commit, and then there is a push button down here on the graph panel that I can use to go and deploy. So lots of flexibility in how you work with this. We mentioned the git ignore file. The git ignore file, yeah, you can go away, there it is. The git ignore file is a list of patterns, file name patterns, that Git is not going to commit. So our debug and release folders, our user-specific configuration things that we don't want to share, right? Our obj, our log files, Win32 ARM64 files, we don't want to push those out, so ignore them. Test results, we don't need to include those. Benchmark artifacts, lock files, no. We don't want to put those out. So files built and managed by Visual Studio, test files, cache files, these can all be ignored. We don't want to commit and share those. Hey Eric, how you doing there? Happy Friday. You commit when you're happy with your progress. So this default git ignore file is huge. But for Visual Studio developers, it covers a lot of the things that you want to be sure you don't include. So after you create one, you need to add it, commit it, and push it. And you will then see it's available on the website. You can also then view history, right? So we see the message that was saved when the last time these folders were updated or the last time one of these files was updated. I can see the history by clicking into this commits link right here. And it will show me, here are the commits that were submitted to make up the website. So I can I can click in and see the defaults by clicking on one of these, right? The defaults, the changes, and I can see here's the changes that were made in our Aspire module we're going to get to in about an hour or two here. And I was fixing spaces on this one because it was all formatted weird, and I updated some of the wording in here. So you can very clearly see here's the changes that were made, right? Being able to do that comparison is very important. No, don't do a cron job. No. How do you define a file in git ignore if that file is committed once, but the next future changes should not be committed? Well, what do you want to do with the file in version control? Do you want to remove it? There's a little bit of shenanigans you have to go through if you want to remove files that are historically in there. You're going to need to remove and rebase to get it removed from all of those. So, what happened here? Oh, good. All right, my kids are sending me text messages, and I'm like, what are you doing? You want to keep a placeholder file? Yeah, then don't rebase. You can add it and then tell it ignore, and it won't take updates in the future. You like the Visual Studio Git integration, but your CLI foo has suffered as a result. Honestly, you can use a Copilot CLI. You can use Gemini, Claude, and they will help you commit and push and manage things in source control in a really easy way. So if you forget and you need help with that, it's really great stuff to help out. Branches. This is one of two features. If you learned git push, I told you about git commit. The other one is git pull, so you can get changes from GitHub or from your Git repository. The other one is git branch, right? There's basically 5 features you need to know about Git, and the rest you can kind of figure out and look up on your when you need them, because you don't need them like you need these. And branch is the second to last one of those. Branch is a way for you to manage and keep separate copies of things inside your repository. So clear that. Here we go. Git branch, and it's going to show me I only have the main branch. However, I can also run git branch -r, and it will show me it also has the remote branch on origin, right? These are the remote branches. I'm sorry, the remote main branch out there. So, and I believe I can do git branch -a. Yeah. So the one with the star is the one that I'm currently on, that I also happen to have in my prompt. And then there's the origin main, the one that's out on GitHub that it knows about and it allows me to compare against. So I can create new branches by executing git branch and then give it a branch name. And this is going to give me an isolated place to work on code that doesn't interfere with the other branches. So let's call this feature database. And now I have a branch called feature database that I can use if I want to. Now, you can switch to that. Is it git switch? Feature database? And it switches branches. I like to use checkout. I'm old school like that. And it will switch branches for you here and bounce between. So there's a couple different syntaxes that you can use to bounce back and forth. But working in an isolated branch is a very good thing. Then, when I'm done working on the stuff in featured database and I want it to merge into main, right? I'm finished over here. Let's bring it in and create a release. There's several things you can do. And I don't think I have it in here. I don't think I put merge. No. You can call git merge. And it will prompt you. Yeah. They're the same, so it's not. It's going to tell me. Yeah. Right, so let me jump back over to feature database. And if we go to collection item and we put something in here, right? Sure. That's fine. So it shows me, oh, darn it. No, I'm not going to do it. It's going to mess things up. That's fine. So git merge is one way to interact with that. If I were to push this branch out to GitHub, we can then create what are called pull requests. Right? We run git pull to get a copy of what's in the remote. Okay. So a pull request is, hey, take things from this location and put it into that location. I want you to run a pull and merge stuff from that other location to over here. So you see me do this a lot on my stream as I merge and manage interactions here. There are some interesting third-party tools for working with GitHub, Gitkraken, Fork. Yep. So those are the basics. There's more details and there's more links about how to use Git and GitHub. I have them linked throughout this module article. Where to get Git. I should link the documents in there, but let me head back over here. Let's answer some questions, comments from folks. Jolly Green Dean. Come on now. Yeah, ignore your env file. Yes, don't commit that one. Well, let me start with Eric's question here. What's the prevailing thought about allowing .copilot, .github, .squad folders as part of commits? .squad in a multi-user repository, not great to commit. .github, yes, commit that because your automation stuff for working with the AI is in there. .copilot, yes, content for working with the AI is in there. But .squad, I would not commit because that can get disconnected and messy quickly. I answered C# Titan's question about including omitting from gitignore. There we go. Jolly Green Dean asking, when's it appropriate to force push amended commits? For teams of folks, this can cause merge conflicts. It does. I only force push amended commits to your own fork of a repository. So in a shared project, you're going to have a project that's sitting out there in a shared organization. I have an organization for our streams called Fritz and Friends. You create a fork of that. So it creates your personal copy from that shared project. So that personal copy still lives on GitHub. You clone and keep a copy of that locally, and then I think it's okay to force push amended commits to your own copy of the repository before you do the pull request. Once you do a pull request, game off. You should not do a force push. A rebase needs to be taken very carefully. Avoid rebases on the shared project, because you're going to create a nightmare for folks. So, what's the difference between switch and checkout? I don't think there is much of a switch, much of a difference. Switch, I think, just changes branches, where checkout can actually create branches as well. I think they're pretty much the same. So why not use the Visual Studio IDE to get commands? I want to make sure that folks see all the things. That's all. Can I say a few words about Git when you are working on someone else's repo and you've taken a fork on it? Yeah. So you'll see me, I have shared repositories that I've made available for our live streams. You create a fork. Let's head back over to GitHub so you can see this. Right? So here on the Get Started Web Workshop, right? If you're logged into GitHub, you can create a fork to create your own personal copy. When you do that, then you have your own copy that you're allowed to work with. You can make whatever changes you'd like to, and it doesn't affect everybody else who's using the shared public one that you took a fork off of, right? A fork is just a copy. If you want to share your changes back, that's when you create a pull request. So you'll see, if I go over here to Blazor Web Forms components, right? This is a project that I'm working on. It's in my shared Fritz and Friends organization, right? That's an organization that we manage for my streams and this shared repository. So there are 77 forks of this out there. And there are pull requests that happen that come from folks that have a copy of this. And here's one that's been created from this gentleman, Rohan. And it's coming from Rohan's feature skill review action from their branch. And I can click here and jump to that branch that they created in their private copy of my repository. And I can see that branch and the changes they made. But you see, they're saying, can you take these changes from my branch and bring it over here? So that's the polite thing to do, is to create a pull request. The other polite thing is when you create a pull request, come on, the pull request should include only one commit. Because you don't want the maintainer, the person that you're asking to take that pull request, you don't want them to review all kinds of commits and change history. They only care about, here's the collection of changes. Consolidate it down to one commit. You can do that with rebasing and squashing ahead of time. This is taking a real long time to open that one commit there, friend. So, I hope that answered the question. Let me know. Happy to dive in a little bit further. You think I need to explain the difference between clone, fork, and branching? Yeah, I'll do that in a second. What if multiple people create branches and change the same file? Do they get overwritten on pull request? Git will attempt to merge them. So the Git utility will attempt to sort out based on the right time, the change time of those files. It will attempt to resolve and merge those properly. At some point, though, it will come back the Git utility will come back and say, there's a conflict here. I need you as a human to tell me the right thing to do. So at that point, then something's going to get overwritten, but you as the human get to decide what gets overwritten. Thindall makes a good point here. I need to describe fork, branching, and cloning. So from my shared repository here, when you fork, you're getting a copy at the time that you click that button in your personal GitHub. So where can I go here to grab one? Let's go to GitHub.com .NET Skills. I don't have a copy of this. So this is the .NET Skills repository for AI skills. I'm going to click fork, and it's going to prompt me. Hey, do you want to give it a different name? Do you want to change the description? Do you want to copy just the main branch? I can say go copy everything, but you can copy just the primary branch if you want, or not. So yes, copy just the main branch, and I click, there's a create fork button that's hiding just off screen there. And now I have my fork of the .NET skills, and that gives me a little footer here to subtitle to show here's where it came from. And this is my copy now that I can edit, change, and work on however I'd like. So this is my fork. I'm working on the main branch, right? Branches are ways for you to isolate work inside of a single repository. Forks are copies of the repository that are typically owned by different people, different organizations. And a clone is when I connect up and say, give me a copy of the content of this repository, and I'm going to work with that somewhere else. So if I copy that command there, I can, let's open another PowerShell here. Sure, let's go to E. And I could say git clone, paste in that address, and now it's going to create the skills folder here for me locally on my E drive. So I can go into the skills folder, and now I have the same content that is out there in my personal copy because I grabbed the code that points to C# Fritz skills. At some point, you're going to want to get updates from what we call the upstream one, or the original repository. So we're going to grab the SSH for that. Come here. And what I'll do is I'll say git remote add, and I'll call this upstream, and I'll paste that in. So now I have two remotes. I have my origin, right? I showed you origin earlier, points to GitHub C# Fritz skills, and then I have the upstream that points to the .NET version. This is important because at some point, these are going to diverge. There'll be changes that are made to the .NET repository that aren't in the C# Fritz repository. And I'm going to want to pull them back together. So the way to do that is to git fetch or git pull from the upstream location, upstream. Expand that so we can see the whole command, Fritz. Git pull upstream main. And what that does is say, okay, go to the .NET repository, get me all the content from there, and merge it into my main repository here. So let me catch up a little bit more here. Have a good one there, the Scrum Lord. Yeah, thank you, Space Shot. Git is being used by GitHub Copilot behind the scenes. Yes, it is. Burn it down and start over. Don't do that. When should you use Git Stash or work trees? Git Stash is a way for you to kind of put a copy of things locally that's in a short-term storage that you expect to bring back. I use Git Stash when I'm just experimenting with something that I might bring back or I might not. And I'm going to bring it back into a different branch. Work trees is a relatively new feature of Git that allows you to run and interact with multiple branches in the same folder at the same time. And you see this particularly when you're working with multiple agents, multiple AI agents. That's when I use work trees, because each one needs to be working in a separate space and merge all their changes together later. So that is the very light intro to Git. We could do a full 2-hour session on more things that you can do with Git, but I want to make sure that you know this is a thing that you can get started easily for free locally and get productive with it and back up your content. More than anything else, back up your content. Git works extremely good with text content. Binary content like images or sounds or videos does not work as good with. You're going to run into some challenges with that. Can you Git Stash to a remote repo? No. There are so many power user features. You are correct, Thindall. But you can get away with clone, pull, check out, commit, push, and the branch commands. So, am I doing C#? Yes. So, you cannot back up your Blu-rays to GitHub. I'm sorry, Billy. Yeah. Stash, think of Stash as, that's a better way to explain it, Space Shot. Stash, think of those as unfinished work. We're going to move on and talk about Entity Framework next. And I'm how am I on time? How am I on time? We're here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 more modules to go. We're going to pick up the speed here a little bit, friends. Let's get in and talk about database. And we're going to work with SQLite. When would Git rebase be used? When you need to clean up your history. So, Svekos with the resub. 29 months? Awesome. Thank you. So, yeah, rebase when you need to clean up and remove something from history. It's for rewriting history, and you can remove and change things that happened in the past. It is not trivial to rebase. Just be aware, rebase can take some time to go through and work with. So, rebase would be good to get your merge request to one commit. Yeah, that's right, Jay. Yes. Rebase gets things to one commit so that it's very clear this is the only thing that's changed. The person who's receiving the pull request can squash and commit, and it's effectively a rebase. The original history of those commits is available. It turns into a single commit in the resultant source code. So, let's talk about introducing a database now. We're going to use a tool called Entity Framework. In Ruby on Rails, they call this active record. And this is an object relational mapper. So we're going to connect to a relational database that is defined by SQLite. And we're going to be able to connect objects to it that we're going to be able to quite plainly say get objects, save objects, update objects, delete objects, and all of the appropriate database commands will be executed for us using the entity framework tools and library. So we've already added entity framework into the project. In order to enable it, we need to activate something called dependency injection. Dependency injection is an architectural, software architecture concept that allows you to pass into objects things that they depend on. Okay? So on our page, our collection page here, we're eventually not going to have a list of items here. Instead, we're going to pass in a pointer to our database, and that pointer is going to live somewhere else, but this page needs access to the database, so we're going to inject it. And we're going to set that up here. And we do that by registering services in that program CS file that we saw earlier. So we're going to register a service called collection context, right? And come on now, tell me it's here, right? Yeah, it's down further, but we'll get to that. So we're going to register and set up a reference to our database resource called collection context over in program CS. So dependency injection happens before this builder build. So I'm just going to paste that in. Builder services add DB context. We're going to pass in a collection context object. And I want to say use SQLite. Now I just did control dot there. So do that again. So I get my using statement generated and added to the top. Any dependency injection and dependency inversion related. Are they related? Yes. Yes, they are. Dependency inversion principle says that oh my gosh, I'm blanking on dependency inversion. Dependency inversion is a way for you to get the dependencies to inject themselves. I'm blanking on this. But injection is the technique and structure that allows you to make those features available. So in the Razor component, we're going to, here's where we're going to inject the service over here. So here's the page collection, and I'm going to tell it, you need a collection context in order to work here. If we were in a regular C# class, we would define it with a constructor. So this is called item service. So we would inject it with a constructor. That's what I was thinking of, Space Shot. Thank you. Dependency inversion is the principle that high-level modules should not depend directly on low-level principles, rely on abstractions. So things like interfaces, abstract classes, so that you can have that indirect relationship. So we added the models reference. We added Entity Framework Core SQLite to the My Collection project. I also need the design here. So let's add that capability. Oh no, close this one. And I'm going to jump back out to main. Where am I? Work. Yeah. And I'm going to add that package. Now, I've added packages here. You can see where those packages are in the project file, My Collection CS Proj. And you can see there's an item group here. It is XML. And it contains a reference to the design and SQLite packages so that they can be used to interact with the SQLite database. Napalm highlights that inversion of control is making things pluggable. Yes, so we can swap things in and out. So now I have a way to interact with SQLite, and we have design time support for tools to be able to create and interact with that. So next, we're going to update collection item so it also has an ID on it. So let's do that. Back over here, collection item in my work folder, and an ID. Right? Because objects have IDs stored in the database. Yeah, I've heard that, Thindall. I think I got, yeah. And now inside of the My Collection project, we're going to create a collection context. Let me show you what this is after we create this. So we have components, right? The My Collection project. I'm going to create a data folder, and inside that, what was it? Paste the contents. There we go. And I'll control dot and... Ooh, no, hang on. There we go. So this is our collection context. It's a database context, right? The colon DB context says this is actually a database context. It inherits from it. It has all the capabilities of it. And my collection context is going to receive some options from outside. These contain things like connection strings. How do we connect to the database? How do we interact with it? So it gives us that connection. But it has one property in this, and that property is a database set. Database set is kind of like a table, right? You might know tables from sheets on a spreadsheet, right? A sheet on a spreadsheet is a table, and you store data on that spreadsheet. Well, a DB set is a reference to that collection, and it has a generic type of collection item. And this is just a set. This is syntax so that it knows, so Entity Framework knows that the collection items is a set of collection item objects. So what that lets us do is create the database table for us, and automatically query and interact with it using Entity Framework. And there's a description of that here. So we already registered that DB context in Program CS right there, but I need to hook up a using statement. And now it knows when we start the application, we're going to create a database context, and we're going to tell it this database is using SQLite, and we're going to connect to it by saying the data source is this My Collection DB file on disk. If I can come back to that ice cream stick model. We need to do a database migration. Yeah, let's do that. I should have this installed. Should. So .NET-EF. This is a command line tool that allows you to manage and interact with the database. So now I have that available to me. And I'm going to create what's called a migration. .NET-EF. So we've extended and added a new feature to the .NET command line tool called EF. And I'm going to use this migrations add command that will create a migration, create the instructions to update and create the database. And evidently I've got an error out here we need to address. Take a quick look. I forgot a using statement on this. Yeah. Yeah, my collection data. There it goes. Try that again. Wixier, hello. Thank you for the follow. Good to see you. So this is going to create, and now we'll have what's called a migration sitting here that tells Entity Framework, here's an update to the database. So if I scroll down, data, I have migrations, and then there's this initial create. I called my migration initial create, and it says, go create a table. Here's the name of the table, collection items, and here's the fields on that table, right? The properties on the tuple. So ID, name, description, data added is favorite. And you see they're the same data types as were in our object. So they map very cleanly back and forth. Now there's an up command and there's a down command. This is very useful for when you're upgrading your database. We're going to go and say, create a table. And if we have to downgrade the database because we're rolling back version, it will drop the table. So, because that's the state of the application before that. So now I can actually update and run this and set the current state of the database appropriately. So I'll clear that out, and we can run .NET EF, Entity Framework. We're going to work with the database and go ahead and update it. Apply those migrations we need. So this is going to create our SQLite database and write into it that table. So here it is. It created. Create table, Entity Framework migrations. Where is it? Yeah, migrations history. So it loads up and keeps track. Applying migration initial create. So there it created the table collection items, and we can see what it did. And now I have a file on disk called my collection DB. So there's my little SQLite database. Terrific. So I have my database. I have it created. And we can actually start working with that database. But I don't need to know the database commands because I'm using Entity Framework. So I'll go back over to Collection Razor, and I'm going to update. Let's update the message. Here. Close everything else. So this message, I'll update that. That's not what I copied. There, and actually, no, there's plenty of good stuff in here. Let's copy the whole shebang in, because there's some other fixes. All right. So your items now come from a SQLite database instead of an in-memory list. The exact same form. If you want to edit, there's a little edit form to work on there. And here's the items in the database with that collection item card with edit and delete buttons next to them that call start edit and delete. So now when we need to get stuff out of the database, now we need to, as the page loads, right? This is an event on the page called onInitialized. So when the page loads, go load the items. So here it is. It's taking that collection context, right? So we did that inject up here. It's called context. That's a variable that we created. So when we load, go to that collection, go to the table of collection items, order them by descending by what order they were added, then by the order name. See that's in a composite sort there. and return that as a list. Now, I should probably also do as read-only, right? Where is it? Oh, as no tracking. There it is. And it will return and put that collection on screen. If we're adding items, it gets that new item, sets the time, and then look at this. It says collection items, context collection items. So go to that table and just add the new item. And then save changes. That's it. I don't have to think about the various commands. It's just add it to the collection and save. When I go to start editing, it's going to go find that item that we're going to work on and put it into an edit item object. When we go to save when we're editing, it's going to go find the existing item. We're going to do a copy, left-right copy here. Change the name to whatever the new item name is, and so on and so forth, because that's the item it got out of the database. And save changes. It tracks the changes that were made. Delete goes and removes the item that it had in the database. Easy. Save changes. Right? So, yeah, we're doing web development instructions. That's right. So, you can walk through and there's descriptions of how each one of these works. Let's actually run this. Here. And .NET Watch. Come on now. Now, I did announce up at the beginning, we are going to do an AI workshop in July. We're going to do a get started building with AI using Copilot, and we're going to do as part of that also, add AI to your existing application. It's a 2-part workshop. So that's going to be coming up in July. Stay tuned for information about it. Get started. Yeah, I like it. Yeah, something like that. So I have an item name, I have a description, and I can click add there. So item name, right? My Phillies hat. City edition, navy blue hat with a bell on it. Right? And add that, and it's now in the database. It's not just in memory. So back out, if I come back here and I reload, it's still there. And I can click edit and I can change that. And let's make that a capital B. Put a period at the end. Save. And it didn't update. Oh, no, capital B and a period at the end, yes. So, and of course, I can mark it as a favorite. Save, and now it's marked as a favorite. So, I now have full database interaction here, right? Add my Overwatch hat. The world needs more heroes. There it is, and I can delete it by clicking delete. And if I refresh, it's gone. So I've got the full life cycle that we added here. It was just a couple lines of code. We were using the exact same features that we were using for when everything was in memory. It's just we now point to our context and it saves things appropriately. Real easy to follow and do more with this. Let me put the Overwatch hat back in there. The world needs more heroes. And what's another good one? Oh, the Flash. Faster than lightning. There we go. So now I've got 3 hats that are listed in there. And if I navigate away and I come back, there they are. It's loading and reading and writing from the database appropriately. Terrific. I believe that's the end of this module. Yep. And we can view the database if we want. You can open it up with another tool. No, that's not what module 7 is. Module 7 I changed. I made a change. We're going to be talking about using Iron PDF to add PDF-based reports. But before we get there, I want to give a little break. Give it deep breath. We are about 5 hours into this, and we've built a website. We've added database capabilities. We've learned a little bit about HTML. We learned about C# and Blazor, and we've got a few modules left to go, and it's going to be fun when we get to these last few, because we're gonna add a PDF-based report. We're going to add Aspire and Dev Tunnels, because we're going to teach you then how to take a picture with your phone of the items in your collection and upload without publishing your website out to the internet. Oh yeah, stay tuned. We're going to add a service bus so we can create some thumbnails and do some background messaging. And then we're going to end up the day by adding a little bit of AI capabilities at the end to make this just a whole lot more fun. Yeah. So this is all being recorded. This is all out there. You can find it on YouTube. The source code, all the modules we've been going through. The content is being reposted here about that from Stream Elements. Big thanks, of course, to our sponsors that have put together a very cool package of several different prizes that we're going to be giving away in a raffle a little bit later. They're right there. Things like Amazon gift cards, merch, books, and even licenses to Dome Train courses and .Connect. Huge thanks to Growth Acceleration partners, Iron Software, Clear Measure, Packet Publishing, DevArt, Progress, Meshius, and Particular Software. Thanks so much to all of them for helping out, getting the word out and promoting today's workshop. I'm happy to support them as part of what we're doing here today. All right, we already talked about and we dove in and we saw a video from our friends at Meshius. I have another video here that I want to go to. It's a little bit shorter one from our friends at Progress, talking about some of the cool things they're doing with their libraries and their product. So let me cut over to that, and we'll be back in just a minute.
Every developer starts here. A ticket, a blank editor, and a choice. Maybe you reach for Copilot, maybe you build from scratch. Either way you start typing. Copilot gives you code suggestions? Great. But for Telerik and Kendo UI, you're still stitching imports, bindings, and templates by hand. Meet the Telerik and Kendo UI MCP tools. Not a black box, but a UI code generator that hands you plain and editable code. They are smart and component aware, and can build an entire layout with components, data structure,
I'm on mute. Hey, there we go. All right. Hey, that's great to hear, Surly Dev. Fantastic. Thanks so much. Big thanks to our friends at Progress Software for their support, getting us getting the word out and promoting and sharing and doing a giveaway for today's stream. This next module is sponsored by our friends at Iron Software, and we're going to use their tools. We have a free version of their tools that we're going to use to add a PDF-based report to our project. And I need to make sure I grab the right link here. Give me 1 second. Where did it go? Because I had a message. I think that's it. Yeah, there we go. So there is, for the Iron PDF software, this is a commercial bit of software that you can buy a license to get started. I need to add this link into the README here. But if you go to ironpdf.com /trial license, you can key in your business email there and you will get a 30-day license that you can use with the tools here, and you'll see how it can generate and give you pretty good reports, all PDF based, rendered on the server and delivered. So no credit card, no account activation required. Drop them an email and you will get a 30-day key. Let's see. Let's drop in an edit here. Install. Yep. Get a 30-day trial license at. There we go. There's. Yep. Give me a commit message. Good. All right. Now we have the link right there. Fantastic. So we're going to create a little report that runs and shows you here's all the items in your collection. So we added a package for Entity Framework earlier, so we'll add one for Iron PDF. I'll jump back over here, stop the project, clear content. Yep, pull in that change. Thank you. And I'll add the Iron PDF package right there. And it downloads and makes the tool available for us. Give it just a few more seconds to finish. It is a large package. There we go. This is Iron PDF is great for on your intranet, on your enterprise applications, to generate reports and have them available locally without folks having to go through any kind of print and formatting things. So now that that's installed, I'm going to create another page that's going to have my report. And this is going to be report.razor. So let's go create that. Pages, right there. Report.razor. And let's copy in this content and we'll see what all works with this. So this is going to be from the /report page. We're going to inject a database context factory. And it shouldn't be my collection context. It was, right? Collection context, right? And I think we need right? Make sure I have that right. Yeah, collection context. So I'm going to need all three of these. There we go. So this is my collection report. It's going to be generated as of whatever now is, and we'll format that date appropriately. A loading statement if we don't have any collections loaded yet. Any items loaded. If there's nothing in the collection, then report nothing in the collection. And then we're going to generate a little table that might have a photo, if there is a photo. The name, the description, and the date added of the items in our collection. So very simple item here. I'm going to undo that for now. I moved a couple things around first thing this morning, and these aren't quite in the right order here. I'm just going to update it to a placeholder for now, because we don't have the photos loaded yet. So that's my collection page. Very easy, and you saw us with the load operation earlier. So we're going to create a collection context. We're going to go to the collection of items, as no tracking, yeah. And go load up the items, and we're going to order them this time by name. Load them up and turn them into a list so that we have the entire collection locally, and it's just going to do a for each across that and create a nice table. So we need a little bit of styling, so I'm going to grab this and put it into an isolated CSS sheet for this page. So I'm just going to create another one called Report Razor CSS. And this is CSS content that's specific to only the report page. So this is real easy to use and reference, and it doesn't interfere with any other page in the application. So you can read through and see exactly what that styling looks like. We're in good shape. Next part is we're going to set up a button that actually does the rendering. So here we go. We're going to use, we talked about MVC a little bit earlier. We're going to create a controller, right? The MVC in controller is a controller, and this endpoint is actually going to do the rendering of the page. So let's create a controller, and I'm gonna I need a right? Did it say to create? Yeah, we don't have a controllers folder, so we'll create one. And inside of there, right? Report controller is what it wanted it to be named. All right, fine. So I will copy that, paste it in, and just like I did before, I will rename. Come on now. It's not a .cs. That'll do it. Yeah. Should have renamed the file while I was there, but whatever. So this is an endpoint at API/report is the name of the controller. So when you see this template here with square box controller, right, square brackets, it's saying take the front of this and strip off the rest of controller. Now I could have put hard-coded report there, but by doing it this way, if this class name changes at some point, the route moves with it. So that's easy to follow. I have one method in here called download report, and it has the download action. So when we do a get to that, we'll be able to present this. So what this does is it starts up the Iron PDF Chrome PDF renderer. It literally starts the Chrome engine, sets up the configuration for it, sets a title, and then says render this page as a PDF, and it goes to the report page. It says turn that into a PDF for me, and then it returns that as a PDF. So let's make sure we get that location right. Localhost, it's not 7018. It is 5281. So I'll just update that. Save. And I need to actually trigger that API from somewhere. So let's add a download link so that we can download the report as a PDF. So back here, report. So at the bottom, total items, there's div. I'll add the, you know what? No, put it at the top. I like the top. Right? And then add some more styling for the report for that button. There we go. Fantastic. And I need to make sure that we know how to serve controllers. So let's update. No. Back over in program. So way down here, we told it. Ooh, no, I'm sorry. We had to first teach it what controllers are, but teach it controllers by adding controllers into dependency injection. It doesn't know what they are at first. And then we need to create the endpoint with this map controllers. There we go. So now it knows how to answer and respond and paint that controller. All right, now we can run this thing. And we should get a nice PDF report generated and downloaded for us. Hey, Fries Diskin, how you doing there? I recommended an alternative for data grids besides simply using Bootstrap. Blazor is an open source library you can use for that. The folks at Progress make a component. Meshius make a component for it. Definitely check those out. Is there an easy way to configure to set REST API routes to follow kebab casing? I can't think of one. There are ways to specify different approaches, but I can't think of one right now. Let me go to /report and oh no. Stand by. Well, wait a sec. Hang on. Let's just inject the context. I don't need that. And then I can just call this context. Yeah. No, I don't even want to do an await on that. Yeah. Go fix it. No, that's fine. Restart. Go ahead. Hey, Ellie Face, how you doing? A half day today. Wow. Congratulations. That's got to feel good. It's still trying to restart. And there we go. So now I've got a little report, right? And when I do have photos in it, they'll show up here. And if I click download, we should get my PDF. And it's trying to... Oh, I put it in as SSL. That's me. That one's on me. Over here. Save that. Try it one more time. Yes. Please add a license key. I'm not running in production. Sure, I'll go get a license key. That's fine. Yeah, I wasn't... That's the kind of thing that I know folks have done, and I'm knee deep in something else right now. Let's pull this out of here, go over here. And there we go. And come on now. Waiting for the token. Come on now. Yeah, it was HTTPS. I'm not getting the token delivered. Unless, did it go into spam by accident? No. Nope. Just got an email. No, that's not it. Waiting. It would be generating this, but I'm waiting for my token. Renderer, yeah. There's a license. I forget what the license is. No, that's network credentials. That's not it. Wow, look at all that. Help me connect my license key for I could have sworn I could do this though. Am I running in production mode? Production environment? Like, we can fix this real quick. No, it's development. Yeah. We should be in development. Hey, Johan, how you doing? There it is. There's my license key. Yep. It's going to come in here, and it is... I need to set it out somewhere else. Doing well. No, stop. You're... adding way too much stuff. Like, fine. Here I'm just going to paste in my license key. That's fine, keep all the stuff. Yep. And that should still be running. Force a restart, and we'll give it a shot. Hello, license key. We've been trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty. So, no. Refresh that, and we should get the DLL. What? No, I just put down the thing, man. Wait, hang on. Yeah, I added a license key. It should have taken. Give me 1 second. Let's just double check real quick. Yes. Oh, come on now. Get rid of that. I don't know why I put it there. Yeah, Iron PDF license key. I think I had inadvertently locked it out. Erased it. Nope. Doesn't like the license key I gave it. That's frustrating. Or, you know what? Yoink. I'm gonna force it. Developers, don't do that, kids. Developers. How you doing there? Thank you for the follow. Where is who? Yeah, try production key.zip, right? There we go. So now I got my little report in PDF format. Evidently I didn't have it in the file correctly. But you could probably hide the stuff at the header and the footer. So then you have your nice little report structured appropriately with PDF formatting. It's downloaded, it's isolated, it was created on your server. You can then do things like put in watermarks and other indicators so that you can say that this is an official report that comes from your service. So generating and placing report content with Iron PDF is so easy to do. Make sure you get the license key set up properly when you do work with this. And literally, what, 6-10 lines of code to actually generate the report, and you could put all kinds of formatting options in here to extend and format that PDF properly with Whatever features you want. You want to put digital signatures on it. You want to put watermarks in it. You want to put other formatting. You want to put a cover sheet on this. You can do all of that with they have a very advanced set of tools that you can do here that makes it a lot more sophisticated, a lot more impressive as a feature set than just print as PDF. All right, you get standard look and feel every time. So I'm really happy with the interactions I've had with the Iron PDF tools to get that working, except every now and again I run into a license issue. So yeah, so rendered in HTML string directly as a PDF. You can render HTML files as PDFs. A lot of options that you can use, but pointing it at just another Blazor file and say go render that. Does the Iron PDF library have WYSIWYG report designer? No, they do not. That would be something cool for them to build. Absolutely cool for them to build. Yeah. But not currently. I got to talk about Aspire. Let's dive into our next module and talk about Aspire, because Aspire is going to allow us to do some of the next pieces where we're going to get a little bit of observability happening, and we're going to be able to see things happen and render and run in the background, especially as we introduce the ability for you to use your own phone to take pictures and upload to the repository. Let's check this out. Let's dive into module 8. So Aspire is more than just a tool that lets you orchestrate and manage your application. It gives you a single way to start the system. It gives you managed standard telemetry across your entire system. And it gives you an orchestration model so that you can add other services later. Spoiler alert, guess what we're doing in modules 10 and 11. So right now we render a Blazor user interface. We store data in EF Core and SQLite, but we want to add phone-friendly photo uploads. And we're going to add some other modules with content. So when this site is running, you want to know things like, did the app start correctly? Are the endpoints accurately working and are they healthy? What requests are we getting? How noisy are the logs? Are there things out there that we need to pay attention to? What's performance look like? This isn't just microservices we're using. This can work for monoliths. This can work for applications that have secondary and background services that you need to grow and enhance with your application system. Aspire will be there for you to make all of that possible. We're not adding security. We're not adding or replacing SQLite as a server database. And we're not going to actually require Docker for this. We're just enhancing by adding Aspire to this. A friend of mine, Donovan Brown, used to say, sprinkle a little bit of DevOps on it. We're gonna rub a little bit of Aspire on this and make your application better. I thought I removed that. Older tutorials start with .NET workload install Aspire. You don't do that anymore. If you see that, don't do it. You can get the Aspire command line tool by downloading it from aspire.dev. And if you run in your terminal, open up that, John. You can run Aspire version, and you should see 13.3 something or later. Yeah, Donovan sessions were always great. So I can see that, yes, we are on a 13.3 version. And don't do these things. We're going to add Aspire to the collection by just running Aspire init. Check this out. So Aspire init. What programming language are you using? Well, I'm using C#. and it's created an app host CS, a config JSON, and app host run JSON. Yeah, set me up for AI for later, and we're going to be using VS Code, Copilot, which is GitHub skills. We can do the first one. That's fine. Sure. What skill should be installed? Aspire, Aspirify. Give me that Playwright CLI. Oh, fine. Done. We're ready to go. Oh, what do you see? So, my collection models. It did not. You know what it didn't do? It put these down at the wrong level. Shoot. Hang on. Let's go remove that and this and that. I need to be up a level. Yeah. Delete those. And you're going to get deleted also. Yeah. I was at the wrong folder. I thought I was here. Try that again. Yes, C#. Come on. Would I like to configure AI environments? Yes. Sure. I need to hit space to select. All right, fine. No. Give me Playwright. That's good. So Playwright lets us orchestrate and navigate around using the browser from AI. Now, when we look at this, there it is, my collection app host. That's what I was looking for. And now I have some of this content that we're going to work on. That's what I was expecting. I also need... we're not going to talk about the single host. The project file, yeah. I'm looking for the service defaults. Yeah. It didn't create service defaults. No. Come here. I need... I don't want new. Oh. Hang on. That one. There we go. .NET new, I believe it's Aspire service defaults. Oh, you wound me. Yes. Try that again. .NET new, Aspire service defaults, and I want to put it in the service defaults folder. There we go. So now .NET SLN, add service defaults, and I'm going to go into my collection and add a reference to service defaults. Fantastic. All right, that's what we wanted. Come here. So service defaults get us reporting capabilities. Reporting, logging capabilities. So let's go down here and add service defaults. I thought we added that. Yeah, add service defaults. What am I missing? It is there. It's in the project file, right? Yeah. Right. .NET build. Looking good. That restore is taking a long time. All right, there we go. Cool. Build succeeded. That's what I was looking for. So add service defaults, and down here we say app map default endpoints. And that adds logging and health checks and statistics to our application. But we need to orchestrate the application. And that's what app host does. So app host, no, allows us to say builder add project, projects dot, it doesn't see it. Are we missing a reference? I think we are. You know about this one. With external HTTP endpoints. I think that's it. So now we can .NET Watch on the app host, and it's going to launch all the Aspire things and orchestrate our collections website for us. Check this out. So, restoring on app host. Something's running really slow coming in on collections out here. On NuGet. And then we're gonna move from this there we go. Build succeeded. Yeah, that really shouldn't take that long. And we're waiting. It's building and starting the one application that's inside of it. Let's go. Oh, I didn't give it a name. There it goes. I've skipped ahead and not followed the instructions. Really? App host should not be taking this long to build. Like 40 seconds to build app host. Come on now. Tick, tick, tick. Is it waiting for another instance to be killed? No. There is no other instance. Had to run through front door, 45-minute propagation time. Oh boy. Yeah, look at that. Like, it's got to be a restore somewhere. There we go. Now we're getting the Aspire dashboard that shows us, in this case, our one project. And I can click in and get to that same project. Oh, I put an extra slash. There we go. And there's my collection. So I'm still working, and I've now got traces that show me how it's been working. And I can even see when I first requested collection, right? I should be able to see the structured logs of exactly how. There it is, database command. Right? So I can see exactly the commands it executed against the database. And I can see that that command took 12 milliseconds to run. So I've got insight, I've got metrics I can peek into on this. I'm looking for the entity. Oh, you know what? I didn't add the entity framework ones. That's fine. We don't need to get into that. I can see the active connections to the server. I should be able to see there's request duration, how long it's taking to paint each one of these. So I'm getting performance measurement and metrics generated for me automatically, captured and presented all here live before I even start any kind of performance tuning or analysis. I don't know your scenario there. I'm sorry, I can't answer. So that's with one project, right? And I need to show you service defaults. And I did connect that. Did I? No, that's not in there. Yeah, we're not doing that one. We could have launched with Aspire Run. That's what the resource looks like. If you .NET Run. This is the new normal. You're going to want to do things in Aspire because of what you get out of this dashboard from now on. So right now it's just one application, but we're going to add more later. Hey, Tech Workbench. That's a fine question. Let me just grab that real quick. Nope, that was the other question you had. How would telemetry be set up to be used as a sidecar? So there is, if we click into here, there is details. There's a bunch of open telemetry configuration that's all set right here. And these are all the various locations of where to push things. Where is it? OTLP endpoint. So there are configuration options that you can use in app host to, not in app host, I'm sorry, inside the projects that you can use to specify the other location you want to publish to. And have that deployed and configured so it goes out to somewhere else. We recommend folks centralize that inside of service defaults. So that's nice. You're kind of leading me right into the service defaults inspection that I meant to do. So when you say add service defaults, it configures open telemetry, health checks, service discovery. If you look at how it configures open telemetry, it sets up and basically configures ASP.NET Core, HTTP client, runtime telemetry, and does some filtering, and then it configures some exporters. This is intended to be used in all of your projects. That's why it's centralized in this extensions method. So if you're using a sidecar, there's instructions that are available on the Aspire documentation that tell you about how you can use a sidecar, something like Prometheus, to capture and paint and make those available. We have instructions in here for how to use application insights, but for using something like Prometheus, there's instructions available on the Aspire website for what to drop into this segment to swap that out and publish to Prometheus. And then you can wire up your Grafana dashboard, or if you want to use Datadog or SolarWinds or some other service, there's instructions for how to wire them up right here in the service defaults extensions so that everybody gets the same deployed configuration for where to publish that telemetry. So, good question. Wanted to make sure I touched on that. Ice cream stick model. Yeah, there is documentation about the open telemetry environment variables. There you go. It's on the Aspire website. There's a whole open telemetry section there that tells you about how to capture and push these wherever you need. So it's pretty standard. I don't want to say standard, but it's pretty clear where and how you do that. Telemetry. Oh, here we go. Expire for monitoring. Right, it's in a whole telemetry section. Yeah. So it relies on their open telemetry configuration. There, it was right there. The environment variables. So, and then open telemetry configuration. Here's how it's set up, and then exporters. There is a section somewhere in the documentation about adding custom exporters. Connecting to Seek if you want to use that. Yeah. There's, if you do a search, you'll find it in here, or a link off to someplace else where they talk about it. So that's on aspire.dev. All right. So we have the website. Let's add a dev tunnel now so that we can get to the website from our phone. Check this out. We had the dev tunnels hosting package with we can, hang on, we can do this with Aspire add. You can run that command if you want. That's a fine command. I'm going to show you something just a little bit different. So inside here, I can do Aspire Add. And this will allow you to search through the integrations. And there it is. Dev tunnels, even with me spelling it wrong. Hey, Kanawa Nagasaki, hello. Good to see you. So this is going to add that integration. So we're enhancing our application system we're working on by bringing in other features. Yeah, I can share the repository for the workshop. It pops up every couple minutes there in chat. But there you go. Let me go back over to VS Code. It's like NuGet's running slow today or something. There we go. So now, back over in App Host. We're going to add a dev tunnel. So let's call this the website. Right? So I'm literally taking a project and I'm assigning it to a variable called web. And now I can add a dev tunnel, give it a name, tell it this is where you're connecting to, and you're giving anonymous access. Let's give this a shot. And it should fire up and we should be able to get in there. Look at that, the Stream Elements message appeared right after I posted the link. So if you haven't used dev tunnels, you're going to have to log in, dev tunnel user login. And it'll give us a public URL that we'll be able to connect to and get to this. That's weird. I'm not gonna lie, that's weird. So here we go. Build succeeded, get it started. And then the dev tunnel takes a 30 seconds or so to set up when we do get launched. But once we get on the other side of this, I think we're going to be locked in. Yep, the dashboard, traces, health endpoints. Other things about integrations. If we wanted to use Postgres instead of SQLite. Finally. Yeah, we're good. And then committing the changes. Oh, that table didn't render right. Darn it. All right, so here it is. It's starting the dev tunnel right here. Ta-da! It says ready to accept, and it is that location. So if I click through to that, yes, I know. So I've gone all the way out and come back in, and now I'm able to access and work with the site from the outside. We're going to do more with that as we hook up our phone in the next module. Darn it, that table didn't edit right. Let's fix that real quick. Added the dev tunnel. Install the CLI. There we go. Yeah, it's because there's extra spaces. Yeah, that's better. There we go. Is DevTunnel free to use? Yes. Yes, it is. Come on, get down there. So, yep. DevTunnels are free. So, now, the next module, we're actually going to wire up your camera so that you can take a picture and upload it. And man, I'm worried about what you people are going to do. So having a collection and having just a list of items is nice, but you want a picture that associates with your collection. So this is a practical thing, right? We're uploading photos and we're going to put them down and make them available. So we're going to upload images to the www.root uploads folder on the server. When we get to module 10, we're going to create thumbnails also. So let's add a photo file name to the collection item model. So we're going to store a file name, not the file itself, with the model. And the actual image will live in the uploads folder. So let's go into collection item, and I'm going to add the photo file name to this property. Yes, you can restart. Here in models, collection item. There we go. Photo file name. And we need a file upload component so that we can upload that content. Does Microsoft have a pool of domain names and pull the dev tunnel once we run our app? If you look at the... it's restarting. Give it a second. They're all subdomains off of the top level, a top level domain that they do have, and it's just allocating off of those top level domains. So yeah, this restore is kind of weird. This isn't normal. Okay. Alrighty. Here comes the dashboard, and then we'll get the... Like, I don't want it restarting the whole thing every time. It is definitely slow. Because that stuff usually comes back real quick. So... yeah, this is coming. See, it comes off of devtunnels.ms. So, that's all right. Continuing on. So, we're going to create a file upload component. Now, Blazor has an input file. No, I didn't try pinging it. I'm trying to stay focused on this. And it wraps the input file type, but it also provides some other interactions. So we're going to put the input file element inside the add item row on the collection page. So let's move these around back over here. So, right, this is add a new item, and let's put it right there. And inside the code block, just add those two. So we receive a file on new file, and the file that we receive, set it to that property. And then we need to actually save it. So I'm going to inject the web host environment. So this is a reference to the environment that the web server is running on. Yeah, it's going to create unique file names. So we're going to update save photo. No, I'm sorry. We're adding save photo. So this is a new method. I'll add it way down here at the end. So save photo, it's going to receive a file, combine the web root path with the uploads folder name. If it's not there, create the directory. And then just write it down as a GUID. And I need a max file size. Okay, we're going to define it later. Okay. So now, so when we click add item, we also want to make sure that we save the file. So back up here in add item. Right there. Terrific. So save the photo. We have a file name. Set it. And then go save it. And then we're going to update the UI now to include the photos. Is Visual Studio better than VS Code for C#? Doesn't matter. Better is relative. You can try it. There's a community edition that's free for Visual Studio. It's larger, has a lot more features to it. So I'm going to replace the for each loop with this new for each loop. Yep. So there we go. So for each item, and there's the thumbnail, the collection item card with the edit and delete buttons. No, it's there we go. We need to add the file name to the database. So, yep, you're stuck. So I'll go over to my collection, clear this. So I added that file name field. So I need to add a migration and update the table appropriately. We're going to get to that in just a second. Yeah, debug is much better in Visual Studio. As your projects get larger, you're going to want to be in Visual Studio. Visual Studio has the Cadillac of debuggers in the industry. Nobody holds a candle to what the Visual Studio debugger can do. There are folks that have never tried a debugger before, and they use Visual Studio for the first time, and it literally changes their life. Like, .NET developers have it easy. What? Oh, max file size is still not in there. those should have been... So 5 meg is the max file size. Yeah, it's just taken a really long time to build. The package manager, the graphical package manager is much easier to use. The unit testing features much easier to use that are native to Visual Studio. Have a good one, Napalm. Happy Memorial Day to you. All right, so now let me add the migration. I'm not going to pull in the change. It's that other text update. There we go. And now we can do .NET EF database update, and it will update the SQLite file with those changes. The new field out there. So we'll get this updated. And we need to create the uploads folder. And yeah, we want to ignore that in our Git commits. So save photos async with validation. So we can copy that where it's doing a check on the various file types. Where'd it go? Oh, I was already there. So here we go. So don't just check the extension. Check the file size. Is that file content type allowed? Yeah. And I think on a mobile device, input type file accept image typically gives the user a choice: browse photo gallery, open the camera. So we can let's go back up here to the input type file. Yeah, input file. Cool. So if I do that, it's going to work. And there's the final updated file. Come on now. Check the file content type with magic bytes. We can do that too. Yeah. I thought I had a QR code generator in here. Crumbs. Did I forget the QR code? It's in module 9. It didn't get included here. It's not in the documentation. Nuts. But it is in the checkpoint here. All right, I'm gonna bring it in. So I generated the code, like I wrote the code, the save point with it, but I forgot to put it in the markdown. Let me add this real quick. The idea being, how do you get from from the website to your phone to take the picture to put it back in? So we need to put a QR code on the home page. So that you can get there. So give me 1 second here. So there's that version of home. This is my working version of home. And I need to generate the QR code. I need to inject a few things. Yes. I'll add documentation for this. So, yeah, that should all work. But we need to get the dev tunnel URL passed in so that we know where to route people to. So, last bit that I need, it's in the app host. And it took me a minute or two to get this working. So I will show you what I'm doing here in just a second. So I'm setting the dev tunnel, when I create it, I'm setting it to a variable. Before I start running the application, take the website and let's add a environment variable that says, here's the URL for the dev tunnel. That way, when the home page opens up, it's going to go get the dev tunnel URL and use that to create the QR code here. So that was the last piece I needed for that. So now let's .NET run the app host, and we should get a QR code on the page that'll allow us to browse to it with a camera and then click through and create something. Yes, this is going on YouTube. Yes. In fact, it's recorded and on there now. Like, you can go there. So this is going to finish. We're gonna show you then how to use in-service bus to create thumbnails quickly. I didn't create no, that's all fine. Yeah, I didn't create the uploads folder. Well, it's supposed to create it by itself. Oh, nuts. What did it? Using inject. No, that's good. I dropped a curly brace at the end. When I was copying things in. Yeah, you're welcome, Frizz Diskin. Here we go. And then we should download this. Fantastic. All right. Come on now, finish restoring. Let's go. Ah, there it is. And I want to see over here. Should be reconnected. There we go. Dev tunnel is starting up, and we should see all that get loaded into the website in just a second. All right. And if I go here, I get a QR code. I'm going to pull that off screen for a second. And I should be able to click through on my phone. And now I've got a full screen that's running on my phone. You know what? I never added the collection link to the side, so I've got to navigate manually on my phone. And now I can add an item to my collection. So let me grab my Overwatch hat. Yeah. And Overwatch hat. And I'm just going to make the description Overwatch. And go ahead and add. There it is. So if I refresh my page, I clicked add twice. So there it is. I've got added on 522. And I can click edit into it, and it dropped my name and description. That's fine. Overwatch hat. There it is. No, it did have it. There we go. So there's the first one I added. That isn't really anything. That's the one I uploaded. Looks good. All right. So Dev Tunnel helped this work, right? That was pretty cool. And I can connect and test and interact and do things locally. Let me add the navigation on the side there, because we're going to do a little bit more here. So that's in layout, nav menu. I'm going to let's change this to go to collection. Yep, collection. Thank you. And this is going to go to report. And guess where this goes? Report. And that should... Oh no, I did a .NET run. It won't patch. Can we do that? Nope, it's not the restore. So this will reconnect. My dev tunnel's disconnected, and I'll get a new dev tunnel allocated, and it'll generate a new QR code, and we're off and running. So Aspire gives us the ability to put in a dev tunnel, and then we set up a photo upload. We learned how to do that with a file upload component inside Blazor, right? And you can scan through it and read through this. Really, really cool stuff that lets you connect your phone to your applications that you're building locally. And it all appears and works with, 3-4 lines of code inside of Aspire. Hey, Bill Sharp, how you doing there? So I am on you. Yeah, you're on YouTube, so terrific. Yeah, we all lose a curly brace once in a while. You're right. The next module we're going to talk about is about adding Service Bus. But before I get into this one, let me just back out for a second. Huge thanks to the sponsors, to the folks that have been helping out promote this event. I got to make sure I call them out. Big thanks to them. They've been getting the word out. They let folks know that we were hosting today's event. So many thanks to these 8 companies. And you're welcome, Sharer. And they've got a handful of prizes that we're going to give out here in about an hour, live on stream. All right. So big thanks to them. And I have one more video that I want to show from the folks at Gap, right? Gap Velocity. They asked me to record a video for them talking about migrating and modernizing applications, because they've got some tremendous insight in this. So let me show you those words real quick, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. All right, see you in a few. Hey there, friends. Jeff Fritz here, and I want to talk to you about something that doesn't get nearly enough airtime at our events. We spend a lot of time talking about what's new: Blazor, Aspire, the latest Azure tooling, and that stuff is genuinely great. But the reality is, for a huge number of developers in this room, is that you're not writing code most of the day. You're maintaining something old. Maybe it's a VB6 app, an Access database that's grown to a couple hundred forms, a Power Builder system, ASP.NET Web Forms, something somebody wrote in 2004 that is now somehow the most important application at your company. Nobody planned for that. These kind of apps just sort of become load-bearing, right? Look, the gap between what you're maintaining and what's possible in modern.NET right now, it's wider than it's ever been. So I want to talk to you about that gap and what's actually changed in the last 18 months, all about closing it. Most of you have probably already tried the obvious thing. You opened up Copilot or Claude or Gemini or whatever your editor is, and you pointed it at the legacy codebase and said, convert this thing to modern.NET. And it works for about 60% of the code. Am I right? Then it hit the part where the UI is tightly coupled to the data layer. There's 20 years of business logic that's baked into form events. One stored procedure calls another that calls a DLL that nobody can find the source for. And the model just starts guessing. The AI is hallucinating method signatures, inventing APIs. These things don't exist. That's not a tooling problem that you can prompt your way out of. General purpose large language models weren't built for this. Their context window isn't big enough, and the accuracy drops like a rock. Your code base is growing and accuracy falls off the cliff. That's just physics. All right? Here's the thing. Most of these apps, they haven't moved. And that's not because nobody's tried. It's because nobody sees the risk. It's because every path to modernization has been brutal. The traditional rewrite path is a multi-year project. You're staffing a team, you're running the legacy app, and the new one in parallel. You're rediscovering business logic that nobody documented. And the budget for that conversion is a non-starter at most companies. So, It gets deferred again. The lift and shift path is then tried, but that doesn't actually solve anything. You move the VB6 app into a virtual machine that's running on Azure or another cloud environment, and you still have a VB6 app. You just moved it. You changed where it runs. That doesn't solve anything for you. The generic AI path, the one that I just described, like I said, it gets you about 60% there and stalls out exactly where the business value is. That's why these apps have been frozen. Every option, too painful, too expensive, or too unreliable. Now, what's actually changed is agentic AI being applied specifically to the problem. There's a company out there called Gap Velocity AI. And if that name doesn't ring a bell, their lineage probably does. They started as Artensoft, the team that built the original VB upgrade wizard for Microsoft. Then they became Mobilize.net, and they've been doing legacy modernization for 35 years. And they've seen a huge variety of legacy, monolithic monsters. So they built a product called Velo. It runs on Microsoft Foundry, and they built it specifically because they saw their own customers running into that wall that I just described. The rewrite was too expensive. Lift and shift doesn't solve the problem, and generic AI doesn't finish the job. So they took 35 years of deterministic migration tooling, experience, and combined it with a pipeline of specialized agents. There's one mapping dependencies, another one designing target architecture, one's doing the conversion, another one's even validating functional parity against the original. Each agent has a narrow job focus and a constrained context. That is how you get past that context window problem. That breaks down and gets you past those general purpose tools limitations. Underneath that agent layer is the deterministic engine that I mentioned. Rule-based mappings, patented, refined over decades. The parts that can be done with compiler-grade precision aren't being left to a probabilistic model. The LLMs only get invoked for the genuinely ambiguous stuff. Deterministic, where you can be deterministic, and agentic, where you can't. The economics of this finally work out. What used to take a year and a rewrite team now takes weeks. And what comes out the other side? Clean, modern .NET code that you can own and manage. Here's why I think this is worth your attention, even if you don't use this specific tool. The productivity story in modern .NET right now is genuinely good. Aspire changes how you stand up distributed apps. Blazor is a mature framework. The Azure tooling is in a great place. But none of that helps if your team is still firefighting a Microsoft Access database from 2007. You only need to modernize once. Get your team out of that maintenance trap so they can actually build what you need for today and tomorrow. If you want to take a look for yourself, I've got a GitHub repo for you that has an app that's been migrated for you. The Northwind Microsoft Access database is at this address right here. I've got it linked for you just below. You can see the modernized code output in that repository. Dive into it. Take a look. Read the code. Make your own call. All right? That's code that was modernized by Velo. And if you've got one of those apps that nobody wants to touch, it's worth knowing that there might be a solution out there that isn't painful. The agent pipeline is a real architectural shift, and it's worth understanding even if you never end up using it yourself. Oh, man. I hope that rings true with some of you that, hey, you got to get migrated off these old things. Don't get burdened. Don't get burdened with some old applications that need to be upgraded, that need to be removed. We need to move on from. The folks at Gap Velocity AI have built some tremendous experience, and they've infused it into their applications, their tools. I've seen what Velo can do, and it is amazing. Check out that GitHub repository that I linked in the video. All right. Let's get a little bit architecture. Let's experiment and do a little bit more with architecture, shall we? This next module is sponsored by our friends from Particular Software. They make N-Service Bus. They make they have a platform of services and features that are available, and we're going to use N-Service Bus to help us create a thumbnail creator for those images that we uploaded. Let's face it, you've got a phenomenal camera on your phone, right? The camera on your phone, it's flipping amazing. It takes 4K pictures at 60 frames a second of your kids going up and down on the seesaw like you wouldn't believe. Am I right? And the pictures that it takes are massive. They are. They're really high quality. They're great stuff. But for the purposes of a little thumbnail on our collection page, we don't need 4K resolution. We don't need that. We can get away with something a little bit smaller. 100 by 100K, 100 pixels by 100 pixels is good enough. Am I right? So let's build a background service that will create thumbnails for us, and we'll use the messaging capabilities of N-Service Bus to connect together a website so that when we upload and we save the file to disk, we'll notify our background processor that receives an N-Service Bus message to go and reformat, resize, and create a thumbnail for us. So there we go. Let me catch up, and that's what we're going to do here in Module 10. Let me catch up here. Migration, that's right. You better migrate, Thindoll. Is it Aragzinski? You love your old 4.8 web forms? I do too, but you know what? Just the raw performance alone is so worth it. Just the raw performance, not to mention the maintainability. Like, it's been 10 years. Let's go. Let's start moving things forward, you know? Consuela Beans says, Microsoft Access databases, we're trying to get over 1,000 of them converted to SQL. Oh, mud on. Consuela. Whoo. That's a lot. And quite frankly, if that's something you need help with, like literally the Gap Velocity folks want to hear from you and see how they can help. Can you do this workshop on a Mac? Oh, yes, you can. Everything that I've done here is cross-platform. You can do it on a Linux box, too. Hey, Jay, the Access database is maintained by one dude who's been using it for 35 years, and he says, I can't migrate it. Well... Jay, they've also got a lot of job security. Remy just migrated away from web forms in the last few weeks. There you go, Remy. Congrats. Look, as a former program manager of ASP.NET web forms, I'm thrilled that you enjoyed using that tool. And as somebody who works on the app modernization tools and encourages and is trying to get folks onto the latest and greatest stuff for security, for performance, I'm happy for you. Yeah. So Consuela, there's our friend Dee Dee Walsh. A fine connection to make if you need help with all of that. So, you migrated away from it when you got made redundant. I think that's a little bit different. I don't think that's quite the same, but okay. Let me head over. Let's talk about doing a little bit of N-Service Bus for this. You know, I haven't mentioned in a little bit. Yeah, hang on. I haven't shown us the map in a little bit. I know some folks have been mentioning their locations. So we've got 82 people on the map today. Say hello, say good afternoon, good evening, and give us a hint as to a location you'd like to plot on the map for where you're watching from. It can be as accurate or as inaccurate as you'd like. I say, hey, I'm watching from Philadelphia, even though I live in the suburbs, that kind of thing. And we're happy to put a hat on the map to recognize you and your location. Anybody can get there and kind of peek around and see a little bit of some of the folks that we've got tuned in. The United States, we've got a whole bunch of folks watching from the States today. In Europe, we got a bunch of folks in the UK tuned in. Thank you so much. Ice Cream Stick Model dropping a pin in Finland. We got Tool. How you doing there? In Birmingham, Alabama. You know what? I think it actually put it in. I think it might have put it in. Another Knoxville. How you doing there, Alchemist 1206? I suspect. So we have a couple folks that tune in from Birmingham, UK. I have a feeling it put you in the wrong Birmingham. You should be putting you in Birmingham, not Birmingham. That was, Tool HS. Yeah, let me fix that. There we go. There we go. Now we got you in Alabama. How accurate is the map if you put in your street address? No. Won't do that. But if you put in your town, it'll plot your town. Guarantee. Lockheed 83 in Finland. Oh, we got a number of Finns tuning in. Yeah. Thank you. Earlier this week I was commenting on Eurovision performance of our European friends, depending on what country they were in. Oh my gosh, Latvia. Right? Like, that's not where they are. I know that's not where they are. Yeah, that was a mistake. Yoink that one. And right here's another one that somebody marked in interesting. No. Yeah, there we go. So folks all over the world tuned in and on the map, thank you so much. Tech Workbench, sure. Burnaby and BC. How you doing there, Jeeper? Hello. So, there you go. Thank you so much, everybody. It's just for fun. You don't have to share your location, but if you do, we'll drop an entry. On the map. All right. Let's get in, and we're going to talk about adding this background service using N service bus. So let me bring that up. Here we go. So N service bus made by particular software. We have them linked right here. It's a messaging platform. It helps you pass messages between various applications in your larger application system. And in the case of this application, where we're taking pictures, we don't want the website to wait to resize and create a thumbnail while you're uploading a picture, right? That's going to be kind of annoying. So let's move that to a background process. And that's what we're going to do with a little bit of help from N Service Bus. So yeah, why we're going to be doing that processing. So very easy concept to understand. When the upload finishes, send a notification to the thumbnail processor, and that will wake up and go do the resizing, and then we'll have our thumbnail. And we'll create a little WebP thumbnail and save it into the uploads thumbnails folder. So we're going to let the website save the original photo. We're going to publish an event that says, hey, the photo was uploaded, and then our thumbnail worker process we're going to create is going to hear that event, right? It's going to hear that message, create the thumbnail, and away we go. So there's more reading on here. Now there is a small business discount going on right now from the folks at Particular Software, where small businesses that make less than $1 million a year can get a running instance of In-Service Bus completely free. We're going to use a learning mode on this that uses a shared folder on disk. And but if you do want to use this in a more production scenario, there are options for you to get discounts based on the relative income of your organization. So there's a step down that you'll see that you'll get a prorated rate from the folks at Particular Software. So, but for learning and trying this out, we can run and do this locally using a shared file on disk. Let me show you. So, yes, we're going to create an endpoint that passes messages and handlers that receive those messages and do something with it. And then we're going to actually be passing things around using a transport, in this case, a folder on disk that we're going to be passing data around. So I'll let you read some of this about how to get started with this. And the overview. So let's create our thumbnail worker app. So this is going to actually do the work of building thumbnails. So this is a console application that I'm going to add. So let's open this up and use my command line that I have here inside of VS Code. The dog's over there kind of doing his thing. All right, so I have a little console application, right? And you can tell because it uses the console template here. I'm going to add that project to my solution, just like that. I'm going to go into, it's not listed here, but I'm going to go add it into the Aspire project. So my collection app host .NET add reference, and it's my collection thumbnail worker. There we go. All right. Back in app host. There it is. I'm going to add the thumbnail worker. Yeah, there we go. Builder add project. No, it's projects dot my collection thumbnail worker. There we go. I actually don't need a reference to the web. Thanks so much. No, I don't need that. All right. So that's built. That's available. Next, we need to add the packages and project reference to the thumbnail worker. So In-Service Bus, extensions hosting, transport learning, Skia Sharp, so that we can do the resizing, and we want to get service defaults in the mix also. So let me grab that. I'm going to jump back to my collection thumbnail worker. Open that up so we can see this. And I'm just going to add those .NET add methods. Oh, come on now. You want me to be up one? Is that where I created this at? Yeah. There we go. Adding all of that in. could not find... No, because it's just called service defaults. .NET add reference. And I just called it service defaults. Cool. Why does it want me to replace it? And we don't have messages yet. I didn't create the messages class library. No. Went too far. Down here. Right there. That's what we want. So the messages library. .NET add class lib. I need to... What? No, it's .NET new, not add. Wrong verb. There we go. Now I can do .NET SLN add my collection messages. It's a class library. I don't need to add it to the main app host project, so we're good there. But we do need to add messages to both the My Collection application. So I'm going to .NET add reference My Collection messages. And I need it in, yes, thumbnail worker. And it's the exact same command. There we go. All right. Next. I don't need to update that because I did it all by hand already. We're going to place into thumbnail worker program the actual commands to do the reformatting here. Check this out. So, thumbnail worker program. We're not doing hello world here. So, yeah, we don't have services yet for thumbnail generator. So this is going to create a generic host, so it runs a little bit like a background. Service. We're going to create an endpoint configuration, and we're going to set up a system JSON serializer. So we convert data back and forth to JSON format. And we're going to save using the learning transport in the .learning transport folder locally. It'll create that as needed. And we're going to set up service bus and get this started. Now, I need to create the services. Right, we added, yeah. So that add service defaults, remember how we were logging metrics and logs from the website? Does the same thing here. And service bus knows how to use that. So, yes, I created the message. I did that. Oh, we need to add and service bus to the messages collection. All right. So back over here, go up one, because we're actually going to add a marker in there. All right. So that's fine. I already did that. Process photo uploaded class, yes. So inside messages, there's one class file right now. We're going to replace that. And rename the file. This one should build pretty quick. Do this. My collection messages. And .NET build that. That should... Yeah, there we go. So... process photo uploaded is a message that takes in, here's the ID of the item that we're going to work on. Here's the photo file name that you need to work on. The original photo path, where it is on disk, and then where we're going to save it to. So, yeah, there's discussion about the class name that we use for this message. Let's actually write the image handler. So we're going to create a services folder, and we're going to create thumbnail generator inside of that. And this is pretty clear what it's doing, and we'll step through this. Services, foo.cs, because it doesn't matter when I name it, because I'm going to rename it right there. So we're going to create a thumbnail based on a source path and a destination path. If we don't have a source path, throw an exception. Create a directory for wherever we're writing to. Read the source file. Decode it with Skia#. If we don't actually have the file and we can't decode it, throw an error. And then we're going to scale it as directed. And eventually create that file and save it. Nothing to it. It's going to be 200 by 200. We're going to make the background white. Now we need a handler to actually do this. So the handler is going to receive the message and instruct that class, go resize this file. So this is called process photo upload handler. And it is simple. It's intended to be simple. Like, right? We don't want to overthink these things, because we're introducing complex architecture, and we want something that will give us and allow us to do simpler processes by taking on that more sophisticated architecture. So this is an end service bus interface called iHandleMessages. Process photo uploaded, right? That's the message we created over here that says here's the file name and the locations to work with. Are we missing a logger using statement? There we go. So this extension, this interface has a method here called handle. So it's going to handle that message, write some logger information, and then it's going to call the thumbnail generator and say, go create the thumbnail. And then log, okay, I created it. Done. Right? It's easy. That makes sense. Receive a request to resize a photo, resize the photo, write information about it, and then log it. So it should write it out to the thumbnails folder and make that happen. Now, if I build this right now, it's not going to do anything, because we need to publish a message. The Blazor app needs to reach out to Service Bus and say, hey, I've got a photo for you to process. So we need to add the end Service Bus packages to the collection app now, and a reference to the messages project. So let me copy all that. I'm going to go back in here. Just jump up one and go into my collection. Actually, no, I can do it here, right? Paste in those .NET commands. And we'll wait just a second. I think it's working. It should be working, right? I'm waiting. It's kind of hanging. Oh, there it goes. Ooh. And there's definitely something in this project that is hanging. So I'll let that finish adding those. Inside of Program CS, so the startup that manages the website, we're going to add this endpoint configuration, transport, and use service bus. Yeah. Right here. There we go. So, wrong program. This one. For the website. So, after service defaults, so, endpoint configuration, use serialization. So we're speaking JSON again. Learning transport, the same location, builder host, use and service bus. Is it just? No, it's builder use service. I don't need the host on that one. Have a good one, Sativa. Thank you so much. So now this knows how to use service bus. I actually have to publish a message. So on the collection page, we need to be using end service bus, using the collections, and inject that content and context. So way back over here on the collection page. So using my collection messages, using end service bus, context, environment, and then the message session. So the photo display markup, we're not going to just flat display the photo. We're going to say get display photo URL. So, because we're going to try and do a thumbnail in there. So that's the add a new item. Item name, description. That's the edit. All right. Here we go. So right here. And I need to update the add item. Right, where it calls save photo. It's save photo. Down here. After it saves the changes, if we do have the file name right here. Publish uploaded event. Right? Save changes async. What? Save context save changes async there. Yeah, it's enhancing that bit right there. So it's not saved file name. Saved file name came from up here on await save photo. File name. No. Yeah, like that. Then I can do saved file name. I don't need to var that. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Look at that. It's like it worked. But I need to do this publish photo. You finally found a coding without agent streamer? Oh, I code without agents a lot. I do. I code with agents a lot, I'm sorry. So now I need to actually do the publish photo events. So the item, the photo name, the source, the thumbnail file name, and actually do that. As well as the display photo URL. And so that it goes and finds the thumbnail if it's available. So I'll add this method down at the end. And let me fix... on the display here. Yeah, we're good. So let's take a look. We're going to derive the source path, the source of the photo based on where we saved it. The thumbnail file name, we're going to figure it out, and we're going to put a .webp on it, and we're going to put it in the upload thumbnails folder. And then we're going to publish that message on Service Bus as this process photo uploaded message. And if we have thumbnails, we'll display the thumbnail. If we just have the upload, we'll display the upload. So, I already did that. I already registered the worker. Right. I think we got that in, yes. And I think we're about... Oh, we need to update service defaults so that it knows about end service bus. So with tracing, we can add this. Add source in service bus core. And it will know then that that's another resource we should be publishing. So with tracing, we'll add that, and there should have been... Yeah, okay. I think that's everything. I think I got it right. Let's find out. My collection app host .NET run. Where are those messages stored if the worker is not running? They're written into a folder on disk. And the worker will pick up, discover them, and run appropriately. So, agents make you stupid. Oh, no, they don't. They make you... They allow you to get more done. They allow me to talk to chat more. So, we are just about done. We have one more module after this. And we're going to add a little AI. We're going to allow it to identify and work with the the descriptions of the items that we upload. And you'll see that in a very short bit once we're on the other side of this. For some reason, it's taken a minute to build. While that's running, while that's loading, of course, the map's loading up. We've got friends that have published their locations out here on the map. You can share as much or as little of your location, as accurate or as inaccurate as you would like. For example, I'm in the Philadelphia region, but I just say, hey, I'm in Philly, and the little C# logo, that represents me. And there's other folks here that are watching from New York, like Peter. Way up here is Wintermute in Ringtown. Down here, we've got Annette in Maryland. You can share your location by just giving us a little greeting, and whatever that location is, the bot in chat on YouTube and Twitch will pick it up and drop a little map indicator. Go down to LATAM. Happy to. We've got, there's Ricardo in Chile. We've got Gabriel in Brazil, and over here we've got Robson Previato in Sao Paulo. So absolutely, I would love to have more LATAM folks watching. I do appreciate that I'm an English first speaker, and most folks are in LATAM are either speaking Spanish or Portuguese. I get it. That's fine. So how do you add yourself to us? Just give me a little greeting text and the location that you're watching from. So, right, you can as easy as say hello from wherever, and it will add a little indicator. There you go. It's just that easy. There you go. Apatoria Dev in Colombia. And right, it's purposefully just kind of in the middle there. So thank you so much. Appreciate you sharing. 86 pins on the map. Thank you so much. Ida Varghese, there you go, in Dallas. And is it Mert Bey in Turkey? Let me bounce out and we'll jump over there. There you go. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the folks chiming in and saying hello, sharing the locations they're at. And you can browse to this by just clicking through to map.csharpfritz.com. And I'll share that link in chat. Oh, I got a build error. What did I do here? One second here. All right. What did I do? Let's get some fixes here. Thumbnail worker. Add services, add singleton. I'm missing a using statement. Darn it. In collection, invalid expression term is. Ooh, what happened there? No. Nope, that's okay. Up here, it's. That should be if saved file name is not null. Right? No. If new item is not null. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Give that another shot. Hello from home, mate. And I don't think it put anything out there for you, Premix. Is it premix? I don't think I put anything out there for you. No. That's okay. Danny's in Costa Rica. Yeah. There we go. Very cool. Gotta represent Costa Rica. Some of our friends at Gap Velocity AI are in Costa Rica. So, yeah. Filling out the map today. I really appreciate the folks sharing and having some fun poking around on the map. Now, while this is running, we've been starting an ARG on our stream, on my stream. That's an alternate reality game, and a couple months ago, this green line on the map appeared. If you take a look at it, your mouse turns into a hand over it. If you trace it with your mouse, a terminal opens. And this is the gateway to the beginning of our alternate reality game. And you can take a peek and see what's going on there. And there are puzzles and games, and it leads to an interactive novel that I've been writing for some time. So you gotta trace it. Yep. And you might find something. So here we go. Let's let Aspire start up. So there's my thumbnail worker. It's working. It's out there. And I can click the console button down here on the end. There's a little console button. I can click that and I can see the console is running and it's listening and doing its thing out here. There's my collection website, and I have a URL for DevTunnels. Hey, how you doing there? Is it Darayish Farkish? Welcome. If I jump in here, there's my application, and let me grab a hat. Let me find a good one. No.
Developers.
No, it doesn't know. Yeah, give me this one. That's a good one. So I'm going to, the QR code pops up now when you go to this. So I will go to the QR code with my phone. That opens up. I'll go to the collection page. And right now it looks like that. It looks similarly on my phone. So let's take a picture and upload a hat. There we go. So this is my Haddonfield, Illinois hat. The town from the Halloween movies. And I'll just call this Haddonfield Halloween as the hat name. And I'll just put for the description Halloween. I'll click add and it uploads it. And if I reload, what? Oh, I see what's going on here. Yes. I see what's going on here. So we did the upload. And there's the hat. And what it should have done is start doing a resize right over here. So look at this. Processing uploaded photo for item 7. Processing item, and it's got a couple uploads. And I should now be able to get in and see. Stand by. Yeah, somebody took a picture of their cat. Cute. But it did resize them too. So if we jump back into VS Code, because I can see it in here also. root uploads. So here's my thumbnails. There's the Overwatch hat. There's the Haddonfield, Illinois hat. Right? So that, and I have a thumbnail now for that is smaller. It's turned sideways, but I have my thumbnail and it processed and I see it right there. Right? So if we do an inspect, there's the upload. It's a thumbnail. It's a WebP, and you see it's, you can't see it. It's scrolled off the side. Right there. It is a 200 by 200 WebP. Do that one more time. There it is. And it's 9K. All right. So we wrote a little thumbnail generator. The content of it and how the thumbnail generator, the actual thumbnail, that's beside the point. But what we did was we were able to get Service Bus to automatically send the message out, do the resize, and now when I go and browse and look at that entry, right, and I can fix that so that it's oriented properly, but it automatically did that resize and put it on the screen. Fantastic. Love it. It's so easy to use, and it's just writing the content to disk in this learning transport folder. Okay? So the events are in here, and how it's actually sending things back and forth. So it's working locally and just writing content back and forth on disk. So for something that for us as developers to try out and learn and see how it works, terrific. Works great. Happy to use and work with this feature and get me somewhere. When I am ready and I think this is great and I want to use it, then we can set up a subscription and small businesses get a discount. Check out the particular software blog post for more details. All right. We've been through a lot. We've done a ton today. I've got one more module for you. And I think this is the one that folks are actually looking forward to, really looking forward to. We're going to add a little bit of AI to this. I don't like having to type in a description for these things. Like, description, so what? Why am I doing that? Go figure it out and tell me what it is. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to generate a short plain text description with some tags and add them into the mix here. So let's head over. And I'm happy to take a question here. How do I feel about AI in general in regards to programmers? Do I think the replacement is real or stretched? Once you've used the AI tools, the AI code generation tools, you'll see that they aren't replacing developers. They're making you more productive. Non-technical folks can certainly vibe code and start generating application content. What you're going to find is you still need to know sound application architecture. You still need to know sound application principles to steer the AI properly so that it builds things and delivers the way that you want. Just asking it, hey, help me build a card game that's kind of like Texas Hold'em and I want to be able to bet and see what it does. No, you're not going to get somewhere. You need to be able to break down a project into plans and orchestrate it and give those instructions in a very descriptive, clear way to the AI to get there. And analysts are going to get you part of the way there, but programmers are going to be able to do it best. Is the code that it generates good? Yes, it is. Given that you provide appropriate training to the AI for the stack that you want. Given that you provide appropriate guardrails so that you have acceptance tests, you have unit tests, you have features that are going to ensure that it delivers the code you want, not just goes and throws slop out there. So, do I see a future where today's software developer fundamentals are changed by AI coding to be moved to a new abstraction layer? Yes, I do. And I think we're going to see that happen and deliver value based on how good you teach it to be. So right now with the Blazor web forms components library that I've been building, I have it built in such a way that I can give it 1 or 2 line commands and it can generate entirely new components, complete with documentation, samples, unit tests, acceptance tests. After it's done that, though, I still go through and review it and make sure that it delivered what I wanted. But I can get away with 2 or 3 lines of code, 2 or 3 lines of description of the feature that I want, and it will go and build that appropriately for me. I've also got features built into that library where I've built skills such that I can tell it to run benchmarks, and it knows how to run a very sophisticated benchmark because I've built the skills into it. Now, those are 20, 30, 40 lines of code that reference and have templates that have another 100,000 lines of descriptive code behind it. I wrote and trained all of that. If you don't train it, it's not just going to give you magically what you want. The training is where the value is. But once you have that training, it can generate and build the application, the game, what have you, the website, in a high quality way. But to get there, you need to and you need to do a bit of work. You can dictate a lot of that. I've dictated a lot of it, but you're going to want to do a bunch of testing and proofing to make sure it delivers. You spent 3 hours wrangling squad today. You're not a good vibe coder, but still okay. How you doing, Robert Tables? Good to see you. At the moment, you feel it's a stretch, but in the future, it seems probable. Yeah, because here's the thing: the AI wave is not slowing down; it's getting faster. What's going to slow it down is resources. If the resources aren't there, it's going to slow down. If folks aren't spending the money on it, it's going to slow down. But everybody's spending money on it, and they're building data center resources. So it's going to continue getting faster. You've been coding for 20 years? Yes, if you've been coding for 20 years, your productivity will skyrocket. Amen. Arazinski, yes. I had access to Squad the first weekend of February, and I tell this a bit that I spent a weekend getting it pointed to multiple agents pointing to one of my projects, and I spent 1 billion tokens over the weekend. Now I'm employed by the company, so I got tokens for free, but I ran through 1 billion tokens over a weekend and got a mountain done, and it was phenomenal. Yeah, Thindall, you need to teach it acceptance tests and what done means, and then tell it loop until you reach the done criteria. In object-oriented programming, you spend more time refining the code and practically rewriting it. No, I'll disagree with that. I don't see that in C# at all. We aren't getting the toothpaste back in the tube. Nope. The resources are being used. Let's go in and take a look and add a little bit of AI to this project. And then we will call it a workshop. So we're going to use Microsoft Extensions AI and the agent framework that comes with it. So we can add a chat client that'll connect out to a service and do this analysis for us. So there is a provider-specific layer that we do need to use so that it knows how to transcribe between the various providers. And we are going to be using OpenAI for this. So we're going to create an AI worker console app. So let's do that. .NET new console. And we'll get this into the mix. Yeah. You need to stop. I'm going to go up one and .NET new console. So a console app called AI worker. We'll create that. Add it to the solution. There we go. We need to add project references so it gets the service defaults and so that it gets the messages. So we'll add the messages reference. The service defaults is a little bit different name. There we go. And we need to add some NuGet packages so we can get to Microsoft Extensions AI, the OpenAI features, and Service Bus. So I'm going to copy that in. This is typical yak shaving. Get things configured and running here for the project. So it's going to go set up those package references. I think we have all of them except for... No, I don't think I have the AI extensions installed locally. I might have when I did the... I should have it because I installed it. Well, and we'll let that run. So Microsoft Extensions AI gives us access to be able to send chat messages to the language model. The OpenAI, Extensions AI OpenAI, connects the OpenAI client to that abstraction. And of course, the OpenAI project gives us the OpenAI chat client. So we'll be able to work with just a abstract chat client and send messages to it, and it'll transcribe it appropriately for OpenAI. The end service bus messages that we were using, and then we're going to get SQLite so that we can interact with the SQLite database directly. Yeah, that's what the project file looks like. I'm not going to... Whatever, that's fine. We need to configure our AI client. Yes, yak shaving. I'm under the car changing the oil. The wife walks in and says, and asks if he's changed the kitchen light bulb yet. No. That was a Malcolm in the Middle. Failed to restore. Oh yeah. Failed to restore. Close this. Not thumbnail. It's AI worker. This one. Yeah, they're all there. Right. My collection, AI worker, .NET restore. That should work. It seems relatively good for web and game dev from the streams I've watched. Well, that's mostly what people do on Twitch. Like, what do we do here? Package downgrade from 10.2 to 10.1. No. Yeah, give me 10.2. Do that. Try again. Come on. And you saw the error when I was adding solution? Okay. Yep, there we go. All right. So there are models on GitHub that we can use for free. We're going to set up and use them, and we're going to use an older simple model here, GPT-4.1. So actually, we can bring that in from Aspire. I thought I had it in Aspire. Yeah, those are the tokens. No, we're going to do this. Yeah. All right, I'm going to go through and do some of these, and we'll see where it jumps here. All right, next, we're going to add our configuration class called AI options. Yep, there we go. So this is to get a bit of the configuration. We need to register the services in Program CS. So inside program, right? We don't have a builder yet. The provider specific part of the worker looks like, yeah, we're going to create a chat client that receives a model with some API credentials and an endpoint to connect to, and we're going to fetch it as a chat client. We're going to add middleware with the chat client builder so that we get logging. Okay. I really don't recommend running this outside Aspire, because when you run the GitHub models in Aspire, this all goes away. This whole thing isn't needed. You don't need to save secrets outside. We need to define a message that says, hey, go analyze this thing. So over in my collection messages, we're going to create an analyze collection image message. So I'll add that one. Once again, I don't care what it's called. And I'll rename that. I'm using a record here. A record is a very simple object that has all of its fields, all of its properties defined in this constructor. So it's really, really easy to define that. Yep. And this talks about what a record is and why those properties. So the AI handler that we're going to work with, we need to receive a result from the AI service that has a description and tags. So this is image analysis result. So up here, image, whatever. And it's another record. So it has a description and tags. And now we need a service that's actually going to do the processing. So image analysis service is what we're creating. Highlight all of that. It's whatever the service is. So let's, there we go. So this image analysis service is going to receive the AI chat client, so it knows how to chat with the language model. We're going to set up some JSON serializer options, and when we're called to, we're going to tell it, analyze this image asynchronously. So here's the path to the image. Make sure the file actually exists. Go get all the bytes from that image, get the media type from that image, and now we have a prompt, just like you would send to ChatGPT or Copilot or Claude or Gemini. So you create accessibility-friendly descriptions for a beginner collection app. Return strict JSON and nothing else. I want a description with a one plain language sentence under 30 words and some tags. Tags must be lowercase. Use 3 to 5 short tags. If the image is unclear, say so briefly, and still return helpful tags. So it's going to add the image as data, right? But just like when you're on ChatGPT, you type in a little bit of text, attach an image, and away you go. I'll come back to your question in a second here, so Rob, that's a great question. Strip markdown code fence, deserialize. After it gets messages back, clear out the markdown, deserialize, so that we have just that data, and log a warning if we can't work with it, clean up the tags, and return the result. Nice. So get media type, here it is, getting rid of code fences in the markdown. Not bad. Pretty easy to use. So Rob had a question here. I've used records here, and what's the difference between class, struct, and record? A class is very descriptive in here's the shape of the object that I'm working on, and a class is a reference type. A record is also a reference type. It's stored in a reference part of memory that we can point to and use. The record, however, is idempotent. You can't, is immutable. You cannot rewrite the record. So .NET never has to worry about an instance of this changing. It's in memory, and when this thing is done, it goes away. A struct is a value type, just like a number or a Boolean. So it uses much less memory, and it goes out of memory immediately. There is no garbage collector to clean those up. So you can have struct record types that are value types that similarly go out of memory and get cleaned up very, very quickly. So that's just the quick and dirty about the differences between those. You faced issues with record types with EF Core? Yes. And Poco classes do work a little bit better with EF Core. I totally agreed. It's because of how the objects are created. Yep. So there's a little description of what this is doing that I just explained. We're going to write the result to SQLite. So we're going to create a collection analysis store. And we're actually going to reach right into... And this probably should be a... using entity framework. But I'm going for quick and dirty here and not reusing the whole shooting match. Just get it done. All right. So it's going to receive some configuration and write to the my collection DB file that we already have, and it is not in there. My collection DB. So it's going to make a connection over to there, and when it's told to save something, it's going to take that collection item ID, the result, go connect to the database and update it and add an AI description and tags. You're welcome, Sarab. Happy to answer. Unless the struct is referenced as a member of a class. Yes. Yes. You're right, Twitch Dog. There are some different things with how that gets set up and knocked down when the struct is referenced in other places. Yes. I don't think we updated the table with those columns. I'm going to keep an ear out for that. We're going to create the end service bus handler. So this is what's actually going to receive that message, right? Handle that message and go work on doing the analysis. So let's create that class. So right here, let's rename. All right. So when this class starts up, it's got an image analysis service, a collection analysis store, right? That's the database work. And then a logger. So when it receives an analyze collection message, go find the file, write some log information, analyze it, save it, log information. Not bad. Here we go. So here's the contents of program. All right, load this up. And wow, there's a lot. Back over here. There we go. That's a dependency injection. So this is a little bit different. We're still going to create an application builder. We need a host here that's going to be managing several resources for us. We're going to get our AI options out of configuration and bind them to this AI option collection, the other way around. We're going to get an AI options collection, and we're going to find them out of configuration. Validate the options. We're going to create a singleton here for the chat client. We need a credential. That is that API key. And down here, we're going to use service bus with this configuration. Now, why are we getting that? No. Move this up. And change this to just endpoint configuration. There we go. All right. So this time, the service bus is setting up where the AI worker, learning transport to the same folder, and use end service bus. It'll go and discover those handlers and set them up appropriately. Now, I don't think, did I add the AI worker to app host? And we need to update the database. Nope, we need to add AI worker. In it. Standby. .NET add reference my collection AI worker. Cool. So that should light up in a second. All right. So when the thumbnail is done being created, we're going to publish notification that says, hey, now go do the AI description. So thumbnail, web, and we'll add no, just Let's just copy the whole thing. And we'll update that. So in the thumbnail worker, right? No. It's the generate. No, I was right. And it changed the name on this. No. I don't like that. So, processed photo, create thumbnail. Yeah, this isn't right, but that is. I'll have to clean this up a little bit. So this is message item ID. Let's kind of... There we go. So after it's done creating the thumbnail, publish a message that says, go analyze this thing. And then away we go. I don't think... Yep, I did that. Did that. That's the one I want. Hang on. Yeah, I'm gonna go back over to app host. Oh, what do you see this? This is choice. Aspire add. I want to add GitHub models as an integration. It's going to go search for it and give me a suggestion here. You'd like to have a live stream for fundamentals and internals about how C# works. I might be able to help with that. Yeah. Almost done. Oof. Come on. Here we go. So this is going to add GitHub models hosting, and I should be able to push it across and have that light up. I thought I had it originally in here. No, dev tunnels. Yeah. Well, we're going to do this the easy way. Cool. GitHub models was added. So what I'm going to do is right in here. Right, we're going to be able to say builder. No. Builder add. Really? You don't see it? Come on now. It was add GitHub models. That should build. No. Just do a quick build here and make sure that... Right. Aspire hosting GitHub models. That... I've got samples that show that working. If not, I'll add that other syntax. I'm not thrilled with it, but you didn't appreciate the benefit they gave, so you won't appreciate the benefit of records and structs until you see significant pressure and scale on a service. You just won't feel and see the performance benefit of it. Yeah, I'm definitely in an advanced space right now. This restore just takes forever here, and I don't get it. Right? There. Yeah, that worked. Yeah, look at that. Nope. But it should have done the restore there. Add GitHub model. Darn it. The name, the model that I want, and I think I can do that as a string. Yeah. The model that we want is OpenAI GPT-4.1. And I should be able to do all of that on this. GH resource. I think it's key. I think that's it. Let's give this a shot. And I think that'll do it. No. Oh, I didn't do the I didn't do the 2 columns in the SQLite database. Yeah. Where'd it go? In here. This one. Add the AI description and AI tags. Tables. Columns. If they don't exist. Yep. Good. So it's not the best place for them, but it'll work. And then I need to display them on the collection. Actually, no. Wait, I don't need to do that here. If I add AI description, AI tags. Yeah. 1 second. We're going to go back over to models, collection item. Yeah. That's right. There you go. My collection. Yeah, my collection. .NET EF migrations. Add AI fields. And then we need to update the page so it has those fields. Let's put it on the collection item card. No. Add the AI description and AI tags. There we go. Yep. Love it. Sure. Done. Thank you. Thank you for the comment there, Patty Boy. Fantastic. .NET EF. Database update. And we'll have our fields. We'll have everything updated. I've clearly got some updates to do to the content. I can ask Copilot to take care of some of that. It wasn't a matter of performance, but the use case outside of that. Record helped me achieve very light coupling and integration effort. Okay. Sure. Because you're not spending a lot of time building out giant objects. You can focus on very clear items. Okay, let's go back to my collection at post. Let's give this a shot and get ready to call this a day, because I think we've got this right where we want it, friends. Now, while that's loading, I need to get a token. I need to get a token, not in settings. It's up here. Settings. And we're going to go down here to developer settings. Personal access tokens. That's the one we want. Fine grained tokens. We're going to create a new token. Yep. Sign me in. And this is right there. Time to go. I get it. Token name, web workshop. I'm not ready for that yet. I don't want it to expire. I want it to go in. You can expire on Sunday. Sure. I need to add permissions, and I'm going to give you access to models. There we go. That's all you need to do. Read only and access to public repositories. It's not even looking at public repositories. So there's the token. Copy that. And we'll log into the dashboard over here. So unresolved parameters, and it's looking for my GitHub token. There it is. Save that to my user secrets. And now Aspire is going to manage that for us. There's my dev tunnel. There's the GitHub model, my collection, thumbnail worker. So let's give this one more shot. And I will take a picture. And drop into collection. And I'm going to take another picture. This is my Sleepy Hollow hat. Yep, go ahead, use that photo. Item name, Sleepy Hollow. Description, hat. There we go. Uh-oh. C is an invalid part. What do we got? So, here's what's kind of cool. We've hit this error. It's popped up here. We can tell Copilot, hey, go fix that. Like, this is one of the great things that I really like about this. There is an error in the My Collection app. Connect to Aspire and investigate. No, we're not going to go to Foundry. So it should have... Yep, Aspire's hooked up. So it's going, finding Aspire, and going to go connect to it. And it'll analyze the error and come back. Nope, and we just lost it. That's all right. You have a cat. The cat doesn't care what time it is as long as she has food and you let her be. There you go. So let's see what it does. But it sure looked like it was doing the analysis. And it was saying something about a C. So there we go. It's starting up and getting connected over here. So there it is. Into the site. There you go. So it should find that. Oh, it dumped. Oh, it. That was working there, friend. Whatever. Some people go partying, you watch development streams. Nice. Come on, I needed to show that description, and we'll call it there. That's not the error. I'm having a problem navigating to the /collection page now. There we go. I should have used GitHub models extensions. Add GitHub model. Probably. There's the error. So it found the error. That's annoying. Oh, that's annoying, Thindall. I'm sorry. Here we go. So deserialization error. Yes, I am under GitHub. Mm-hmm. So you've got a fix for me. Yeah, let's see. I don't think the AI analysis finished that quick. So this is Copilot running here. That's the Copilot chat window. My terminal that we've seen over here, that's PowerShell with Oh My Posh on top of it. So yeah, it's still running there, dude. Like, we can rebuild that. If you're interested in my configuration, my PowerShell configuration is saved in my .files repository on GitHub. So you can take a look and extrapolate. Yeah, you stepped on yourself there. We're still starting here. Oh, it clobbered it. So there was a JSON configuration thing. I'm going to give this just a few more, and then I need to wrap up because we're at the end. While this is running, here's what I'm going to do. Let's do this. I've got some raffle winners to share information about, some good news about. Let's do that while we're waiting for Copilot to finish fixing that. So all throughout the day today, we've had our sponsors. They've been giving away, they've been taking some names, entering into a raffle that for a bunch of different prizes that they've put together. And I have the winners that I can share with you. These people will be contacted by email after the stream, probably on Monday at this point. Because it is late on Friday. But I want to make sure that you know that we did draw. We do have some winners. And I can share with you. Here we go. Here's the big list. There's our list of winners. So, folks that were randomly drawn from the pages out there for gift cards from Growth Acceleration Partners. And I think Progress had a gift card they were giving away along with Meshius. DevArt has some licenses to .connect. We got some folks, 10 people, won prizes there. We got 2 Dome Train course codes that are going to be going out to folks thanks to particular software, so you can learn a little bit more about End Service Bus. The folks from Iron Software had a big gift card for some swag, and at their shop. Big congratulations. So everybody out on the list, huge thanks for participating, for being part of today's workshop. It's been a tremendous day today. Thank you to all of our sponsors for helping us out today. Huge thanks to everybody for tuning in, hanging out, and having a good time with us today all throughout this workshop. And of course, it's recorded. You can go back and review it. I'm going to touch up some of the notes that are in the GitHub repository so that it's a little bit more in line. And this fix here at the end that we're doing, we're going to get this cleaned up and running properly so that you can see it actually doing that final GitHub model analysis. But it looks like, yeah, the AI tags are plain comma separated text. The model expects a string array. So I think we're actually in a better place with that. But I'll let this run, and we'll put an update into the code, and I'll share an update on my next live stream. But that's a workshop. We covered a ton of material all throughout the day today. We had some great music. We had some friends stop by and talking through and sharing and showing all kinds of things around the tech, getting folks started on web development, getting into some mid-level topics around some database interactions, adding Aspire, adding capabilities so you can use your phone to take pictures of things, using QR codes to present content, and I'll get that QR code module loaded up as well. But that is a 6-hour workshop in about 8 hours. Yeah. So thank you so much again. It's been a ton of fun all day today. Don't worry, Eddie. It's all available on my YouTube channel. Head on over to youtube.com/C#Fritz, and you'll be able to rewind, zoom through this. We'll publish in the description over there the link to the GitHub repository that has all of the sample code in there. I'm going to clean up some of the things that we fixed and learned along the way to make sure that this is running. Oh, something to watch on the treadmill. You're going to have more than enough time watching on the treadmill with this. So huge thanks to our friend Dee Dee Walsh, who helped organize so much of this. She stopped in a couple times today, but she helped coordinate and get some of the content together. So a big thanks to her. And I want to reiterate, so you saw me do a little bit of the AI development here. We're going to schedule another one of these in 2 months. In July, we're going to have another full-day workshop, and we're going to do AI development. Not just, hey, let's add some AI features to your app, but I'm also going to show you some vibe coding techniques, some ways to get the most out of GitHub Copilot, or the techniques can really apply to other AIs as well. But we're going to teach you how to use AI code development better, and how to add AI to your existing applications and get more out of it. We'll talk a little bit about vector database and so much more. We'll even get into RAG. All right. So my gosh, I'm looking at 5:38 here and 8 hours and 11 minutes. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. If you enjoyed the stream, do me a favor, click the follow button on Twitch, click the subscribe button on YouTube, and drop a message in the description, in the comment area below. Thank you so much, right? The previous AI workshop was awesome. we've got more great stuff planned for the next one. All right. So, I'm taking off on holiday for this weekend, so I'm not going to be back online and streaming until at least the Friday after build. So about 2 weeks, I'll be back. Thank you so much. And once again, I can't say thank you enough. It's been a phenomenal day today. I'm thrilled with how well it went, even though we had a little bit of an issue with the AI module there at the end. All right. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Let me take a look and see you also streaming on Twitch that I can get you connected to. And if you're watching on YouTube, if you're watching on LinkedIn, I really appreciate you tuning in. I've got lots more great videos available for you over on YouTube that you can click into and have a good time with. Let me get you rated over to, let's go over to Adam Learns Live, who's doing some game design. All right. So, I'll see you in about 2 weeks. But until then, I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.